else we got on this list? Jason Williams, you're going to get 2,500 lashes for that bullshit you said about Kanye needing to go meet with members of the Untouchables. Bring back the whipping post, brothers and sisters. A community without consequences will never have law and order. Candace Owens, Candace Owens, Candace Owens, I sentence you to 25,000 lashes. Candace Owens, I sentence you to 25,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a Black woman. Kamala Harris needing to go meet with members of the Michael Wilbon, firm supporter, go out of his way. Go out of his way.
I set out to find
source of generic Viagra in 2022, and I found one program offering generic
to prove his loyalty to his slave master. Chris Broussard, you are a disgrace. Rob Parker, you are a disgrace. Jason Williams, you was my favorite point guard in college. Jason Williams is my favorite NCAA Division I point guard of all time. But Jason Williams, I'm done with you now, because I heard you say the other day that you're disappointed that Kyrie Irving didn't personally go meet with the untouchable community.
Okay, so this is what I mean by, like, I do not even understand what these guys are backing. When they say they're standing with Kyrie, there's some things you can stand with him on. You know, the punishment is excessive. All these rules, I agree. Shannon Sharp eloquently stated that when it comes to us, Black people in America, our apologies ain't just good enough on the surface. For face value, our apologies are not good enough. They're not sincere. And Black people do not have sincere apologies. We got to do things afterwards, after or before our apology, to make our apology sincere. We got to actually do something. Everybody else, especially when it comes to harming Black folks or disrespecting us, they can just apologize. And it doesn't matter how disrespectful they were toward the Black race or a Black individual, their apologies are accepted on face value. So yeah, if we're saying the punishment, the demands are too excessive, cool, I'm with you on that. But we're saying that we have the right to disrespect the whole community, and we shouldn't be held accountable. Again, man, I don't know how to say this more clear and more perfect. We are literally trying to be the white racist people of Jim Crow. That's who we want to be today. We want to hurt and harm and persecute people with immunity. With immunity. We don't want any kind. We are jealous that white folks, we call them evil, demonic for their actions, their hateful, racist actions, those who it implied to, okay? Those whites who were hateful and violent towards Black people. Instead of condemning that and never wanting to be like that, them, we instead wish we were them. Again, hurt people, hurt people. I keep trying to say that. So we want to say, hey, man, we got disrespected and nobody got, in trouble. Why can't we disrespect people and we don't get in trouble? That's really the argument. That's really the argument. So, I mean, when you try to get people to state why they are backing Kyrie, especially when they're a non-Hebrew Israelite, they really don't have a leg to stand on. When they are a Hebrew Israelite, a Black Hebrew Israelite, they are then saying, no, I agree with Kyrie and the documentary, because we stand on that. We believe that white Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews. They're imposters. They are all these terrible things. The Holocaust didn't happen. Hitler was right. That's what they're backing. That's what the DVD suggested, and that's what they're backing. Okay, so just know what you're backing before you start to speak on behalf of Kyrie's position, right? Just know what you're backing. So most people don't know the Hebrew is the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. So it's important for me to remind you, or to tell you what it is. All right, and that's not all Hebrews. That's not all Black Hebrews. Okay, that's the extreme. That's the extreme Black Hebrews. That's the video. Matter of fact, all the Hebrews you pretty much ever see on YouTube are the extreme Black Hebrews. Like, they have dominated media. You never really see, like, are you surprised? Yeah, I didn't plug my mic in just yet because he's gonna I'm over by his crib because he's like thinking like he want to sleep, then he don't want to sleep. So I don't want to, I gotta stay by his crib. So if I plug the mic up, he's gonna yank it. Where's the mic? Oh, it's in the kitchen. So he's laying down now. Let's see. Where's his bottle? I can never find the damn bottle. Okay, so I hope you guys can hear me. So that's what, when you defend Kyrie and what he's in trouble for. Okay, so was he in trouble because he posted a link? Not necessarily. They gave him a chance to speak for himself. They said, did you know the video was anti-Semitic? So then the reporter, matter of fact, let me just go to it. I'm tired of playing with y'all. This is just sad, man. And Concrete Corey was right. And I'm glad some of y'all tuned in to Chief X last night. I'm so glad you did. Yeah, I gotta get the mic. I'm afraid to get up because he's gonna get up. He's laying down. All right, let me get the mic. Okay, I got the mic. Let me plug it up. He got up too. You probably heard him. Okay, so you guys should be able to hear me well. Okay, let me back now. Take your bottle. Oh, you got both bottles over here. You pick. You want the water or the milk? You pick. You chose the water. Okay, good. Sometimes I put a little honey in his water to sweeten it up a little bit. And that's better than yeah. I'm gonna play some of Chief X video. I got some things for y'all. I got some clips because the video last night got struck down because it could have been because I was sharing what's that? Skip and Shannon. I mean, I was talking through it, pausing, but I was also sharing Divine Prospect content. I don't think he'll flag me. And I was sharing polite, not that they won't flag. Yeah, so I'm going to think it was Skip and Shannon who flagged. I didn't get in trouble. They just, people can decide not to let you share their content somehow. It's supposed to be like for teaching and criticism and all these things. So I don't know how that works. But let me see. Soldier Boy. Okay, so look at this. Corey Holcomb calls out NBA player. I mean, like, really, this is, as I just said, you have a lot of Black people who do not know the Hebrew Israelite doctrine at all. Shannon Sharp explained it correctly on his show. He said that I won't go to the site itself anymore. I'll just go to like the YouTube playbacks of Shannon Sharp. All right. So let me first type in Kyrie, then the reporter.
Okay. So let's go. Let's go to the actual interview. And when you got this guy defending you, and like who's more outside of white supremacists, who is known to be more anti-Semitic than this guy? You're gonna talk about word soup. This guy will say some disrespectful stuff, and then he does a good job. He does a better job of cleaning up his statement, though. I ain't gonna lie. So he's the best example. But let me go ahead and do this.
Watch this. I can show you how to get the biggest discounts online when you shop at major retailers like Amazon and Target.
I went on to Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what, let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh. So went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh.
Okay, now he's using the term Yahweh, by the way. Dude, my boy, nobody believes you, but we'll hear you out. You're saying Yahweh. That means you already indoctrinated, my boy. Somebody already got to you. So stop acting like you're saying Yahweh, but whatever. Okay, let's say you heard the term Yahweh. You say, hey, man, what's that? Like, sure. The average person goes to a documentary for a word. You go to Google, some Wikipedia, but whatever. Let's hear this madness out.
That came up. Went out and shared it on my platform.
No. Okay, you heard that, right? So he said that he searched it. That came up, which is the documentary, Hebrews to Negroes. And then he said he shared it. So he never implied or insinuated that he watched it. So the reporter was unclear that whether he watched it or not. So the reporter is going to assume he did not watch it. Watch this.
That was my night. In terms of the backlash or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody. And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion.
So he's calling it history.
I embrace all walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races. Not supposed to be hidden from anybody. People call it. That was my night. In terms of the backlash or what people call it, we're in 2022. History is not supposed to be hidden from anybody.
Okay, my boy. Okay, so the documentary got pseudo history in it. It contains pseudo history and is disrespectful to the Jewish Ashkenazi community. It's making claims that it's like belittling the Holocaust. It's saying that Jews were responsible for their own Holocaust, and some of it, and they're saying the Holocaust been fabricated. And also the documentary misquoted Hitler. They were saying quotes that they say that Hitler said about Jewish people, Ashkenazi Jews, that Hitler never said. These are unfounded quotes. The documentary spewing, and he's calling this history. Okay, so that's why I got to put the shoe on Black people's foot. We would be highly offended if somebody was revised, if somebody who we thought was a white supremacist or racist, white racist, and they were revising Black history in our face and watering down slavery, acting like the slave women were, and you heard this actually, these are real claims, that the slave women, had a mutual affair, a consensual affair with the slave master. Like, we would be highly offended, and we start talking like, yeah, well, slave masters gave the Africans a choice. They could be a slave or they could go free and find their own way. And they remain on the plantations. Like, we would be highly offended if a white person of note in sports, big name, was sharing a video that suggested all that stuff. So so you guys know. Right. It's like stealing your rat beat. We can play stupid and be a blackologist, but we know if this was on other foot, we'll be highly disrespected, offended. We'll be talking about boycotting and protesting, and we'll be calling for that person to, you know, be responsible, whoever's responsible for that person, you know, it'll be outrage at the very least. Let's go.
And I'm not a divisive person when it comes to religion. I embrace.
The documentary is divisive, my boy. And here's another thing, as I said yesterday. So some things I'm gonna play over tonight, because like I said, the video is not up. So I am gonna go back to the Nick Cannon thing. I ain't gonna play the whole thing. I'm gonna play some of it. I will revisit some other things. Okay. So I understand. Peace, Gary. The documentary. Okay, so the documentary is not suggesting that Black people are Jews too. It's anti-Semitic because they're saying they are the only Jews, or they are the true Jews, and those who call themselves Jews today, and it's referring to Ashkenazi Jews. It's talking about Germany, it's talking about Hitler, it's talking about Holocaust, right? So we're not going to do the word salad. They're talking about not the Sephardic Jews and whoever else. They're talking about Ashkenazi Jews, white Jews. Okay. They're saying they're not Jews at all. So I know we want to do this little fake narrative where they're saying, nah, we just Jews and you got to accept it. That's not what the documentary is stating. It's saying that we are the true Jews and you are imposters. You're something else. Go find your history. Give us back our birthright. You stole our birthright, right? Y'all heard that before. You stole our birthright, Esau. Okay. If you're unaware of that language, then you don't know. Okay. You need to, you know, relax and learn what's going on, what's in the documents.
All walks of life. You see it on all my platforms. I talk to all races, all cultures, all religions, and my response would be, it's not about educating yourself on what Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is. It's really about learning the root words of where.
Okay, now we don't care about what's anti-Semitism now. It's all about learning the root word. So here goes this word salad. That's like, imagine a white person saying this. Imagine a white person saying, yeah, I said N-I-G-G-E-R, but I'm calling you a king because remember, it was called Naga. So we go to the etymology of nigger, it goes back to Naga, N-A-G-A. So I'm calling you a king when I say nigger. So this is where he's going with the anti-Semitic. Stop it, bro.
Where these come from, and understanding that this is an African heritage that is also belonging to the people. Africa is in.
Okay, so again, you're saying Africa, you can be more specific, because we know that North Africans are not sub-Saharan Africans. When people hear the term word Africa, think of an African, what's in everybody's mind is a sub-Saharan African, okay? Not a Middle Eastern person. So this is what he does not know because he's watching documentaries and he won't talk to scholars, historians.
In it, whether we want to dismiss it or not. So the claims of anti-Semitism and who are the original chosen people of God, and we go into these religious conversations.
So here we go. Who are the original chosen people of God? Dude, if it's faith-based, then there is no original chosen people. Who accepts the God of Israel?
And it's a big no-no.
The Old and New Testament both focus on the adoption of God's sons.
I don't live my way like that. I don't live my life that way. Excuse me. I grew up in a melting pot, and I say a melting pot of all races: white, black, red, yellow, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, and you can see the way I live my life now. I'm not here to be divisive, so they could push their agenda. I don't want to say they, because I'm
go with the they. We go with the they. So I got to play that video over. The they. When you start saying they, you are, like my man said, you're not headed towards truth. You can't say pronouns without an established noun, established subject. Who are the they? Go ahead.
I'm not identifying any one group or race of people.
But you are. You just said they. That was in your first mind. That's in your heart. They.
But I'm in a unique position to have a level of influence on my community. And what I post does not mean that I support everything that's being said or everything that's being done, or I'm campaigning for anything. All I do is post things for my people in my community and those that it's actually going to impact. Anybody else that has criticism, it obviously wasn't meant for them.
So keep in mind, the DVD also suggests that Black Americans, they are the true Jews from the tribe of Judah. You want the chart again? There you go. Okay. They even got a Wikipedia on them. So they got the chart. Okay, so this is where the Hebrew Israelites that say white people are the devil and the Ashkenazi Jews are imposters and all this racist and anti-Semitic, this doctrine originates from the One West camp. Okay, let's read together. Let's learn today so you know what you're backing, so you can know who you're defending and speaking out for. Stop running out there blind, all right, and guessing. The One West camp is a subdivision of Hebrew Israelite groups that believe in the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the exclusive identification of the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay. With ethnic communities of Black, Latin America, and Native American descent in the Americas. I don't see Sephardic, I don't see Ashkenazi Jews, I don't see the people who are commonly referred to the Jews today in this chart. Okay, this is not inclusive. The movement is named after its first grouping, which was located at 1 West 125th Street in Harlem in New York City, then known as the Israeli School of Universal Practice Knowledge. Don't that ISUPK, don't that sounds familiar? That's Tazariak and his boys, ISPUK. There you go. Now you got it. The movement has since splintered into numerous camps. So everything started from Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge. So the purple and gold, the people in purple and gold, Israel United in Christ, the people in all white, the gathering of Christ, those were the people who debated during the Kimon trial. They were in all white and they were getting on shock and lock. All these people were part of One West. Okay. With Tazariak, One West, the man who called himself the Comforter, who Sinaitically called the Hebrews like polite, when I got locked up for embezzlement and he died in prison from COVID-19. All One West, GMS, One West. Okay, so all the big dogs come from this one school. That means they all had the same train of thought. They were all being taught the same thing, that they are the true Jews. Ashkenazis, Middle Easterns are fake. And only Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans can receive salvation. And listen to this, everybody. They also don't stop there. They don't stop at Ashkenazi Jews are not the real Jew. They say that white people, all the white people, all of Africa, because they're not in the tribes, they're not God's chosen people. Everybody who's not on the chart, when they die, they're all going to be resurrected in the afterlife to be the Israelite slaves. That's the doctrine. So before you speak out, make sure you know the details of the documentary and the train of thought was being taught in their camps. Okay, this is what Kyrie posted. Kyrie Irving posted this. If you didn't know how violent this documentary was, this ideology, this doctrine was, then just say that. It's a very dangerous, violent doctrine. Okay. The movement has since splintered into numerous camps, including the New York-based Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ and the Pennsylvania-based Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Hebrew Israelite camps related to the One West camp do not consider themselves Christians, and they deny the Trinity, as well as the belief that salvation is for all nations of the earth. The One West camp teaches that Jesus was racially Black. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. Because that's, let me go down to this one. You can read in between. One West camp groups are known for open air preaching and protest. See, so you got the Black Hebrew Israelites that don't share this racist doctrine. They're not known to ever be on the streets teaching. They're more in the church or outside, you know, in a private place. They're not open, they're not public, or they're going YouTube. And the way they recruit is pamphlets, like kind of like Jehovah's Witness, but they are not known to be on a microphone like you see the violent racist Hebrew Israelites. They don't do that. So One West camp groups are known for open air preaching and protest. They look at, I think the book Isaiah chapter 58 or 60, which says go out into the streets and preach. They use that scripture and attracted media attention with the January 2019 Lincoln Memorial Confrontation, which included a small New York-based group. The great majority of Black Hebrew Israelite groups outside of One West and Nation of Yahweh do not share these beliefs. So you got it. Are you educated? So it's a small Black alt-right extremist racist group, anti-Semitic, anti-African, anti-Islam, anti-everybody. Okay, and I'm gonna source up. I'm gonna source up today. Okay, don't forget, this is the document is based off that doctrine that Kyrie Irving called history.
Hopefully I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right because I don't want to misquote any part of it.
I don't expect understanding from a media conglomerate group that sincerely talks about the game of basketball, and then we bring up religion as if it's correlative at times when it's convenient for people to bring it up. So please just be direct with your question so we can move on from this and I could talk about the game and go home to my son Elohim and my wife Marlene, okay?
Am I to take it that this was what you shared was not something that you've even watched? This was
okay. So you see, because he said he looked up documentaries on Amazon about, and don't forget, Barnes Noble also sells this. So he looked up these documentaries on, you know, Google, whatever, Amazon. He wanted to see a documentary of Yahweh. I'm sure matter of fact, let's do it now. I'm going to call his bluff. Yeah, the baby is finally asleep. Okay, I don't see, I mean, let's say, I don't recall it being taken off that he was to Negroes, but I highly doubt that was the first documentary that came up, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Yeah. So you're looking at what comes up. Uncover the Cult of Yahweh Ben Yahweh, season 1. Okay, and then you got here 2, Hebrews to Negroes. So still up, Wake Up Black America. Now you heard this language before. Watch this right here. Watch this. Watch this. So this is also called the message to the Black man in America. So these people focus on Black men in America, these racist, Wake Up Black Man in America, Hebrews and Negroes. Nobody can doubt that this book I'm showing right now is not anti-Semitic, racist towards white people all across the world. disrespectful to the Arab world. Okay. So I'm, contrary to your belief, I'm not pro removing these DVDs. I'm not pro that. Even the white supremacist ones that talk bad about black folks, I'm not pro removing DVDs. Now, whether you show them on I believe platforms, social media platforms, I don't think Amazon, Barnes & Noble should be responsible for a person acting out a certain way because they watch a DVD. That's just me. I'm pro free market. I believe social media platforms should do a better job of not letting these links be posted on their websites. So Kyrie, if you know, sometimes Facebook will, if you go to a link that Facebook doesn't allow it, you know, it'll say content removed. I believe Facebook had it done a better job of catching that link. If that documentary had been known to be anti-Semitic, I think once it was posted, it should have been flagged immediately. So therefore, Kyrie would never have been in trouble because he wouldn't even been allowed to post on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, those things, right? So I'm for that. I'm for if there's something that's racist against black folks, anti-Semitic, and homophobic against women, I think social media platforms should block them. But I don't believe it should not be sold on a Amazon type, Barnes & Noble type setting. Okay, thank you, Gary Hart. He agreed. Okay, and I don't do this for people to agree. I'm fishing. I'm seeing if people do agree. So if you do, thank you. But I just want to make it known that I'm not crazy. Okay, let me. Now let's go back. I think I can sneak out now. He was asleep. He just woke up briefly because he was falling, so I straightened him out. He woke up. So let me just try to sneak out. Because the computer light is all over him. So I think he's knocked out. Really get it. I was at work, so he really didn't get his full nap in. He's napping late. This nap was supposed to happen about in between 3 to 5. When it happens after 5, I don't like it, but he's sleepy and he'll wake up. Believe me, he's not out for the night. So let me just plug this in. Okay. And let's get it going again. Charge my laptop. I'm trying to be careful. So Steve, because what I'm sharing now, Stephen A. Smith's site, I didn't know that. I didn't know this was Stephen A. Smith. I would have never started. Matter of fact, let me see if I can get out of here and click somebody else's link. And this is next. This is the producer of the movie. All right. Damn, I got no choice but listen to Stephen A. Oh my God. Okay, so he claimed he watched it. This might be a Hebrew. He claimed he watched the look at this dog. All right. Okay. All right. So I guess I got no choice. I got to listen. I got to watch Stephen A. Yeah. Oh my God.
I went on to Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what? Let me see if they're and knows that it's actually going to impact anybody else that has criticism and obviously wasn't.
I'm understanding what you said, and I want to make sure I get it right because I don't want to misquote.
I don't expect a group that correlative.
Right.
So we, okay.
I might have taken that this was what you shared was not something that
Rest in
you've
peace.
even watched. This was you did okay. You did.
Okay, so the reporter tried to give him a way out. Okay, he just said, I don't think you watched it, or I'm not sure you watched it." Kyrie could have been silent right there, and that could have been his way out. He said, "I watched it." Okay, so maybe y'all didn't watch this interview.
Watch it, or either watch it or read it.
I had a lot of time last year to read a lot.
So he watched it a lot, right? So if anybody knows if the documentary is anti-Semitic, he knows. Okay.
A whole bunch, good and bad, about the truth of our world.
So then, do you, I guess, understand or not understand those that might imply that that work had anti-Semitic leanings in it?
Okay. Okay. Clear question. Clear question. You watched it. Okay. The reporter is not aggressive. It's not like Malika Andrews as she came at Giannis. The reporter is fair, at the very least fair. He's not aggressive. He's not being a smart ass. He's like, yo, so you understand that some people are offended and because they believe there's some anti-Semitic gestures and information in there. Real simple. Let's see the reply.
I only asked this because the tweet is still up there, so I
only asked because the tweet is still up there. That means he had a chance to delete it.
2022. It's on Amazon, a public platform. Whether you want to go watch it or not is up to you. There's things being posted every day. I'm no different than the next human being, so don't treat me any different.
Okay, I don't know what that means. But again, if somebody white had a big name in sports or big name in entertainment somehow, politics, and they share the birth of a nation, burning Mississippi, one of these links. Now that's actually history. I mean, well, not birth of a nation, but so I'm gonna go with birth of a nation, not burning Mississippi. So let's say they sharing they're sharing birth of a nation, which is highly racist towards Black people and is galvanizing a bunch of racist white folks, just like they're saying this documentary is doing to racist Black folks. And yes, Black folks will want one. We don't give a damn what that person do for a living. We don't care why the reporters are there. We want a Black reporter to go ask that person, yeah, what's up with that link? Just like you have reporters in boxing. So I believe it was Oscar De La Hoya, Golden Boy, had some racist tweets, and their emails. It got leaked, and a lot of Black reporters were at all, right? Because they were talking real racist about Al Heyman, which is PBC, Mayweather, Errol Spence, those guys. And guess what? Black media stepped up and start asking them about that. That's what you do when you believe somebody's offending your race, your group, your community. You want clarity. You don't want to assume. You want them to make it plain. Yo, what's up with this? You're giving them a chance to back out, apologize, and go a different direction. Okay. He didn't do that. He seemed to spin off the question that, yo, you do understand that, or do you? Well, you do understand that there's a lot of racial, anti-Semitic information in that documentary, don't you? Well, it's on Amazon, a free. Yo, that was a deflection. That can be looked at as you're standing tall on 10 toes.
You guys come in here and make up this powerful influence I have over top of.
You see, he dismissed. So at this point, he's being insensitive. He was directly asked, yeah, you do know that information is really disrespectful, anti-Semitic to some people. And he went you act like I'm this powerful figure. If I posted, everybody gonna be anti-Semitic. Dude, do you understand it's anti-Semitic or not? You watched it all those times, yes or no? So clearly, for me, he's standing 10 toes down on the documentary. whatever it is, anti-Semitic, anti this, that, whatever. I'm standing on it.
The adultery of you cannot post that. Why not?
Okay, you cannot post that. Post what? Post a documentary that some people find offensive to their communities. Why not? Because they find it offensive to their communities. That's why, my boy. That's why.
Why not? I don't hear uproar on that. I'm not here to be divisive on what's going on this or that. I'm not comparing Jews to blacks. I'm not comparing white to black.
Actually, the documentaries. Let's knock it off. The one where it's doctrinist. Let's stop.
Black. I'm not doing that. That conversation is dismissive, and it constantly revolves around the rhetoric of who are the chosen people of God. And I'm not here to argue over.
Dude, that documentary told everyone who's the chosen people of God.
Or culture or religion on what they believe. No, this is what is here. It's on a public platform. Did I do anything illegal?
Okay, so now he's going off saying, see, I mean, is this not deflection? He did not address the question, and now he's compared it to something lawful. Like, yo, is it unlawful to be a racist, to have racist views? Like, no, not necessarily. But there's consequences to have racial views. You don't go to jail necessarily because you got racist views, anti-Semitic, homophobic, misogynistic, all these terms, right? That's not illegal necessarily, but there will be consequences. There will be pushback to have those views and to speak them openly, and then deflect when you're asked about it directly.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did I do anything illegal? Did I hurt anybody? Did I harm anybody? Am I going out?
So now he's basing it off. Now, keep in mind, if a white person shared Birth of a Nation, wow, this is awesome. Birth of a Nation edition 5, you dig? The newest one, the latest one, 2022, 2021. And wow, they shared it. A white person. Justin Bieber, somebody, I don't know, name somebody. Leonardo DiCaprio, you dig? Like, you are going, or who's white that's like popping? Katy Perry or somebody, I don't know. Adele. You will want them to speak to that.
Out and saying that I hate one specific group of people. So out of all the judgment that people got from me posting,
that's not the question. But okay, you're deflecting, and I don't know if it's because he's a basketball player where he didn't really got the education like that, where he couldn't understand the question, or he just blatantly disrespecting the question and just deflecting.
I just, without talking to me, and then I respect what Joe said, but there has a lot to do with the not ego or pride of how proud I am to be an African heritage, but also to be living as a free black man here in America, knowing the historical complexities.
Okay, this is deflection. When a black person is racist, they normally talk about how racist America is. Remember Dr. Aleem Muhammad, the person with the placebo drug treatment pill. Remember when he was called out for selling at a 500% turnaround rate to black people, a placebo pill that does not treat AIDS, HIV? Remember what he said? He started to talk about, is it just America? It's a racist. So every time we do harm and a white person calls us on it, we then talk about how terrible America was in the past and probably still is now. Let's go.
For me to get here. So I'm not going to stand down on anything that I believe in.
He's not going to stand down on sharing that video, watching it a bunch of times, and understanding that some of the content can be seen as anti-Semitic and disrespectful to the Ashkenazi Jewish community. Okay.
I'm going to get stronger because I'm not alone. I have a whole army around me.
So he's not alone. He got a whole bunch of other racist people, anti-Semitic people around him that's going to support him, which they're doing now.
Kyrie, while we're on the topic of promotion.
Okay, this is somebody else. So don't act like there's one big interviewer. This is somebody else.
Why did you decide to promote something that Alex Jones said?
That was a few weeks ago. I do not stand with Alex.
So he not only shared Hebrews to Negroes, he also promoted something Alex Jones said. Okay, so this is not about Hebrews to Negroes, okay, only. He's been acting weird and like a baby online, posting disrespectful. Now, do I gotta mention Alex Jones? You know, he's been sued for like $1 billion for parents who kids died in this Sandy Hook shooting, right? The massive school shooting. So to start quoting him, okay, that is seen as being insensitive towards those parents. To start sharing a video, a documentary like that, that could be seen as being insensitive to a particular group, community, race. And to share burning Birth of a Nation, that could be seen as being insensitive towards Black people in America and all over the world, for that matter. Okay.
Jones' position, narrative, court case that he had with Sandy Hook.
What did he share? I don't even know. Here you go. Okay, which Alex Jones conspiracy video did Kyrie Irving share recently? All you need to know. Brooklyn Nets star guard Kyrie is known for speaking his mind, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so he shared the Free Thought Project. This video was a 2002 clip of InfoWars founder Alex Jones warning people about the New World Order. Okay, you see? So Kyrie is bugged out. So I'm so glad you guys are seeing this. I'm gonna try my best to not get this video blocked. So I'm gonna be careful with the content I play on here. But the Free Thought Project is from Alex Jones, founder of InfoWars. He's warning people about the New World Order, more religious conspiracy theory bull. Okay, now let's see if there's any blame on Jewish people, because he's definitely alt-right, and damn it, alt-right people are anti-Semitic, anti-Black. Okay. So let's see if there's a wiki for this. So we're going to do it all today. I'm going to find out what this document is about. All right, so what's it? Well, he warned about oligarchies. I guarantee you there's a Jewish conspiracy theory in this documentary. I guarantee you it's anti-Semitic. So don't go run now. Stand up, stand up, stand up, or say you were wrong. Okay.
Yes, there are secret societies. Yes, there have been oligarchies throughout history. And yes, today in 2002, there is a tyrannical organization calling itself the New World Order, pushing for worldwide government, a cashless society, total and complete tyranny. By centralizing and socializing healthcare, the state becomes God, basically, when it comes to your health. And then by releasing diseases and viruses and plagues upon us, we then basically get shoved into their system, where human beings are absolutely worthless. The facts and common sense are in. Yes, there have been corrupt empires. Yes, they manipulate. Yes, there are secret societies. Yes, there have been oligarchies throughout history. And yes, today in 2002, there is a tyrannical.
So it's a bunch of pseudo stuff. But this is what he's been doing lately. And this was before, that was before the Hebrews to Negroes. Okay, so what people are seeing on his tweets, people are watching his tweets. He's a public figure who's making millions of dollars, big name. So when they tweet, people are going to watch and read, and people are seeing him spiral down into a place where he's going to make a big mistake. So they're catching it before it happens. Okay, you didn't post this Alex Jones conspiracy theory bullshit, and now you want some Hebrews and Negroes. Dude, what are you doing? Because the next thing you post might be all out straight. I don't know. Okay. Okay, anyway, it's just some goofy stuff. Alex Jones conspiracy. But, you know, to even quote this guy, again, let's not get off track. You shouldn't be quoting anything from it. You shouldn't take a guy serious like that.
So here's the summary.
Who just got sued with a conspiracy theory that Sandy Hook was a hoax. Again, is insensitive to post anything that he says. Okay, tweet anything he says, because people feel a certain way about him. Can you imagine? Again, wear the shoe on your foot. Black people do not care anything about Zimmerman, right? With his well-being. If Zimmerman gave a quote, we don't care how cool it was, it made sense. If a white person quoted some Zimmerman stuff, knowing that Black people in America is on him. When you start endorsing Zimmerman, you just know you lost Black people support. Facts. And we like, oh, let's back away from you. So we would want answers. Like, yo, why you post some Zimmerman stuff? Yo, he ain't cool. Or somebody tweeted a Zimmerman rap song or some shit. You're like, wait, what? George Zimmerman. You did. We won't find that cool. Don't touch him. Don't tweet nothing. Alex Jones is don't touch. Zimmerman is don't touch. Some people are just don't touch.
Kyrie Irving, basketball player, has been trending for the past week.
Okay.
Why? The documentary Lineage of Blurry Being, I read where he was getting that altercation. He put up another yada yada. He then gave $500,000 of it for his everything him again. Even for anti-Semitism. And not too long after that, Nike cut ties. Honestly, if the media did not make such a big stink about this film, I don't think I would have made it past the first 10 minutes. Because it's just not my thing. I've seen documentaries like this on YouTube before, where some people were saying that the blacks created the pyramids in Egypt, and everybody was arguing in the comments about it.
Okay, so he's making light of it. Again, let's talk about the denial of the Holocaust, making light of it, and saying Jewish people were responsible for their own Holocaust, taking the blame off Hitler, and then misquoting Hitler, saying things Hitler said that he did not say. Unfounded truth. So it's got that. So this is the creator, producer of Hebrews to Negroes. Listen to what he got to say.
You know, these guys, they can't stand that what happened. But what happened, it can't be reversed. You know, they can't go back in the past and change this. It's already happened now. So millions of people, I think, are now understanding that the mass media does not want Black people to know who they are. They do not want you to know who you are.
Okay, you see that? So he's not talking about a specific Black group that knew they were Hebrews or Jews and blah, blah. He's talking about Black folks in America and the West Indies, the Caribbean islands. He's saying that they don't want us to know who we are. Like, dude, what? So you just plastering all Black people in America with being Jews or Black Hebrews. But I know that's your doctrine. We're the tribe of Judah. I get it. And we're Levites and what's the other one? Levite and Levite. Who are the Haitians? No, the Haitians are Levite. Who are the Jamaican? Benjamin. Okay, so the Benjamin tribe is Jamaicans, the Levite tribe is Haitians, and the tribe of Judah is the Black Americans.
Video, we got here. So, you know, these guys, but in the past have changed this. It's understanding that the mass media does not want
the mass media. Now, you heard Kanye West call them the red media. So when you say mass media, wink, wink, dog whistle, Jewish media don't want what?
Black people to know who they are.
So that's the conspiracy theory. That's the anti-Semitic implication that Jewish people are hiding Black people's true birthright, that they are the true Jews. And this is, you will hear this talking point from Mr. Griff and Nick Cannon.
Do not want you to know who you are. Shalom, y'all. Ron Dalton here. Oh, man. I'm not going to say that our race is weak or...
Okay, so he's saying 10 toes on that. Let's go back.
Or any of the kids that felt like they had to relive trauma during that that he did. It's a campaign is for Alex Harris, because out of all the things I posted that day, that was the one post that everyone chose to see. It just goes back to the way our world is and works. I'm not here to complain about it. I just exist.
And to follow up on the promotion of the movie and the book.
Can you please stop calling it a promotion? What am I promoting?
People are going to say that you are
I put it out there just like you put things out there, right?
Yeah, but it's not.
You put things out there for a living, right?
Right, but my stuff is not.
So let's move on.
Let's move on. Anti-Semitic.
Let's move on. Don't dehumanize me up here.
I'm not doing that.
He's trying to be the victim.
I can post whatever I want. So say that and
I can post whatever I want. So now, if I tweeted something and the place I do my business at, let's say they're acting like they don't want me to do business there until I speak out about what I post, right, on Facebook. You know, maybe somebody say, hey, yo, you know this dude posting this on Facebook and he's in here teaching kids? You know, you might want to ask him about that. I'm not going to, and let's say the charge is I don't know, something very horrible. I'm going to quickly make sure that charge do not stick to me. Oh, wait, what? No, don't call me that. No, I'm not doing that. No. You dig? He ain't one time saying, nah, this documentary is not anti-Semitic, or I'm not anti-Semitic. Not one time. I can post what I want.
Shut it down and move on to the next question.
But Kyrie, you have to understand that
I don't have to understand anything from you.
I don't have to understand anything from you. I posted what I want to post. If it's disrespectful to a community, race of people, a group, so what? You post things, you put things out there, so you stand on what you stand on. And you stand on what you post and put out there. I'm standing on what I put out there. Okay.
It's not me.
Nothing.
By
it's no people that you're making up, bro. Move on.
But by posting
move
what
on.
you
Next
did,
question.
Anybody
Do you guys have any more questions?
And they're going to say,
you guys have any more questions? Because this is going to be a clip. This is going to be a clip that
anti-Semitic, but they keep saying over and over, and he refused to address the anti-Semitic claims that's been attached to him and the documentary. He refused. What person would allow people to plaster, defame them on something they don't represent? The average person will say, oh, wait, what you call me? You know, if you call somebody that's, you know, Stephen A. or whoever was, Stephen A. don't take this opportunity to bash women. He immediately checked that dog, Malika Andrews. He didn't sit there and say, he didn't let that go. Oh, what you say? Yeah, when people are called something that they don't believe they are, and it's a disgusting thing they're called that could stick to them, they normally get that off them right away. They debunk that, they address that right away. Not this guy.
he's going to marvel at. Is this any more questions?
But you're not answering the question.
Oh, this is another answering your question. Oh my God, let's make another Instagram clip so we could be famous again. Next question.
Kyrie basketball.
It being important to build on
Okay, there you go. All right. So he ain't want to address it at all. He had many, many, many times to address the document. If the documentary wasn't divisive, if you're not trying to be divisive, then why not speak to the allegations that you might be, or the documentary is spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric? Why not just address it? Why deflect? Okay, hold on. One second. Come on, stupid. Come on. Okay. All right, here we go.
They don't want you to know this.
If you use any,
They don't want you to know this, but at least they started to. At least they were responsible enough to post who are the theys, right? Because they is plural.
of these companies, do this now. To be honest, I had no.
A week of hindsight. Are you sorry for the hurt that your posts caused people? I'll take my.
Are you sorry for the hurt? Blah blah blah. Listen, he's giving chances after chances after chances. Listen.
For the hurt that your posts caused people. I'll take my responsibility.
I take my responsibility. They ask you, are you sorry? I take my responsibility. Okay.
Posting that. Some things that were questionable in there, untrue. Like I said, and the first time you guys asked me when I was sitting on that stage, I don't believe everything that everybody posts. It's a documentary. So.
Okay, now watch this.
Take my responsibility.
It seems like Adam Silver wanted to hear the word "I apologize," or in your mind, you said, "I didn't mean to cause any harm." Were you apologizing, or did you not apologize?
I didn't mean to cause any harm. I'm not the one that made the documentary.
Okay, you hear this? This is what you're defending. You're defending a guy who doesn't want to defend himself. Y'all watch Jason Lyric? Let me see if I can find that. Maybe you didn't. You used to go watch Jason Lyric. Jason Lyric. Let me see. What's that chick name? Will Smith with Jada. No, it was the Alan Payne. I'm not gonna find it. Is this it? All right, well, anyway, he kept trying to say he's trying to save his brother. And she said, why are you trying to save somebody who don't want to be saved? Why are you defending somebody who do not want to be saved?
What are the specific things in the documentary?
I didn't mean to cause any harm. I'm not the one that made the documentary.
I'm not the one that made the documentary. So that's what he gonna stand on.
What are the specific things in the documentary that you don't believe are true and that you don't believe represent your
So she's asking specifically, what inside the documentary that you can't rock with, basically, that you think, nah, that's not for me. So again, this is a way out.
I think some of the criticism of the Jewish faith in the community, for sure. Some points made in there that were unfortunate.
Kyrie, are you surprised that you did
Some points were unfortunate, not fake, false.
hurt people?
Surprised that I did hurt people?
Are you surprised that reaction and some of the things that you did hurt people?
Yeah, I think I can ask a better question. It's just, where were you when I was a kid, figuring out that 300 million of my ancestors are buried in America?
Okay, so he's deflecting again, and listen what he's doing. This is what Hebrew Israelites actually do. If I share some videos, right? Because I used to, when I was into that, I used to save videos. I got hella videos from hella Israelite camps you've never heard from before. Okay, I should bring in my hard drive, external hard drive, so you can see some of these people. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play somebody without being on my hard drive. But that's what they would do when they would argue with a white person on the street, and they would go into whatever the white person is saying, defending the Bible and their doctrine that they believe is true in the Bible, because they're both Bible believers. They just got different interpretations. If the white person is getting an edge on them on that interpretation or the context of something in one of the books, what they would do is they would go to that. Well, your people enslaved black. They would go to that. And that's what Kyrie just did.
Where were you guys asking those same questions when I was a kid learning about the traumatic events of my familial history and what I'm proud to come from and why I'm proud to stand here and why when I repeat myself that I'm not going to stand down, it has nothing to do with dismissing any other race or group of people. I'm just proud of my heritage and what we've been through, and the fact that this has pinned me against the Jewish community. And I'm here answering questions of whether or not I'm sorry or not on something I didn't create.
This guy is just, listen, man, these dudes are sick.
It was something I shared, and I'm telling everybody I'm taking responsibility. Then
what does that mean?
That's where I sit.
Okay, but taking responsibility is getting suspended 5 games, losing endorsements. Is that what you're talking about? Because that's what taking responsibility means when you don't say you apologize or you're being insensitive still. Their responsibility is going to be, okay, like people can commit a crime, get locked up and tell the judge, listen, man, no excuses, I'm taking responsibility. That means that whatever sentence you give me, I'm going to accept it. I'm not going to fight it. I did what I did. It was wrong. And I'm going to pay my debt to society. So when you say I'm going to take responsibility, you're saying whatever comes. So don't apologize. So if you're gonna do that, then don't apologize later. That's what people don't like. So now your supporters are backing. So those same blackologists that support you, like they did Nick Cannon, they back away when you get smart and actually say, you know what, let me just do the right thing and apologize and make it right. Then those same blackologists, they run away from you because they only want to be around other blackologists. Once you apologize, you are a raccoon to them.
These same questions that you guys ask, me dealing with it as being a melanated, pigmented person.
Deflect. Now look, melanated, pigment. Come on, man. Here we go with this.
All around the world, and dealing with racial biases against my skin color, demeaning me because
I get to hurt people because I'm being hurt, basically.
Of my religious beliefs. And I'm still sitting in the seat standing. So
well, you're not standing on the court, you're sitting down.
I take my full responsibility.
Okay.
Again, I'll repeat it.
Okay. So you're suspended indefinitely. You lost your Nike shoe deal contract. All right. Okay. And there's more to come.
Or posting something on my Instagram.
You might be thrown out the league where no team gonna touch you. So you're gonna still stand 10 toes down, just off a stupid pseudo documentary.
Or Twitter.
Top level.
That may have had some unfortunate falsehoods in it. But I also am
straight clown.
30 years old and I've been growing.
Everybody who supports this guy are either misled, don't know what's going on, or straight clown as well. They're in the darkness about what the documentary states and the Hebrew, the One West Camp doctrine altogether. And they need to sit back and learn from myself what I'm doing here, because I can talk that bold because I was part of that doctrine, that faith, that belief system, I know it's there. I know it's being taught. I know damn near all the camps that you guys never heard of. They're on my external hard drive. Some people just died, right? Some people died. The camps just fell off because camps ain't always big. Like they grew now. The people you see now, they were not that big at that time. They'd be 20 people deep. They're in the hundreds, damn near thousands now. The Purple and Gold was small, man. Small. Now they got camps everywhere in the 50 states. So you know what you're talking about.
Up in a country that's told me that I wasn't worth anything, and I came from a slave class.
This is a racial, anti-Semitic, anti-white, anti-African, anti-Islam, Arab, anti-Middle East, and anti-non-Black, non-West Indies, non-Native American, non-Hispanic doctrine. If you're not those people, it says you're going to hell, or you're going to be resurrected. Yeah, you're going to hell to be brought back to serve as slaves to the Israelites in the kingdom. That's what the doctrine teaches. You didn't know that, I know, so stand down.
I come from a people that are meant to be treated the way we get treated every day. So I'm not here to compare anyone's atrocities or tragic events that their families have dealt with generations of time. I'm just here to continue to expose things that our world
Right.
continues to
Exactly.
put in darkness.
There's so many Nation of Islam members that work at their jobs. They work in, corporate America. They work with employees. They don't share their beliefs openly. They go to college. They're taught things they don't believe, that they highly contend with. They know this is not a battle they're going to win. They understand they're in college to get a degree to further themselves, their community, their religion, their family. Okay? They're not going to drop the bag off their personal beliefs. They'll do it on their own terms. Okay? It's just that simple. You don't need to do this stuff, man. And guess what? What if he, it's quite possible that he was really bragging about the DVD. He's seen it as truth. He didn't realize it was so anti-Semitic and racial. That's also possible. Okay. But you could sit back and say, oh, really? I apologize. I didn't even catch that. I'll watch it over and, I'll make sure to call it out. You can straight just lie. But to stand 10 toes down and deflect when people is telling you over, and you see it ain't going away. The water is boiling hotter and hotter, and you are the rabbit in the pot. And they're adding carrots and parsley and garlic, and you still running your goddamn mouth. That's what happened with this fool. He seems it to be, yeah, because they believe that the poor shall inherit the kingdom. They believe the oppressed. So he's rich. He's not being oppressed. So don't forget, these blackologists, they tie him into the conspiracy theory that he's part of the Illuminati. So he has to find himself oppressed so they can say, see, yeah, he's with us. As part of the faith. You can't be living good. Oh, matter of fact, they just went live. The gold and yellow crew, the purple and yellow, they went live, and he said that. He said, oh, he read this. I remember. Look what he read. Look what he read. They just went live, and I caught it. And I said, okay, interesting. There you go. Look what he read. He started talking about like the intellectuals amongst, it doesn't matter which Bible. Come on. Can we get there? Yeah, come on, Bible, get me. Why'd I click that? Made it so damn hard. So he just read this. So this is the mindset of Kyrie Irving and these crazy Hebrew Israelites. Okay. So Paul called to be an apostle of Jesus Christ through the will of God and the Sosthenes our brother. And listen, never read a King James Version Bible, because that tither, thou, all that stuff, that's not the English we speak today. It's going to throw us off. And there's doctrines created just from the miscommunication on the language. Read from a modern English Bible, the way we talk today. You want a Bible, if you're into Christianity or Hebrew, you want to read a Bible that uses the English language of today. You will get more from your faith. Okay, believe me. All right, so anyway, let's go down to it. 24, but unto them which are called both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God. Because, let me make this bigger. So I'm at verse 25. It says, verse 24, but unto them which are called both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God. But the foolishness of God is wiser than man, and the weakness of God is stronger than man. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after flesh. So there's, see, let's do a English version, like a modern, because I want y'all to get what's being said here. Okay. I want y'all to get what's being said here. I'm going to go to my favorite translation when I was into this. Shit. Oh my God, really? Right here. God damn, how to skip that? Come on. All right, this is better. Okay, so 26. Brothers and sisters, consider what you were when God called you to be Christians. Not many of you were wise from a human point of view. That means educated, the university, the institutions. But God, it says, you were not in powerful positions or in the upper social classes. Kyrie, you are part of this you, Kyrie, this plural noun. You, Kyrie, are not in powerful positions or in the upper class or in the upper social classes, but Kyrie is. He is. So he cannot be there. But God chose what the world considers nonsense to put wise people to shame. God chose what the world considers weak to put what is strong to shame. God chose that the world considers ordinary and what is it despises what it considers to be nothing in order to destroy and what it considers to be something. As a result, no one can brag in God's presence. So Kyrie, in his mind, he got to fall down, because the Hebrew Israelites, they teach that they're in a poor, wretched condition because they're cursed, because they're God's chosen people. So if you're up there with Kyrie, these scriptures don't represent you. Okay, indigenous, you see? And this is reading 1 Corinthians earlier. Told you. So sometimes that's how that works, indigenous. Indigenous, I'm gonna need you, bro. I'm debating the Hebrew Israelite. It's the first time we could team up. This Hebrew Israelites do not believe the Bible speaks about a virgin birth in Matthew chapter 1. So if you believe the Bible does speak about a virgin birth, then this is the first time we can do a collab. Let me know what you think. All right, so let's go back.
I'm a light. I'm a beacon of light. That's what I'm here to do. You guys ask me questions about basketball, I give you my expert opinion. You guys ask me about other things, I give you my opinion, and it's met with whatever you believe the perception or the deception is. You guys investigate my life every day, and you justify it by serving your own purpose, which I honor. I would like the same respect in return. Figuring out just like anyone else.
Average.
So please keep that same energy when we're talking about anti-other things. Because just because I post a documentary doesn't mean I'm anti-Semitic. And doesn't mean that I'm automatically standing with everyone that is believing in that. So it's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I could stand on the truth because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be looking everyone in the eye and telling them the truth. But I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I study. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? It's one of the biggest mistakes I
Yeah,
had.
he sounds so stupid. Like he just talking. Why even just rant? This is his moment to preach. Actually, just don't say anything. Just let them ask the questions. Why do this?
Being a kid was not knowing European or Western language until I started looking it up and understanding the definitions and why they say, if you want to trick a black person, put it in a book. I was wondering my whole life why they said that. Now I'm 30 years old and I know
Who's they? Who's the they?
It's a superpower because it helps me understand where I'm going and where I come from, like a tree with roots.
Kyrie, the documentary listed among
Oh, no. He got the Kemet ring. Oh, yeah, this dude is so now I feel bad for the kid. He's soul searching. And when black people soul search, we go into the Phil Valentine doctrines, the hidden colors. This is what's crazy. This is what's crazy. And it's really our fault, the people who claim we're not pseudo. It's our fault because we didn't do a better job of promoting correct information and debunking misinformation in Black society.
So it said the Holocaust didn't happen. Do you believe the Holocaust
those
happened?
falsehoods are unfortunate. And it's
Okay,
not
so
that
it said the Holocaust. So if you ran already, it said the documentary said the Holocaust didn't happen, and he called it a falsehood. Thank you.
I don't believe in the Holocaust.
Happened? Do you believe the Holocaust
those
happened?
falsehoods are unfortunate. And it's not that I don't believe in the Holocaust. I never said that. Never, ever.
Yeah, he didn't say that part was falsehood. That was slick. So I spoke too soon. Go ahead, Kyrie.
It's not come out of my mouth. I never tweeted it.
But he just asked you. Okay, see, you hear the problem here? He just first told him. He said the documentary seems to suggest the Holocaust never happened. Do you believe the Holocaust never happened? He never answered the question. He said, you never see me say it, blah, 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 blah. But he's asking you now. He's saying the DVD said it. Do you believe that part of the DVD? He won't answer the anti-Semitic questions straight up.
Liked anything like it. So the Holocaust in itself is an event that means something to a large group of people that suffered something that could have been avoided. No one said we had to practice racism. No one said we had to treat each other like garbage. No one said that I had to stand here today and understand that many people that come from generations 60 years ago, 40 years ago, enslaved some of my ancestors still spiritually, mentally, and emotionally, and it's still going on. And you guys are asking me.
Okay. Dude, you could have posted a documentary like the 13th? The 13th, that's a great documentary. I didn't watch it, but why I heard that from many Black people. Why didn't you post the 13th Amendment? What was that thing called? I don't know. But why did you, if that's how you felt, if you felt like Black folks were blah, 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 that was a great documentary to post. Nobody would, it's correct information, it's great information, and it's uplifting. It'll put people on notice. Your community would have benefited greatly because other people would have understood more about what has happened to Black folks, what continues to happen to Black folks. That would have been a great documentary to post. But we are wasting our time posting garbage. People with him, with a large millions of followers on Instagram, all this influence, why not use that influence to correctly motivate, to correctly uplift, to correctly educate people and more specifically, Black people. Nope. We use our influence to promote foolishness. Ron Artest goes to Breakfast Club. He brings Polite with him. Okay, he could have brought anybody else with him that knew what they was talking about. He brought Polite.
Respectfully, to speak on something that was a documentary that I had nothing to do with. I didn't make it.
Yeah.
So
He keeps saying he had nothing to do with the documentary, so therefore I'm blameless. That's just goofy.
just please keep that same energy when you guys are addressing me.
Kyrie, for the record, do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs?
Okay, so flat out, they asked him, basically, are you anti-Semitic?
Do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs?
He said, do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs? This is a straightforward question. You can really turn the temperature down from the boiling water if you just answer this question. Kyrie, do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs? Real simple. And the answer should be no if you do not. If you do have anti-Semitic beliefs, then say anything but no. And let's see what he says.
Yeah.
Do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs?
Again, I'm gonna repeat. I don't know how the label becomes justified because you guys.
So if you're asking a white person who wants to quote Zimmerman and other white people that Black people found, some, let's say some Karens, some people that we felt shady and black and harmful to Black society, and you're asking Tom Brady about the Birth of a Nation documentary and this thing from Zimmerman and this thing from Karen, who was racial towards a little black boy, little black girl, and he's deflecting, and they just flat out ask him. They say, Stephen A. just say, yo, Tom Brady, are you racist towards Black people? Because you did 3 suspect things that Black folks consider racist towards Black people. So I'm gonna ask you outright, are you racist towards Black people? If Tom Brady says anything other than no, Black people will be justified to conclude, Tom Brady, you are a racist towards Black people. We don't rock with you. We want you canceled. They flat out asked Kyrie, do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs? He deflected again. How can you defend that? How, Sway?
Ask me the same questions over
And you
over
won't
again.
answer it.
But this is not going to turn into a spin around cycle of questions upon questions. I told you guys how I felt.
Actually, it's the same question. They're asking over because you will not answer it. And you're right now, to them, you're suspect. You're suspicious. You're a anti-Semitic suspect. So clear your name and just say no. But he's so arrogant, he just can't do it.
I respect all walks of life and embrace all walks
That's
of life.
not the answer. That's not an answer.
That's where I sit.
I think what people want to hear though is just a yes or
I
no.
think people want to hear a yes or no. Okay. How would he respond to that? Because he's just the smartest person. Everybody that knows Kyrie in sports, they always say, like, this fool thinks he's just the smartest person in the room. And he just outsmart anybody. So now they're asking the guy, I think people want to hear a yes or a no.
That's where I sit.
I think what people want to hear though is just a yes or no on that question. Yes or no.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
What the heck? What? Okay.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
I cannot be anti-Semitic because I know where I come from. Again, this is the Dr. Khalid Muhammad. This is the Dr. Claude Anderson. Black folks can't be racist because we don't have any power. Like, dude, what are you talking about? So that means we could say stuff that hurt people And because we don't have so-called power, our words should be powerless. That means they should not be impactful. They shouldn't hurt anybody. Like, come on, man. All right. So now, hold on. So you heard him from his own words. So when people try to save this brother, now you know what you're dealing with. Okay. Let me go here for you. Hold on.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Research
All right,
Institute
so
Cancer Immunotherapy and You Patient
we
Education
like
Webinar Series.
information plus
I'm your host,
entertainment.
Dr. Arthur Brodsky,
All right,
Assistant Director of
entertainment.
Scientific
So,
Content at the Cancer.
This is a commercial. I just found this. Check this out. Another commercial. Commercials over. Hey, this battle was so fun. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Okay, I'm not gonna play the whole thing.
T-Rex get jumped at a child party. He gonna let some kids hurt him?
I guess you can, Williams.
Well, it's cool he could jump in. Don't let little slack turn into a big murder. Tell your mother this.
Tell your mother this, okay? Listen. This how he's starting off. That's T-Rex. Right? He's an OG in the rap battles. This is a young dude trying to make his way.
This ain't even a mother diss.
He said, tell your mother this. This ain't even, he said, tell your mother this. This ain't even a mother diss. This is gonna be funny. Chris Cross, check this out.
Your life was pacified. That's why you grew up on some sucker shit.
He said your life was pacified. That's why you grew up on some sucker shit. Yeah, he put together that pretty good. This is how you battle rap.
This ain't even a mother diss. Your life was pacified. That's why you grew up on some sucker shit. You're just a fucking kid. Running around every battle rapper fucking vent, sucking dick, doing the same things that your mother did.
He came at his ratchet mom. I rewinded this thing, this like 20 times. I was laughing so hard. This little boy brought his mother, or his mother brought him. But now, this is when y'all gonna get mad at me. It's okay. I'm not gonna do what Kyrie did. I'm not gonna deflect. This is what some single moms produce when they raise boys. All right, this boy could be anything in the world. He said he's 16 years old. He could be anything in the world. He could be impactful in Black society. No, mama is supporting he's 16 years old. Mama is supporting his street battle rap career. Mama got on, I thought this was like Halloween or some shit, but it turned out it wasn't. This was 4 days ago. Why mama got some Los Angeles prostitution clothes? I just couldn't, I'm wondering, like, why is she dressed like that? Wait till you see the bottom half.
Sucking dick.
Yeah, top 504. This nigga did. Yeah, this was funny.
Doing the same things that your mother did.
He pushed him out the way, got at his mother. That was funny as hell.
Dick. Doing the same things that your mother did.
Let's
get this straight, guys.
Hold it down.
this was a straight mismatch. Like the dude young. Is this what you want to do? You know, he got confidence. I think he could be better in life in this, you know, if you want to do this, no problem. I just can't see a working, goal-oriented father pushing his son to battle rap. I support him going to, I just can't see it. I'm sorry. Maybe a deadbeat dad that wasn't in his life, really didn't raise him, didn't grow up under his roof, coming back in his life, supporting it. I just can't see a young man growing up in a father's house and the dad's behind him is a battle rap career. I just can't see it.
Hold it down! Yo, on his phone down! Phone down! Only person who phone is down. Get it straight. That was never.
Mike is flagged for this.
Let's get this straight. Y'all thought that I was the one that bit the bait. No matter how tough you try to sound, shorty, all I'm gonna hear is Miss Chalet.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the link. Yo, he killed Shorty. Yeah, Sue Surf, man, from Newark, New Jersey, held a Rico. Dudes, and he said he was making good money from battle rap. He had some 6 figures in his bank account, and the dudes out here and involved some Rico shit, some gang, murder, all just niggas. I don't know what's up with these guys, man. And the baby, the baby's making me like him. The baby, not little baby. The baby's making me like him less and less and less. He coming on all these shows, Math Hoffa, this, the Breakfast Club, Hot 97, and he's acting like he just some G. Like, dude, when did you ever become a G? Like, when did you ever become a gangster? Like he's talking like he just that dude. Like he just in the streets. Dude, the baby, you're a regular guy. Like you really got people who like the King Vons. You really got people who Lil Durk that grew up in this. People from Bronx, New York, from California. You snooping them. You really got people who really grew up in this. Even a Sue Surf. The baby, that's not you. He even said it in his bars when he was when his female rappers featured him. He said, you ain't gotta claim a gang for fame. That's what my pop said. Something like that. Like you ain't gotta get in the gang. That's what my pop said. So he's bragging about not being affiliated with a gang, not being, seduced to join a gang. Dude, that's not you. But in all these interviews, he's just so thuggish and y'all need to watch Math Hoffa with the baby. It looked like Math Hoffa wanted to test him. The way he kept questioning him and asking about snitching, it looked like his aggression, because the baby kept just talking like he just is invincible. Like he just could, he just a triple OG. It looked like the energy in that room, it was tension. It looked like Math Hoffa wanted to say something to make to make the baby get up and want to fight. I'm telling you. Lil Slap younger than him, and Lil Slap dad is managing. Oh my God. Well, I take that back. I take that back what I said. I take that back. Yeah. I'm not Kyrie. I take that back. Take that back. That's sad. But blackologists act like somehow they're Tariq Bey, this liberation bullshit. Dude, how are you going to stop that? These kids are being pushed by their parents, mom and dads, to do stupid shit like gangster street battles. This is something I think a kid get into after he finished high school and he really ain't college bound like that, and he went this direction. I would have no problem with a young boy who's done with high school, who's now a young man, that want to go this route. But when you're in school, there are so many things you can become, so many great careers you can pursue. But nope, we let Indians, Asians, whites, everybody else dominate academia, while we go into these goofy fields that don't last long, and we let other people, and to them, I can say them because I named the nation. I said Asians, Indian, so I can say them now. We let them dominate in those fields, and we keep being their workers. While they be the bosses, we be the workers. And until we start going that route, it should, you know how they had an arms race, they had a nuclear race, they had all these space race. Why can't Black folks just have an education race with the other nations where we just all out? We're trying to be the smart, we're trying to be the next Elon Musk, we're trying to be the smartest. Why can't we have that race? We want to race an actual track. We want to do basketball, football. We want to be the best of all those things. When are we going to say, okay, let's dominate education. Let's dominate academia. Let's dominate this field of STEM. When will that ever be a challenge for us to dominate? So I posted a link of this rap battle. I'm not going to play the rest. But I found it funny. But the mom was ratchet though. I have no idea what she was wearing. All right, so let me go. I've been watching a lot of Penny Hardaway early stuff. All right. So Kanye West back out here saying retarded stuff. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play a sister. I'm gonna play the sisters you're not gonna see in these commercials. So you can see where I'm coming from when I complain about the women they have in these commercials don't represent Black women in average Black society. All right. I'm just looking for some other videos I had yesterday. Okay. No, that's not it. I'll make everything short. Yesterday it was long. Today I make everything short. Okay, the videos are up and ready. I just gotta do one more. And we're good. Oh yeah, I want to play this right here. Damn, DJ Academics, he got mad. I can't play that. I got too many views. Okay, I can play this right here. I got Dr. Dunbar Johnson. I got some Dr. Dunbar Johnson. Dunbar Johnson. Okay. Looking for one more video. That might be it then. Okay, that might be it. All right. So
That's
now,
scary. They can't control you. They can't.
now I want y'all to listen to this right here.
That's scary. They can't. That's scary. They can't control you. They can't. They try to suppress you, but that's how they try to categorize.
They can't control me. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq. They can control Charles Barkley. They can control LeBron James. They can
Why you got that Meek Mills look?
control Jay-Z and Beyonce.
But not you, man.
But they can't control me. You
Not
see, it
you.
ain't no name I won't name. It's up.
Not you.
You know what I'm saying? And
There's no name I won't name. It's up. Oh my God.
just for Minister Farrakhan, I love you, but the way you read that, I took that as a slight. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking no disrespect from nobody. So let's get on
You're coming at Mr. Louis Farrakhan.
the phone and let's talk that out. I don't care who you are. I ain't taking no slice from nobody, right? I ain't taking no slice from nobody. It's God. That's the only person that I serve. My mom ain't here. My mama was sacrificed.
Me too.
You understand?
Yeah, he's feeding into the conspiracy theory about his own mama. He said his mama was a sacrifice. This dude is crazy. Now look what he say after that.
Yeah. I'm Christian.
Michael Jordan, what about him? His daddy, right? Bill Cosby, his son,
They're all sacrifices.
right? Dr. Dre, his son. You know, out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize. And God loved me. You understand? They hit me. Gap, Adidas, all that away. Still, Forbes, who hate me, right, had to write net worth 400 million. Jesus is king. God loved me.
That's more important thing in life.
That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? And this truth is going to be heard. Y'all can't send none of y'all Meek Mills, y'all Puffies, y'all Lil Boozy, none of these names, none of these people that have to listen to y'all because they're dealing with, they have legal. I never killed nobody, right? I'm the pussy that never killed nobody, right? But that means I can say whatever I want
So he's saying those guys kill people. That's crazy.
and not go to jail.
All right, like, subscribe.
Dude is crazy. And y'all want to stand behind him, and y'all want to stand behind Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving. Two crazy black men. Y'all are crazy. And I'm saying y'all to the people who are standing behind them and calling other people like myself negative words because we will not back foolishness.
No one is. But
Everything that happened, I had to deal with that. And I'm still dealing with it because ain't nobody come and take me to.
What is that?
I ain't gonna lie. Now look at this. This do not represent black women in society. Don't worry. I'm gonna play some women that do.
This is my new WWE NetSpend prepaid MasterCard.
No, I was talking.
You give me no help. Ain't nobody got me no help.
Okay, so they keep showing those women. All right, let me read some of this. Unbiased, if you made all that money, why you still dependent on so-called, yeah, exactly. If these guys worrying so much about they control us, why not build some schools, pharmacies, something educational that is concrete so you can control it? Yeah, exactly, Dice Man. Why don't you control somebody? You know, when you have a company, you control people in your company. He instead of owning his companies, all he has is like his own sneakers. He didn't even have his own distribution company for his own sneakers. He relied on Adidas and Adidas distribution. So what did so my man never had employees. So he was never in control. Thanks, man. What brick and mortar did he own where he had employees and he controlled them and he made sure they was well fed, taken care of, and they could take care of their families and things like that? No brick and mortar. He just got contracts. This guy became a billionaire off contracts. Don't even own his own shit in Adidas. Contracts. Too stupid to do that. Michael Jordan, different. Michael Jordan said, nah, you know what? These gonna be called Jordans. We ain't really, Nike has something to do with it, whatever, but these are Jordans. These ain't even Nikes anymore. These are Jordans. Yeah, they're their own brand. With all that money, you can create your own system and employ exactly. This dude's so selfish. Again, he has, what brick and mortar does he have where black folks are employed? Where he could dictate what ethnicities, what religious people are employed and create his own environment where he could just be doing that. But he's always in people's faces with cameras. Now, a clown like him should have been coming to black media more often. Don't go to black media when you start getting in trouble. He always wants these cameras in his face. TMZ, he should be going to Revolt with Noriega. He should be going to $1 million worth of games. Joe Buttons, all those guys. Star Report, any sisters, go to them. Go to the sisters channel. Go to Sonetta. Go to anybody who claims to have some type of media channel that's already out there, that's already out there doing big things. Go to Taharka Bay. He should be going to all these black channels, big, and this is how you empower black people. A name like that, like Kanye West, but that's Brandon Stickers, something like that. You go to Mayweather is responsible for Fight Hype solely. Mayweather went interview with nobody but Fight Hype. Now, Fight Hype is not black owned, but my point is, this is how you can build somebody up. So Kanye West, because I don't recall Mayweather being black. That's Kanye West out of nowhere. So why not go to black media sources and talk to them and let them interview? Even Black Magic, the Red Pills. Go to Black Society, even the woman that Cynthia G. Go to their channels. Let them interview you, half an hour, 1 hour. Big them up, build them up. TBA, whoever, Tariq Nasheed. Go to these Roland Martin. Go to these people, okay? And empower black folks that way, since you have no brick and mortar. But you won't do it, and you still won't do it. He thought his name was going to be his currency one day. Kanye must never heard of owning control situation for positive outcomes. Damn, I hate to say Umar was right again. So now Kanye West going broke, but he helped Kim brand, so our generation would be good. Yep. Damn, Umar, Kanye could have completed with Amazon and FedEx and hired mostly black people. Yep. He'll talk God body, but then talk shit about LeBron. Kanye owned all the rights to his shoes. I don't see how Jordan deal was better than Kanye. We can, I don't know. I'm not gonna take straight up and down. I don't know the details of Mike and Kanye. I don't know the details. We could look it up later. I don't know. But check this out.
With her?
Because of what you saw me go through.
So that's his mom. His mom had a hard life. Like, his mom was really in the mud, like streets. I'm saying streetwise. I ain't saying like in the mud, like dirty. But his mom was really in the streets. I ain't gonna lie. This wasn't what I thought it was gonna be, because the title says Lil Scrappy confronts his mother, his 3 or 4 mother. This actually had me in, I wasn't bawling out crying, but I was in tears. This put me in tears.
I didn't know.
No, I saw your lifestyle. I grew up in a whorehouse. I grew up in a trap house.
Yep.
So all I knew was that. You know what I'm saying? And I love you because you held it down and like you did what you had to do. But imagine you never had
child point of view.
You never had to sleep with your mama 24/7 because you couldn't go in your room.
Okay.
You never had to walk in on my dope.
Yeah.
You never had to walk in on my just you know what I'm saying? The way I was raised, I had to deal with that cuz everything that happened, I had to deal with that. And I'm still dealing with it because ain't nobody come take me to give me no help. Ain't nobody got me no help. I learned about that when I got older.
Okay. So do you?
No, this
That blonde wig, I don't know, man. I just can't accept that. I just can't.
Real good, like this. This in my head, my whole life, in my head. The I go through, I can't even go to her. She hard. I can't go to you. You hard. So I'm on the concrete. My granddaddy ain't that hard.
Wow.
But guess what? And I ain't taking nothing from you because you put me there.
At Bombas, we make the comfiest socks, underwear, and t-shirts that feel good, and most of all,
You put money in my. You gave me to help my rap career and all that. Ain't nobody do that but you. So I love my mama.
It's okay though.
And I love my wife.
Yeah. But I love you.
You feel me?
But this is my baby. I just can't change his diaper.
I ain't gonna lie, that had me a little tears earlier. All right.
I wore this to our resort trip, and it was kind of risque. So I was like, kind of like holding it a bunch. It was just like they had it on basic colors, and I just thought it was so cute. But I wasn't into colors and like that.
Seeing here, China North.
Real gaudy type stuff. This summer,
This is what I believe represents Black beauty and Black society. This woman right here. Let's see.
I wasn't into colors and like that real gaudy. Okay, like this is a complete showstopper. First of all, it has a high waist.
Okay.
Or morning on the
This
beach.
woman.
Matter of fact, even wake up to the beach. We need to be in our bikinis
You're not gonna see these women in
24/7.
commercials. All right, you're not gonna see these women in commercials. Any average commercial.
You feel me?
I'm a woman of standard.
So this first outfit. Ooh. So I have this 3-piece here. It is this bikini.
Okay, you're not gonna see them. That's later. Not there. Not there. Let's go here. I did this yesterday. I wonder, somebody flagged me.
Asks, who are Ashkenazi Jews? She's seen several Messianic websites and Facebook groups.
Yeah, let me play some of these videos too, and I'm gonna drop the link.
Groups that claim that only black people are the true Israelites and Jews. They also seem to detest the idea of a white person being welcomed in or even grafted into Yahweh's family. They claim the Jews we know today who are Ashkenazi Jews are actually from Japheth, not from Shem.
Okay, so you heard that from indigenous. Ashkenazi Jews don't come from Shem, they from Japheth, and they could be just making stuff up. But okay.
Is it possible there are other skin color variations amongst the 12 tribes? They also claim Yeshua was black. So maybe we can clarify some of this as to exactly who are Ashkenazi Jews and how does this work with the whole thing?
Okay, yeah, it sounds like there's a couple of questions in there really to answer. First of all, the Jews in Judaism are classified in two groups. One is Ashkenazic, the other is Sephardic. Ashkenazic is what we call
Now, the Sephardic, what we read yesterday, that sometimes people say Sephardic Jews, they also bringing in the Mizrahi Jews, okay? So they say Sephardic, sometimes they're also including the Mizrahi Jews.
the white European Jew. Sephardic is what we refer to as the Moroccan dark Jew. In Israel, the vast majority of the Jews that are there are Sephardic.
In Israel, he said the vast majority of Jews in Israel are Sephardic.
They come from the Middle Eastern areas, North African areas and things like that. Now, that's a completely different subject from the other one about the idea that Yeshua may have been a black person and this other thing that they're referring to.
Almost kind of a racist.
That's a different, I'm familiar with what that is. That is a different, what we call identity group. And there's a couple of these kind of running around. And where they take the ancient scriptures and they try to claim they're the true biological descendants of it. And generally, it's kind of a thesis, antithesis things. There's this thesis that the Jews are well recognized and known in the world, so obviously we got to be different from that. That's the antithesis. And that's part of what these identity groups will do. They'll attack what is the consensus position in the world concerning a certain...
Baseman said Kyrie is a true Jew and his ancestors are Jewish. They finances slave trade. That's
ethnic group, and then they'll lay claim that they're the true ones and the other ones are false ones, or they got there some nefarious way. Let me just say, as a general rule, if you're part of a group that asserts their identity to the harm of other groups or other people, you're probably not on the path of truth. This is tends to be a cultic practice, and cults typically are very closed-minded, not very wise about things. And I'm familiar with the groups that they're referring to. By the way, it is a fascinating study as to what Yeshua physically might have looked like in his physical appearance. Obviously, God doesn't put that much emphasis on it. In fact, even in the faith, for all of those that come into the kingdom, God does not assert that if you're native born of Jacob, that you get one set of things versus the Gentile, the non-native born, the alien sojourner. We hear some of that language on scriptures, but really what it was addressing at that time was not the ethnicity, not the biological ethnicity. It was talking about, do you believe in the God of Israel? Do you believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Because other nations tended to be idolaters and believe in other gods. And so the references that you hear in Scripture to aliens and sojourners is you're talking about a people that came out of a land where they worshiped idols. And whereas God is emphasizing to worship Him. I can assure you that in the kingdom, we will not be divided up or asserting our biological ethnicity or true physical heritage. We will be asserting that we have been adopted in and that we all believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and therefore we are descendants of Abraham by adoption or the doctrine of election.
So that adoption thing, Old Testament and New Testament, this is something that Black Hebrew Israelites like to skip over, and they start to explain it differently.
No, but you have to be conscious of the kind of language you're using to, you know. He's playing the same word salad game, you know, with his language, you know. When he uses word like biological difference, there's no biological difference between African and a Chinese. There is no biological difference. So he's using word salad words. He's hop, skipping, and jumping.
Yeah,
and when he said that, no, he said too faulty. And when he said that the Bible don't make reference to race, the Bible make reference to race.
I think he's saying the race. The question was Jesus Black? So he's saying the Bible don't pay too much attention or.
No, the Bible didn't have to say Jesus was Black, because the Bible tells you who Jesus was.
Right.
And if Jesus comes from that part of the world, Jesus could not be Ashkenazi.
No. But that's he definitely wasn't African. He definitely wasn't sub-Saharan. He definitely wasn't white, and he definitely was not sub-Saharan African either.
No.
Right. So hold on. But he's not. That's why he's not arguing that. Jewish people, he just mentioned earlier, he acknowledged that most of the Jews, he just said most of the Jews that's in Israel are Sephardic, and he said that's Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but most of the Jews in Israel are Sephardic, and not the powerful Jews. If we look at all of the Jewish prime ministers since Israel became a state, none of the Jewish prime ministers look like the Moroccan Jews. None of them.
Well, then we doing a looker shit.
Wait. No. Because
hold on.
we define Ashkenazi for Moroccan Jew. So we can't throw it out for one thing and put it in for the next thing. I am saying to you, this is what I am saying, that if you bring up a picture of all Jewish prime ministers, all Israeli prime ministers, since Israel received independence, none of them look like the more popular people in the land.
No problem. That's not the argument right now. All he's saying, he was asked questions about Black Hebrew Israelites' assertions on, Jewish people, white Jews, and he's responding to Black Hebrew Israelites' assertions and attacks on white Sephardic Jews, and he responded. So now where he's going was, he's saying the bloodline, according to the Bible, your ethnicity of who you actually are really doesn't matter. He's saying that in the Old Testament and definitely the New Testament, that the Bible talks more about adoption, right? Because a Christian is an adopted son of God. The Jewish people were biological sons of God. Or, for the most part, like that's what God chose in the beginning. So
yeah, God chose the people are biological. And they never joke to tell you differently. They're biological different than anybody else.
Listen.
For what's my better word? Genetically.
Different. Look, but that's why when the Bible says, it says in Christ there's no Jew, there's no Greek, there's no man, there's no woman. It's saying those things doesn't matter.
But the Jews don't use the New Testament. So we're using the term in Christ when we're referring to a group that don't recognize that law.
Yeah, look,
if the Bible, look at the Bible, there's two sets of law. The original law and the revised law.
Stu Peace, I don't accept the Quran, but I know some of the stories. Right? I can tell you if it's accurate or not. So they don't got to accept the New Testament to understand the stories in the New Testament.
But that argument also has a fallacy with it, because if
what are you actually? Still, what are you actually arguing? Because I'm trying to follow you, and I'm like, there's so many rabbit holes. What are you actually saying?
My argument is that this man is being disingenuous.
What is his argument? Still, what is his argument, Stu?
No, his argument is that race don't play an issue in Judaism. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to his argument.
Yeah, because I think he missed it.
Listen to his argument. I don't miss it. They play word salad. Don't make nobody use freaking word.
Okay, cool. Here we go. Look, if you let it play, we already played this yesterday. This is your first time hearing it. If you let it play, he's mentioning things, and he's going to conclude what really matters. So that's where you're going right now.
Yeah, all right, let's listen.
All right, so hold on.
And that we all believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and therefore we are descendants of Abraham by adoption, or the doctrine of election, as the scripture teaches to us. So all this business of asserting a certain physical identity, biological identity, whatever, to tell you the truth, it's all red wheels. It's meaningless compared to what the scripture really talks about. So my counsel, my recommendation is just kind of steer clear there. Stick with what the Lord has to say in the scripture, and you do have an identity. You are of the seed of Abraham through the Messiah, and that's all you need to know, and that's all we need to assert.
And through adoption, we would end up with Jacob's flock that's just looks like right. Any...
You want to be adopted in the kingdom. It's actually better than being native born, and so to be chosen by the Father right. is far better for you in terms of blessings and inheritance.
So in the whole family...
There you go. So
all right, I understand now. Let me make my point clear. This man is as disingenuous as a $3 bill. And I'm going to tell you why he's disingenuous. He is using people, anybody listening, this is stupid. So stupid is big controversy. The Bible is two sets of law. You have the Jewish law and the Christian law. Men say you have New Testament, the Christian law, and Old Testament, the Jewish law. This man is using Christian law to evaluate Jewish law. Christianity is about adoption. Christianity, Jesus said, Jews, Gentiles, everybody. In my Father's house there are many mansions. If it was not so, I would not have said so. So Christianity is an inclusive religion. Judaism was a biological religion. It was separate.
It's two pieces. I think I think we both made a mistake. I don't believe he's
listen to what he's saying again.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't believe he's actually a Jew that's subscribed to the faith of Judaism alone.
He's a Christian.
Yeah. I think he's a Judeo-Christian.
That's what I'm saying. He's using Christianity to evaluate Jewish belief, and you cannot do that. You cannot use Christianity to say what a Jew think or what a Jew believe.
I have no idea what you're saying, but if you read the Bible, it was Jesus, the one that came through and started look. When you said I didn't even finish. You said nah. It was Jesus. Well, I mean, I read the New Testament just about 100 damn times. It was Jesus, the one who came through and was putting aside Jewish customs because everything was in law. Okay, some stuff was just Jewish customs that they were acting like was law. Okay, so you got to first know that the Jews were making that's why the Bible says doctrines of men. The Jews were coming up with their own customs and then holding the people to it as if it was God's law. Last thing. So, and I can show you a bunch of examples of Jesus debunking Jewish customs in the New Testament, saying this is bullshit, basically.
Yes, but this is what you're missing. This man went right. He argued 3 different points and he convoluted them. He convoluted them in word salad. If you listen carefully to the points that he argued, one of the things he told you is that it is not biological. The second thing he told you is that in Israel, one population is greater than the other.
They don't understand.
That's the second thing he told you. He told you that the more indigenous population is greater than the European flavored population. And then he told you that it doesn't matter because the Lord say adoption is better than bloodline. So he mixed up 3 separate different stories to come to the conclusion that race didn't matter. And I am saying to you, this is what Stu Pease is saying. I am saying to you, if race didn't matter in Israel, how is it that every prime minister of Israel has been of Ashkenazi orientation since Israel received independence? If race didn't matter, because it's time to reason, if you have a population that is mostly one set of people, your political representation would have come from that set of people. But they like to highlight that. But yet still, every Jew, what is they represent in Israel, don't look like the majority of Jews that live in Israel. Unless the race doesn't matter. Those 2 things can't coincide. They can't come to a logical conclusion. If you use logic, stupid someone will use logic. Something wrong with that picture. Go ahead.
All right, so let me go back to this.
Who are the Semitic people? And then we're going to get to the public enemy thing.
Right.
So I looked up who is the Semitic people. And there's a list of Semitic people. And anyone can do this right now. You can look up who are the Semitic people. What are the Semitic languages?
Right.
Has absolutely nothing to do with any white people.
Right.
Not at all. So in order for me to...
This guy just making up shit off the fly.
...to be anti-Semitic, I'd have to be anti-black man, anti-black woman, anti-black people, anti-Africa, anti-all of the people.
Because the Semitic people
are black people.
That's
bullshit. That's bullshit and that's a lie. That's bullshit and that's a lie. That's bullshit. If he said to me that Muslims are Semitic people, I would agree with him. Muslims are Semitic also. Right? But when he comes down and says black people, and there's no such thing as black people.
He just making stuff up.
There was no black people before the transatlantic slave trade. There was no black people before the transatlantic slave trade. That name was devised to enslave people. That kind of description was devised to enslave people. Because there was no black people before the transatlantic slave trade. They were dark-faced people. There are people who them describe having bird face, the Ethiopians. And that was a name that was made up also by the Europeans. But nobody on the continent of calling themselves black people. Not one soul. They was calling themselves people. And they was calling themselves by the name of them tribe.
Right.
But they was never calling themselves black people.
Right.
And they must never call himself burn face. Just like how no white person before English language was calling themselves pale face.
Right.
Before the North American Indian called them pale face. No white people was ever calling themselves pale face. Or red man or yellow man. The red man being the Indian, the yellow man being the Chinese.
So this is what ultimately got Nick Cannon canceled when he got canceled. Okay, so this is how Nick Cannon got canceled. So I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I'm gonna go into the talking points that got him canceled. So you're already hearing it.
So y'all get that clarity. We're gonna say that again.
Now,
the Semitic people are black people.
So I cannot be anti-Semitic. Now, what do they really use the phrase anti-Semitic to do? That's the thing.
To divide us.
Exactly.
Right.
So they put this title on you, anti-Semitic.
Now he keeps saying they, and he didn't establish I didn't hear an established subject or a noun. Okay. So he keeps saying they, and so he leaves it up to our imagination who this they is. But they're gonna later reveal who the they is the whole time.
Semitic, and then they neutralize you.
Right.
Separated me from the group.
Right.
Say he's a Jew hater. He hate white people. He hate gay people. He hate all white people with freckles and red hair, whatever.
Right.
And they put that on me, which I never said these things.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I just.
Now, by the way, Public Enemy threw him out the group for being anti-Semitic. Like his own group, Chuck D and Flavor Flav and all of them, S1W, they threw him out for being anti-Semitic. So, and you see, he's carrying those same thoughts wherever he goes. Now, here's the messed up thing, though, Stu.
So, no, how is he anti-Semitic? Define anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Okay, when you define this word properly.
Wait. Before we do the word salad thing, okay?
I'm not doing the word salad.
I know, but it's about to get there. So I just want to say this: when it comes to Jewish people, it's divided up in three categories. You got Ashkenazi Jews, you got the Sephardic Jews, and you got the Mizrahi Jews. Okay, so when you're anti-Semitic, you can be anti to either one of them. Okay, then you have certain things that you got certain derogatory terms that only apply to Sephardic Jews and what they've been through in their history. Then you have certain terms that only apply to the Mizrahi Jews and what they've been through in their journeys. And then you have certain words. You have certain words that only applies to Ashkenazi Jews and what they've been through. And that's when they start to pin, when they say anti-Semitic, it starts to just focus on Ashkenazi Jews because most of the anti-Semitic rhetoric has been solely directed to Ashkenazi Jews. So when they read the definition, it won't make sense unless you see where it's going. So you don't see people of the world condemning Sephardic Jews like that, or challenging them, or got conspiracy theories, or even about the Mizrahi Jews. You see a lot of the hateful speech, words, actions being targeted, and this throughout their history, everywhere they ever been. they've been faced with all these hateful words and actions and marginalizations, all these prejudices. It's always been the Ashkenazi Jews. So this is why when people say anti-Semitic, they only think of Ashkenazi Jews, although it's not just applied to them. But make no mistake, when somebody say bacon and lox eating, all those things, you are talking exclusively about Ashkenazi Jews. So the word anti-Semitic has ended up just applying to them because of that.
No, because you need to understand this about that word. The word anti-Semitic, when it was first coined, it wasn't coined in reference to any other Jew.
But it's coined now.
No.
Let
me finish.
I make big deals about small things.
No.
Words change.
Please,
Words
please,
evolve.
when that word was first coined, when that word first came into use in the English lexicon and in the German lexicon, it was towards Ashkenazi Jews.
Right.
Because that word was used towards any other Jew, and no other Jew was ever using that word to describe his persecution.
Was anybody right? So you just said it. What words are being used towards Sephardic Jews, Stupes? What words were being used towards them? What?
It wasn't anti-Semite. It wasn't anti-Semite.
Right. So what was?
I don't know what word was used.
Right.
But they were also being persecuted.
Oh yeah. Wait, dude, you're all over the place. I got it. And guess what? I guarantee you, there's a word that they were using towards them.
But it wasn't anti-Semitic. So therefore,
it doesn't matter. It was a word.
When the root word, the weirdest things. No, I'm not arguing the weirdest thing. When the root word, because it become international now, to all Jews, and it's not true. The intent was never to all Jews. Just like when you hear the word Holocaust, what happened in Rwanda, when the Hutu was chopping up the Tutsi, and the Tutsi was chopping up the Hutu, and 1 million Rwandans died.
I argue
No.
the worst things.
No, let me finish. When 1 million Rwandans was chopped to death, the word Holocaust was almost like it could not be used to describe what the Rwandans went through.
Okay.
No, because the word Holocaust is reserved only for what happened.
Yeah, that's good.
No. Same way like the word anti-Semitic is reserved for Ashkenazi Jews.
Okay.
And don't let them fool you to say it means other Jews.
They who's the they you talking about?
They meaning the press or other people or other Jews or Ashkenazi Jews will tell you that anti-Semitic refer to all Jews. No. Just like how they want to reserve the word Holocaust, they need to reserve the word anti-Semitic.
Yeah. People should do that. People should reserve words for their plight only, so we won't confuse it. See, black folks ain't do that. Wait, hold on. Black folks ain't do that, and that's why when they say slavery, that means everything. It's not because we didn't reserve something just for us. It's just slavery. So now when we say slavery, we like tie everything with it. Now we tie antiquity slavery, historical slavery. We tie everything with the word slavery because we didn't coin the term that was exclusive just for what we went through. We allowed it to be called.
Because we were embarrassed by the slave trade.
Well,
we were embarrassed that we were weak.
But that's ignorance is no excuse. We should have came up with a term, coined it, where it only speaks about what we went through. We didn't do that, and now we're mad at people who did that. That's weird.
Right. So when the power in the word anti-Semitic, it becomes a very powerful term. It is even more powerful than racist. Because the Jew girl who was there calling the girl from University of Kentucky, I made no doubt about it. Her name is Rose or Rosie, who was telling the girl from the black girl at University of Kentucky. This was a Jewish girl calling the girl at University of Kentucky no ends of nigger and bitch. She called her nigger in the video roughly 45 times. and bitch 30 times. Anybody
Okay.
can go and look at it. That was a Jewish girl calling a black girl nigga, like all day, all night. But racism is a weaker word than anti-Semitic. If you're anti-Semitic, it's almost on the top of the pile. But if you're racist, it's not so bad.
Okay, so because I do want to play more of the video, but this is what I say afterwards. But let me just say this again: don't get mad at people, the LGBTQIA plus, women, Asian community, Jewish community. Don't get mad at other communities who protect their communities, who don't let their words water down. Okay, Jewish people were called terms, and guess what? They don't openly call themselves those same terms to them get watered down. It's black people who were called the N-word, and that was clearly racist up in the 60s, 70s, 80s. That was a racist word. And then black folks started to call themselves that word, made it popular, made it a daily speech word. Everybody can use it now. It's a term of endearment. We watered that word down. We did it ourselves. We should have, Jesse Jackson tried to bury the word back in the 90s. We laughed at him, okay? We are the ones who don't make our words sacred, those racist, derogatory words sacred. We use them towards ourselves. We joke. We put it in music. Now it's their interment. We do that. We can also, as I said last night, we also can be a tight-knit community. We don't want to be one. We don't want to be a tight-knit community. We want to just be hurt, and we hurt people. That's all we want to do. We just want to hurt people. We don't want to be a tight-knit community who holds people responsible. Now, that woman was calling her the N-word, and guess what? She got charged with everything but a hate crime. I don't hear the black community say, hell no, that's a hate crime. Charge her. No, we're too much interested in defending Kyrie stupid ass and Kanye West stupid ass. That's what we're doing. We don't want to defend a black woman who's actually defenseless, who did nothing wrong and got attacked. And a hate crime happened. We don't want to call that woman out. We don't want her to do anything.
A Jew cannot be charged with a hate crime. Because a Jew she can't be charged with a hate crime. You'll never see a Jew get charged with a hate crime.
Now, I'm not doing that conspiracy. Again, if black folks were a tight-knit community, like everybody else, like everybody, look, this is hypothetical. So be a tight-knit community and come back to me. Okay, we're not one. So let's be a tight-knit community first, and then let's hold people accountable for their racist actions, and let's see what happens. Let's see if these charges, because I recall police officers getting off, and then black folks rioting, protesting, and police officers get locked up. That's what I recall.
Now listening, I am listening, because my argument to all of this thing is that the word anti-Semitic is thrown out. It's almost used as a knife to castrate people. Back in the day, a racist, and the term racist was never ever that powerful in America, because you had very racist politicians even running for president of the United States of America. Right? The one who end up who have a black daughter. What's his name? Strom Thurmond.
You know how I do. Let me play more of this video, because I only got a minute in. Hold on.
Just ran down the history given to me by my elders, and anybody could read this for themselves. So it ain't a Professor Griff hating people thing.
Right.
Now, closer to what happened with the Public Enemy thing, the brother by the name of James Baum, one of the X1Ws in the group, gave me some information because he was in touch with the research department of the Nation of Islam in Boston.
Right.
got the information, and we talk about the secret relationship between blacks and Jews.
Okay, so I already established last night, that the secret relationship between blacks and Jews is a pseudo.
No. Nation of Islam. Saying Nation of Islam about a research department is the biggest oxymoron in the world. When you put Nation of Islam and research together, this place who about the sky have a research department.
No, I can't hear you. Oh, shit. We can't hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know why my headphones got this time. Nation of Islam, our research department. Nation of Islam, our research department. Tell me a bigger option.
Their research department is not serious. It's a bunch of Negroes volunteering, Googling shit. First link pops up, they click it. It's not as serious at all. It's not serious. Because if Mr. Louis Farrakhan is out there talking about syphilis was injected to black men, you know, that research department can't be taken serious after that.
Listen, we need to grow up now. The thing about it is that there's too much misinformation that's going on. There's too many misinformation that's going on.
Yeah.
And with Google and with people clicking Google, and then they read one line or they listen to one person and it sounds good, and they don't hear the word salad that is good. Because Polite does it. Polite learned to cook word salad. You talk a bunch of bull crap and it sounds good. Farrakhan can cook a word salad. You know.
Wait, you're in and out.
And our people love to eat word salad.
It sounds like you're in and out.
All right, I have to go jump out.
Yeah, and then like and then when you're not in and out, you don't sound as loud as you did before.
Yeah. I'm going to jump out and then I'm going to hit the link and come. All right?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you.
It was a manual. It wasn't even a book then.
Right. Wow.
I got it. I went to Kinko.
All right, so let me just get this out the way real fast, because I'm not gonna listen to this whole story. Okay. So they got a volume 1 and volume 2. Okay. The secret relationship between blacks and Jews is a 3-volume work. Well, it's 3 volumes. It's a 3-volume work of pseudo scholarship. Pseudo scholarship is a term used to describe work or body of work that is presented as, but is not the product of rigorous and objective study or research. It's not the product of that. This book is not the product of rigorous and objective study or research. The act of producing such work or the pretended learning upon which it is based. It's a 3-volume work of pseudo scholarship. This is why he's interviewed on Alex Jones, and it's published by the Nation of Islam. The first volume, it's just pure. Again, like we just can't leave this alone. We just keep attacking. We just can't leave them alone. Why do we keep attacking them in our blackologists, our blackologists in blackology? Why do we keep attacking? Why do we do it? This is an anti-Semitic book. It's published by these guys, Nation of Islam. The first volume, which was released in 1991, it asserts that Jews dominated, not just took us apart, they dominated the Atlantic slave trade. The secret relationship has been widely criticized for being anti-Semitic and for failing to provide an objective analysis of the role of Jews in the slave trade. This is 3-volume work of pseudo scholarship. The American Historical Association issued a statement condemning claims that Jews played a disproportionate role in the Atlantic slave trade, and other historians such as Wim Klooster and Seymour Drescher concluded that the role of Jews in the overall Atlantic slave trade was in fact minimal, but the book uses selective citations in order to exaggerate the role of Jews. We're obsessed. Out of all the white people that we could be trying to expose, we are obsessed trying to find a connection to confirm the conspiracy theory that these people are indeed terrible. We're just so obsessed. All right, so let's go back.
So I can get me a copy.
Right.
The brother recognized.
So that's the book he's talking about, but let's get out of there. The Watcher. Yeah, The Watcher. We never got your thoughts on Kyrie or we never got your thoughts on Kyrie or Kanye. Is your mic on? Oh, you're on mute. If you hear snoring, it's the difference. We never got your thoughts on Kyrie or we never got your thoughts on Kyrie or Kanye. Is your mic on? Oh, you're on mute. Oh, you might gotta mute the if you hear snoring. We want honest feedback. Don't be afraid of Miss Amber. Don't be afraid of Unbiased with Stu Peas coming at your neck. Be the good Black person that we wanted white people to be during the time of Jim Crow, that a lot of them has failed to be. So let's set the example how to be the good Black person in face of direct pressure and Black angry people.
Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Peace and salute. I'm gonna step out here. Shit. Y'all know my point. Well, I can't say y'all know my point of view, but Kyrie, I feel like he posted some pseudo shit. I don't know how in depth he was with really knowing the subject matter, or honestly, how much of the movie he really watched. Because a lot of niggas, well, at least when I was on social media, they would just post articles trying to be deep, but all they read was the fucking title. And so when you do research, you realize like this isn't saying what you think it's saying. They're not prepared to really respond to that. So they'll just try to Google confirmation, just look for shit to further what their point is. But unbeknownst to everyone, they never really read the topic. So realistically, in the middle of the season, how much studying and playing and training you're doing, I could be wrong, but I don't know how much the brother really retained or either cross-referenced with regards to that movie. So for him to be flippant, like, hey, my name means this, and I found out it was related to that, and so I watched the movie, thought it was cool, and I just posted, hey, he should have just stayed in that energy. It's like, hey, well, if there was some offensive stuff, I might have missed it.
Right.
But the fact that he didn't want to back down or even solidify, like, yeah, I agree with that point, or yeah, I acknowledge it, but hey, that's not my opinion. I can watch a football game or a basketball game with 10 people on the court. One of them happen to be a recovering drug addict. Don't mean that I'm condoning drugs. You don't understand? It's just like you can't condemn a whole documentary because one person's interviewing, or it just seemed it was so easy for him to step out of that if he really wanted to. Right. But if he wanted the controversy and wanted the drama, and like he was trying to sabotage the dude's basketball team with drama and shit, I think that's what he was going for. Because he plays 3D chess. The kid isn't stupid, but I ain't gonna say he's an intellectual. So with him, I think he tried to pull a power move because they're trying to get out of New York. KD want to get out. He want to get out. And he's like, no, we're not trading y'all. And he didn't get the money he wanted. So he decided to get back out in the market. Like, it's real deep. I mean, it's not deeper, but it's just
Yeah.
He's using, like the same thing with Kyrie. He's using the people and their faith in their doctrines and their being suppressed to try to stand behind him in his interior goals, in which he never had any issue or no need for those people. He just likes the controversy, like saying the earth is flat, and then he gets to stand there and defend it because he thinks he's smarter than he is. And then when he's wrong, he's like, hey, I'm still growing, I'm still learning, come on y'all, can't we be together? It's just, it never standing on like, shit, I was way wrong, bro.
Right.
And so it's hard for me to be sincere when he's not being sincere. So I said a lot, maybe I said nothing, but that's just my opinion on Kyrie. And with Kanye, I feel like unless he's playing 3D mothership dimensional chess that I can't see, because it could be possible. It could be possible. I've never had to run $1 billion industry and have that shit collapse and then have to be responsible for all those people who work up under me. Right. So you have to do what you got to do. So again, I'm not going to speak as if I completely know all the angles from what the brother's going through. Now, being charitable with that, I'm going to be honest in my opinion. When he didn't really need the community, he didn't really fuck with the community and only to exploit and take advantage. He puts out these deep philosophical songs, but then falls victim to the same traps. You know, I had a dream, I can buy my way to heaven, woke up, spent it on a necklace. So he was telling people he come out the gate with his consumerism shit more than his true goals and true beliefs and what he stands on. And then he's talking, you get on, or he's condemning brothers for get on and leave your ass for a white girl, speaking against him, passing judgment on other people for doing it. But then he turns around and do it. Yeah. And then he talks about Black Lives Matter and all these black babies are being assassinated. No one's caring for them, But when you had an opportunity to make a black child, you chose not to.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's, again, not judging, but it's like a lot of contradicts or hypocritical things coming from him. But now he's saying I honestly believe he's probably been wrong. He probably made some deals and like, I'm going to do this and do that. And y'all supposed to help me out. But I think kind of like with that Dame Dash, people are going to use you for what they can. And then they're going to just cut your ass loose. Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, they used him to boost up their urban high fashion gear because their shoes used to be $100, $200, $300 for the urban wear. But with the Kanye behind, they were able to throw it to the thousands and the 1500s. And so it just boosted them to a degree. But he wanted to make partner. And they're like, no, this was just a side deal.
Right.
You know, so I think he was getting undercut in so many different ways. And he probably was, I'm going to do this MAGA thing and y'all going to give me some deals. I'm going to do this. Y'all going to give me some deals. And he did all his part. And then like they all backed away from him. You were supposed to put me on this, but you took my crew. You were supposed to put me on Louis Vuitton, but you took my guy from my team and my fashion design and made him. Like a lot of people who he had on his team were snatched up by other people and they were given partnership deals. So I think he's real bitter and angry and he's blaming them for that. And instead of saying this particular group, he's throwing it all out there just to be messy. Maybe I'm wrong, but then he's using Candace Parker. What's that broad name?
Candace
Owens, thank you. Using her talking points just to be more messy and divisive. And it's just like he's just using bullet points, but he can't go into depth with any of them. If he does, it's real anecdotal or it's just, I'm speaking for other people suffering. This is my job. And I'm like, oh, really? So it's, again, so that's my honest opinion. I want to root for him. I'm not here to pass judgment on him, but I'm going to call a spade, right is right, is wrong. And so if these dudes were going to stand on it for some philosophical thing, then all right, I'll fuck with it. But if y'all going to bow down and apologize or just throw a temper tantrum because you didn't get your millions, then this is like, bro, I'm not going to condemn you or condone you or speak against you. I'm going to sit here with my mouth shut, but you on some fuck shit. But don't think that I'm pulling up or popping a trunk for you. I'm not going to ride for you. I'm just not going to shit on you. Because again, anyone who's been in the community, watched Sonetta, seen Polite, seen Tazariak, like I think I heard you say before, there are people who are actually living that life. Yeah. Now, if Tazariak was put into this type of position, then I'm behind that nigga 100%. We got the AKs, the AR, the 5.56, like we gonna ride with this type of niggas. This is what he really believe in, and they coming for him, and that's fucked up.
Yeah, he ain't playing. He live it.
Thank you. And we watch him live it. So if y'all taking lumps off this man, he been living and lit, wearing the door knockers and the big ass fringes and all that shit, being clowned on and saying what he's saying on the bullhorn and standing on it, believing in it, dying in it, feeding other people, not feeding other people, taking a beat and being cold to Africans and standing on his shit. And then the world's coming against him. I think that is more sincere to me. But if you're just a millionaire who just put a little blurb and then back away from it, or come on, bro. I'm not going to hate on you, but don't think that we're going to ride for you.
Nah, and then apologize again. If you really believe, like Tazariak's not going to apologize afterwards.
Facts.
Because he really believes that. He did. So he'll just be asked out. He'll be like, yo, you just gotta do. Like, this is my way of life. This is how we believe the book. and this belief, I think my salvation is based on it. So I can't apologize and lose my salvation. So I'm stuck with this.
Facts.
And that's where he's at with it, you know. So there's no apology for him. So, but they don't get that when they have the Kyries and the Kanyes. So this is why they support them, because they think they're just as racist as them, but and hardcore as them. But once they apologize, those blackologers, they drop them too. And they leave them out there for themselves to hang. Like that army Kyrie talks about walks away once you apologize. The same thing they did with Nick Cannon, whoever else. Once you apologize, they're out. They'll even mad at Kaepernick for getting a deal. And
I agree. Honestly, is my mic on?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't even really mad at him for taking the money, because once it was proven that he could have tried, but there was like a memo where everybody's like, no, we blackballed this nigga, then that's legit. They took his livelihood from him.
Yeah.
But the fact that he tried to come back and get his job after he took the money, that's when I was with the owners. Like, man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Because let's keep it buck, bro. If a girl break up with you and you gotta pay her a settlement, and now she wants to try to date you again, but she ain't coming off that bread, bro. Come on now.
Yeah.
You done took me to court and dragged me, and you done sued me, and I'd have had to pay your ass, and you running around with my money spending, and now you want to come back and work for me like everything's okay?
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Even if I am in the wrong, I'm like, now you taunting me. Now you trying to be really funny. Get the fuck out of here, bro. And they all had to ban and pay that shit. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, I can't rock with you, Cap. Not on that shit. I can rock with you up to the point, but then when you try to come back, it's like, nah, bro. You recognize once you stepped out, it was the fuck the league. Once you said y'all ain't gave me my money, then it's fuck the league. Now it's gonna be like, hey, I want to work with you guys. Can we be partners? Can I be on the team? I know I embarrassed the shit out of all you guys. Maybe I have the wrong point of view, but it's like, damn, you can't stand for something and then double back.
Yeah. And that's been some of the hypocrisy and problems that people do. It's like, dude, just don't say it at all.
Facts.
Don't say it at all. Yeah, but the Kyrie thing is more interesting because hold on.
Yeah. He should have said his page was hacked.
Yeah, for me, the Kyrie thing is a little more interesting because I don't believe when he watched the video, the documentary, I don't believe he thought it was, anti-Semitic or racist. I don't really believe he thought that. I really believe he watched it and thought it was like history. Like, oh wow, this is what they hid from us. I really believe he did believe that. This is like real history that's being hid from us. But once he started getting the pressure from the media, and once he started getting a second alternative opinion, that that shit is anti-Semitic. Whether he believed it or not, he should have felt smart enough to be like, you know what? Yeah, shit. Let me just back away, and say, oh, really? Oh, wow. I ain't catch, like you said, I ain't catch that. Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely not anti-Semitic. So if the video was implying that stuff, at that point, it becomes fight or flight. Do you want your job or not at that point? Did you hear my story yesterday about what I was doing at the job, printing out stuff?
I missed it.
Okay, so I was at a job, and we was like printing out, documents for the company, whatever. I was a transfer agent. So I was printing out. I was like obsessed with the Nation of Islam teaching. Oh yeah, that's crazy. I was obsessed with the Nation of Islam teaching, so I was printing out all this 5% bullshit and Islam stuff on the job, like all this pseudo information, all of it, at the expense of the job, and we all had the same computer, like printer. So what I did was I'll make sure they print their stuff first. I'll print mine, and it worked for like months. I had so much, thousands of paper. They could charge me for. But anyway, I finally got caught. So I must have printed something because nobody printed. So it's time to print. I think the boss printed his shit first. No, I think I printed mine first, and he printed his second. And I think he only did one paper, so he went there early because there's only one paper. And I got like 20 pages of Elijah Muhammad's bullshit. Yeah. So now, had he said, "Listen, son, this is some racist bullshit here. I don't care what you into, but it's racist." I'd be like, "Yes, sir. Throw that away." That's how Kyrie should have done. But anyway, this is what ended up happening. He ended up bringing it to our section. There's three of us, three black people, and we were all tense too. So I put everybody's job on the line, basically. So he was like, "Whose is this?" And guess what? There's a woman and a man, and all black. They didn't rat me out. So now we all could have been fired because it was definitely some racial, anti-white people stuff in there. But all he did was throw it away, and yo, we just kept working every day like it never happened.
You were supposed to stand on it and say, Chapter 3, White Devil.
Shit, I was like, I don't know who that is. That's a bunch. Let me look at it. That's some bullshit there. Nah, but that's what Kyrie you expect him to do. But yeah, unless he got another plot, another agenda that I didn't think about when you said he's trying to get out, he's trying to lead a team, force his way out, then that would make more sense.
Yeah, and it's sad, but it just leads more into that because he took his option before the season started. So it's like, I'm opting out. I'm not even gonna do the extension because he wasn't gonna get what he wanted. He wanted the max, and they weren't gonna do that to him because he's too fucking unreliable.
Right.
You know what I mean? And also, I think they're tagging him for this because they're gonna have to give him that back pay. Because didn't they prove that saying that and again, this is probably me listening to some bullshit, but like some people are actually suing the state of New York because of the vaccines and all that type of stuff and end up being still contagious or whatnot after you get vaccinated. And some people lost their jobs, so some people are getting their jobs and back pay.
Right. Yeah.
And if that is legit, depending how far it goes up, that means that organization, and if not and then I'm sure the organization is going to go to the NBA and they're going to be sued. They owe Kyrie millions.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
So I mean, like, there's a lot. Again, not saying that it all like a gish gallop it all into a conspiracy, but there's a lot of valid points that might lead people to push into, I'm finna chastise this dude and fine him and do all this type of shit because they want to recoup. But at the same time, he by trying to be coy and cute and act, how could I be anti-Semitic? Are you anti-Semitic? I can't be anti-Semitic. I know who I am. Like, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, so you say you're not anti-Semitic, so that's great. Appreciate that, Kyrie. I didn't, that's what it seems like. He wanted to be in that gray area. He did not want it to be black and white. So it's like, damn, you're trying to be cute now, it's going to cost you. So they're just trying to teach him to grow the fuck up because you're a grown-ass man. Stop playing coy. Right. Dudes don't even like girls who circle yes, no, or maybe. I'm a double circle maybe. Fuck out of here with this shit. You know what I mean? You're a grown-ass man. Either stand on it, especially something to this magnitude, because this is motherfuckers' real lives. People are naming their kids after these fucking doctrines and speaking these languages and not eating. It's just a lot of, it's just wow. It's crazy how people can play with shit because it's beneficial. But again, if he has his own agenda to get the fuck up out of New York and not be there anymore, and then KD ain't working right and whatever, it's just, I just feel like it's a lot. But to play with your people like that, like Kyrie dangling the people like that, it's just you playing with people's emotions. Shit, you crying wolf. So when the wolf is really there, you expecting the woodsmen to come with the axes and shit. They done came 3 or 4 times from the field chopping down trees, and this little boy laughing on the roof, and there was no wolf. So now you call him wolf, and these niggas here, wolf, man, fuck this nigga, man. The black community ain't really being fucked up. Ain't nobody really taking advantage of you. And in this situation, I think at least Kanye to go from 2 billion to 500 million, like, god damn, that's a whipping.
Yeah,
that's a whipping.
Yeah, my God, that's a huge hit, man.
That's a whipping. No, just the fact that a bank would just say, take your shit, we don't even fuck with it. We can leave your shit in here for a day and make X amount of millions, but nigga, take your shit. We don't want your shit. That is a fucking message.
Yeah.
What's the point of playing Monopoly? You got all the money but can't buy no property.
Right.
But under the Civil Rights Act, banking, he can say that banks are discriminated against him because that was part of the Civil Rights Act. So although the bank can say that they'd rather not have his is money in the bank. They can only say it verbally. Because believe me, that Civil Rights Act that was signed in 1960 is a powerful act, and the bank can't discriminate. Because Kanye can now voice that as his opinion as a black man that he's being discriminated against. So when you hear things on the news, listen to the law first, and you realize that a lot of people are starting for talking's sake. The other thing is, I do not agree with Kanye, and I do not agree with none of the basketball players. The NBA have made thousands of black millionaires. NBA and the NFL has made thousands of black millionaires. And the community, but they give back the money to Louis Vuitton, Bentley, and then they call and say these people are haters. You give back the money to the same people, them. Just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Kanye. You're the one who was talking of Balenciaga and all of that bullshit. Right? So just shut the fuck up. That's all I have to say.
The Balenciaga mouthpiece he had.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? You want the black community back you. What have you given to the black community? Where's the Kanye Education Center? Where is that?
Who is he referring to? Kanye or Kyrie?
Kanye.
Kanye?
Both of them. Both
Yeah.
of
What
them.
did he did for black people?
Yeah.
He multiplied the magnitude effect for how much you're willing to spend on a fucking t-shirt with holes in it, and the faster you can drive your people into poverty, and how one man can sit here and spend $5,000 for shoes and $6,000 for shirts and pants and shit, and it's the way to do when your cousins across town are just suffering and struggling. Like, he made that shit the norm. That is the norm. We got motherfuckers here with high fashion gear and bad hygiene, but they got the Louis Vuittons, red bottoms, the Balenciagas. He expanded or multiplied the amount that you spend on high fashion. And whether that's a good or bad thing, he had a major effect. He made millions and billions of dollars for groups and groups of people. He created wealth in stores and cities, and he did a lot to a degree, but it's for the sake of
white stores
and consumerism and capitalism. Consumerism, materialism, capitalism.
For white stores and white brands. Adidas is a
For
German
green money.
brand.
Green money.
Which green money? They took
The
it.
money's,
They took his
the
money.
money's green.
He had so much of it and they took it. Which
No,
green
the
money?
point is you're making it racial, and it's not even racial because there's no all one white group sitting there off of the group of the white. It's like my family, it's my people, it's my conglomerate, it's my organization. We're the fools who keep trying to make it into the divisions that they want us to make it in. To the point of that's why Russia was able to infiltrate the nation and just divide everybody. Having all these Facebook and YouTube pages with over 300,000 members and friendship groups, and they're playing both sides of the politics. Black Lives Matter don't care about this. Look at that. Look at this and that. And you look at the Republicans don't care about it. The Democrats don't care about that. So women don't care about that. The gender wars, the race wars, and all this red pill, blue pill, everyone's divided against you. And that's what the goal is. And as soon as you find yourself participating in that, just like Kanye, you're doing the bidding. Get that capitalism out there. Get that materialism out there. Get that wealth out there. So we got to fall back if we really want to do that division. Call out for people what they're doing. But when we do the they, the them, the outside, no, get the organization correct. White people, black people. No, because I got white people who are cool and some black people who try to do me dirty.
Yeah.
Let's be specific. Otherwise, we ain't no better than the people we claim to be critiquing.
Yeah.
Doing it at a lower level with less money in your pocket.
My problem with the Kanye and a lot of, especially we as you ever drive through some states, yeah, and go some little communities, and you see the communities and you say, okay, it's not a bad community. And you look at the community, you say, okay, it's a nice little community, nice little shops, nice little this, nice little that in the little community. Little white community is nice little outside bullshit. Why our
Which white community? You talk about the Appalachians?
No, we're not going up to the Appalachians. We're not going because we have one and two. We have a couple of white communities that are bullshit communities. We know that.
Yeah, we know the proportion of the population of the white that are living in poverty. Far significant, especially percentage wise in blacks, or excuse me, per capita number wise. But
all
if we want to keep,
why we don't, even in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Even in Georgia,
Florida,
we have a lot of black millionaires. And even in Florida, we have a lot of black middle class people. Why our community don't have that little area? Why we don't have some nice black owned stores? Somewhere you can dress up and take your wife to dinner.
Was that for you, the watcher?
I must have missed it. Can you run that back? Oh, for sure. What's cracking, baby, a bias? Papa showing you chest yet?
Not yet.
Pawn? Castle? Stupies, I missed your question if it was to me.
Yeah. Why we don't have them nice black communities? Somewhere you can dress up and carry your wife. Why our communities?
What community is there that take care of my wife?
No. We're the black, the white, the black community that looks progressive on a whole. Where's the black middle class community?
Oh, that's you talking about like the talented tens, those Greek fraternities, the top 100 black professionals in the state of Florida, the top 100 black professionals in the state of Illinois, California. Oh, they have those people. They have their elite groups, but they're not on TV.
Yeah, but where the community is?
I'm sure. What state are you in?
Florida.
I bet you there's so many of them in your state.
No.
But they're
I know the community.
You tell me.
I know the houses. I know that we have the houses and all of that, but it's always intertwined in the white neighborhood.
I see. Well, let me say this. I know there are some wealthy areas in Georgia where there's a lot of high class black professionals that have their areas and they have it patrolled. There's some in Texas that I've seen that actually hire their own security because the police take 10 to 20 to 30 minutes to get there. So not only do they have their own communities, that they have their own private military, quote unquote, militias that they have that police it. You just don't know about it because they smart enough not to be on TV because they don't want their own people coming in there. Because they work so hard to get away from.
You see this bullshit where you just said? You realize what you just said?
Yeah, I'm telling you the truth that I disagree with, but I'm just not, I don't have rose-colored glasses. Most of the time when I come on here and I spit the truth, it'd be too raw. Like we act like women ain't hoes out here, or dudes don't be doing fuck shit, or rich black people don't use their own money to suppress other poor black people. Let's keep it a buck. Am I being disrespectful? I apologize. Let me fall back. Because I really feel that we get caught in that loop sometimes just because we have $10 and we see somebody with $50, and then we see a couple of white people with 100. We think that all the white people have 100 and all black people have $10 and 20, but there's some couple of black people with $100 too. Matter of fact, they all go golfing together. They all go shooting at the gun range together. Like I run into people who have money.
But guess what?
Sir,
I'm going to a white restaurant. Where's a nice black restaurant?
Okay, so we're going to keep making this about what black people are doing as opposed to white people, and black people taking their money to spend it with white people. If that's the issue and that concern, so to fix that, we ought to have a meeting and we're going to say there's a certain percentage amount of dollars that must be spent in the black community to make sure that the black community is growing. That could be something that's logical. That could be something that could be implemented. But until someone actually wants to sit down and try to meet with people and take, hey, you know, you guys got the money, but you need to start watering these people's grass because their shit is dirty and your grass is green. People are like, yeah, that's cool, but why am I going to do that? What benefit do I have to do that? Especially when you're not doing what you should be doing with your kid. You ain't sending your kid to private schools, but you got on the Jordans, or you got the Remy weaves, or you got the car with the rims on shit, or you got the cell phones, and you know, so there's so many different things where it's like I'm making sacrifices, eating noodles and hot dogs for my kid to get to the house on the hill, to get to my Benz and my Porsche and this type of shit. I'm making the sacrifices, and then you got other people on the side like, you got to share and give me my percentage. We went to high school together. You know I was the best rapper. You got all this money, homie. How come you can't kick me off 50G real quick? I got a brother who's incarcerated and I sent him money and he's doing bad. I'm supposed to stop doing what I'm doing and start feeding you just a nigga on the street. You got older brothers and cousins and sisters too. You fucked up your relationship with them. So why are you trying to put that responsibility on me? Be a man and take care of your own. Hold your own nuts. No, we can't live like that. We looking for handouts. We looking for help. When people got off the plantation, they spent time trying to build for themselves. Again, I don't mean to be spitting these Republican talking points because I despise this shit. But at the same time, I can't let my people keep playing weak and soft, acting like we need help, when there's motherfuckers who are actually doing it themselves. Unless someone is coming in your house, kicking in your door, taking 50% of your paycheck on top of the shit that you're supposed to do, then we got a problem. But there's too many people pulling themselves out of poverty by making the sacrifices, shoveling the shit, working in the white man's place and picking up the trash can and working 50, 60 hours, time and a half to get to a minor position of success and then have somebody try to tell them that they need to stop living so wealthy. They need to come and join the poverty class until everybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I am saying.
Okay, that's great because that's great. I wanted to put that out there on the table.
No, I would never dare say that.
Okay.
I would never dare say that.
Much respect. Okay. All right. And again, I'm not necessarily accusing you, but notice how I just put it out there that this is what the mentality that some people have.
I would
and
never
we gotta fix that.
I would never say that.
Okay.
Right?
But
my thing is that, right?
I'm listening.
Where is our 5-star restaurants? That's my problem. Where's our 5-star restaurant?
So if Unbiased was to Google in your city, in your state, and find a couple of them, real chic locations that only open at 5 o'clock, and close at 10, and they only work on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, Sunday because they're that damn wealthy and they make that much damn money. But everybody from the Black community can't go over there and spend it. So you're not going to know about it. It's going to cost you $200 just to get your car valeted. They do that to keep the hurdles, to keep the people who are going to bullshit and start twerking and wearing their bonnets out. I don't condone it, but they're forced to start doing those exorbitant things because you want to make sure when you get your restaurant reservation, you get there on time and you get your service. You understand? They start making it more prestigious and put more commas or hurdles to keep themselves to the front of the line. And if you have the money, you're supposed to do that because you want your children to get the best opportunities. That's why you're doing it. Unless you want to live in a communist society where everyone gets the fair opportunity. Everyone stands shoulder to shoulder. Everyone drives the same type of car. Everyone gets the same type of bread. If you want to work 2 more extra hours, then you get that Louis belt. If you don't complain about the nigga that got the Louis belt. Complain about the people who are cheating, not going to work, who are doing mischief in your neighborhood, hurting and abusing, taking money from the people and running around with the Louis belt. Go after that fool. But the nigga who's doing all the recklessness, y'all want to champion that motherfucker.
No.
Okay, thank you.
It's because I play Call of Duty, I come from work and I play Call of Duty but this is what I'm
4-star restaurants.
No, find which one? Black 4-star restaurant.
Yeah.
Where?
The Simpson Restaurant Bar, and the Simpson Restaurant and Bar in New York, 4.5.
That is the rating they get.
Yeah,
that's the rating they get from something.
I mean, this is what Google gave me.
No, we don't have no Michelin star restaurant.
What about the black hotels in Vegas? What about the black hotels that are owned in Atlantic City? And I mean, it's like, where are we going? What's the point? Once it's proven to you, then what point is it made? We can never find none. Let's say that there's none out there. So then what's the point? We're saying that Kanye or people with money or Kyrie, they should start purchasing those restaurants. Who's going to frequent it?
Yeah, because
who has the money to spend at what black community has the money to spend at a 5-star restaurant enough to make sure that they maintain occupancy and business? Keep in mind the population.
The same black people that are going to the 5-star restaurant. The same black people who are going to the 5-star restaurant.
I'm sorry?
The same black people that are going to the 5-star restaurant.
Okay. That went right over my head. Let me try again. There's not too many. Okay, let's say, well, shit, we don't even have to make it. When you say 5-star, you're talking about high class dinner fork, or you're talking about quality food. It can be a fish shop that's fried fish and they're selling shit. It's just 5-star, magnifique. Because I've seen. Hold on, let me finish, my guy. Because I've seen Gordon Ramsay go to some hole in the wall place that he gave mad props to, and that Guy Fieri dude run around mad props. So I mean, like, I need clarity before I go into trying to put it out there. I mean, like what specifically, when you're saying 5-star, are you talking like high class where you need a suit and tie to get in?
Yeah, we
Or
can
you-
dress up in a suit and tie, right? Your wife,
So
you
that's
have
what
an
you're talking about.
anniversary.
Okay. So
Yeah.
is wearing the suit and tie, we know that's more Eurocentric, but I'm saying like we want black people.
You are carrying your wife out on the anniversary. Are you married? Are
Yes,
you
I'm married. I've been with my woman for 20 years, bro.
Right, 20 years. On the 20th year anniversary, you're carrying your wife to dinner. Didn't you wear a suit and tie? Then the
no.
fuck you wear a suit and tie?
We talking about the watcher. He didn't wear no tie. If I'm swagged out. I move different.
No,
You see me with a
this is
smooth
not-
ass vest or
Didn't you,
a
weren't you
blazer. With,
formal?
I'm not wearing a
Weren't
tie,
you
but I know what
formal?
you're saying, my dude. I know what you're saying, so I can entertain that. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona. We can go to Scottsdale, Arizona. There's quite a few different high class places. Like that's why I gave the example where you got to pay hundreds just to valet your car, because they do that because they try to let people know don't come in here trying to skip out on a bill. Don't come in here on no fuck shit. And I'm
Right.
sure they wouldn't have done that unless they had to do that. Or don't come in here on no rah-rah shit. Certain cities in Atlanta where they gotta watch motherfuckers because niggas getting shooting high class downtown areas and shit. Motherfuckers are following wealthy people from banks and shit and then knocking them upside their head right in their
Oh, yeah.
driveway.
Oh,
So I
yeah.
mean, like, there's a lot of wild shit, and you gotta keep the riffraff from,
No,
or you
listen,
I don't want to
listen,
say riffraff,
I'm
motherfuckers who
not
willing to
going
knock
down
somebody
your
over the
road.
head and take it because they're just too impoverished. They're living on survival mode. They're not poor quality people. They're just in a poor state of mind, and they're forced to survive. And they need moral check. But at the same time, I
I'm not going
understand
to
that.
allow you to get so stereotypical. That is being very stereotypical.
I know, no, but that's why I try to clean it up by saying that they're in more survival mode. If you want to stick on to my misspeak, then we can stay on that. But I tried to clean it up just so we can continue the argument. But if you need a win, let's just stay on my stereotypical and not be insensitive towards the poor people in the neighborhood. When I really meant the violent people who are willing to knock somebody over the head, who's going to steal the car, who's doing the shooting, which is the point that I was making. I'm not trying to debate with you, my OG. I just want you to understand.
We're not debating. We're not debating. We have enough.
Okay, thank you.
I've
Thank you.
heard
I
fun-
apologize.
I've heard
I
fun
apologize.
conversation.
Thank you.
Debate. Because
Okay.
honestly, I used to spew those stereotypes, and I stopped.
Okay.
And I stopped because it's hard for me to even argue against it. Honestly, I cannot sit and argue that you're lying. I just can't crop out and say you're being stereotypical, but you're not lying.
I see. Because I just want clarity so I can understand where I can be or where I can contribute to the conversation. So I know, like Rasta was clarifying with regards to.
I can't argue with you.
Okay.
I can't argue. There's a certain moment where you talk because all of us live here and we have seen it.
Yeah.
We have seen it. We have seen the community.
Yeah.
That you go out and half of the time you're in fear. The food good, but you don't want to go down to the neighborhood.
Right. Yeah. The reason, and Rasta, man, I'm not trying to debate with you or anything, but what opened my eyes to that is that there was Guy Fury. There's some guy who drives around like some little red Corvette or some drop top, and he's like a food critic or whatnot. And he has a couple of restaurants, but he was in his place in Hawaii. I think it was the island of Oahu. Because I went there with I don't mean to be stunned. Let me just say, I've seen restaurants that I'm like, what the hell is this? But I'm looking at it and it's a 5-star restaurant, but they didn't even have any seats type shit. So that's what made.
Order and get out.
I'm sorry?
Order and get out.
Right. But the point is like they were considered 5-star, but I'm like, how the hell are you 5-star and you can't dine in? Are you going to seat me? And I'm like, I had a whole different interpretation. So that's why I broadened it. But again, I didn't want to constrict everybody to my experiences. That's why I asked for clarification. So if he would have said one thing, then I would have adjusted my point. But since he said we're not talking about how good the food is, we're talking about the poshness, if you will.
Yeah.
So that's why I switched it to the argument. So again, and that's why I hate speaking in absolutes, because all you need is one example. Even if it's anecdotal, then it kind of puts it into question. So the main point I believe that we're discussing is Blacks don't necessarily have a community or a neighborhood or a village where they have that high class farmers market and those restaurants where there's the Bugattis and them outside and it's in the Black community. I think they may have those, but those towns may not have more than 2,000 people in it. And we don't know about it because they were just built by people who I've been in part of this AKAs, and my husband was a Omega, and we were in our 60s, and we have all this money, 2.5, blah, 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 blah. And so we decided to invest in this property. And then we had our brothers and sisters, and we invested in here. So we made this small little community, and eventually it grew. We got a school, we got a well, and that, because there's places that are out there. We're just not knowing about it. There's $4 or $5 million homes in certain communities and shit, but since they don't have no restaurant, then that doesn't qualify to the point that we're making. And the point that I'm making is like, there's a lot of black people out there with wealth and with money, but they're just hiding in their own little enclaves, and they don't want to mix. They're voting Republican. They're on, you know, understand? It's like, you have no idea. Matter of fact, most of them wealthy people know what it means financially, and they're voting in their own financial interest because it's killing them in taxes. You want to pay 45% in taxes or 23% in taxes? If you're making 10 million, you're gonna have a whole different fucking opinion. Coach, I'm like, coach, like I have you like, you're not, again, because I was coaching basketball for a while, and I was coaching some wealthy family, and this dude came up to me, we were having a dinner, and he was like, coach, man, I don't understand. Everybody loves Dr. I ain't gonna say his name. Everybody loves Dr. Blah, 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 but why should all my money and my taxes go to pay for these roads that I'm never using? Why should I be? And he was testing me, but he was also fucking with me, but he's more intellectual, and he knows what the money's going for and what it should be using for. It's a social service. Like, you didn't build that fucking hospital yourself, or you didn't make the roads to the hospital. The taxes did all that type of shit that gave you the opportunity for your business. So yeah, you can say you're own entrepreneur, but you did your shit, but it's all based off of community assistance. Like those electrical and the grids and the internet and the water pipes and all that shit is put in by other people. You may have a business, but if your shit is in the middle of the fucking forest and up on top of a rock mountain, and there's no road for people to get into it from your shops, and trucks can't drop off your goods, then you're fucked up. So you need your community, you need your city. So let's stop being a dick about it. You know, but again, a lot of people don't have that aspect of it. And if you're not to that position, then it's like, man, why should I care about these people down there? Those aren't my people. Or you understand, if you don't recognize that they are benefiting you because their taxes, they're paying more in taxes in your certain area, your certain community. So even though you may be paying taxes, they're paying more of the pie. Just like there's certain states that pay less, and so certain states that pay more in taxes, but everyone's getting doled out the same thing. They're not carrying their full weight. And that's the same thing in certain communities. So we're asking a very gray question, trying to make it simplified black and white. When the thing is, it's not about race, it's about wealth. That was my original point. It's like, they're people with money, but they're in their own little groups, and they're staying in their own little groups. They don't say we the black people until they're in trouble. And then when their money's going low and they got to move back to those certain communities that they turned their back on and thought they were better, then it's like, my peoples.
You understand that you're arguing both points at the same time. That's why I'm not saying anything.
Okay.
Because you're arguing pros and cons. Because a while ago, in closing, you established that although we have rich black people, they tend to move away from the community, stay in their own enclave, even higher protection for themselves and the community. And they don't tend to go back to the community unless they get fucked in a possibility where they need the community to represent it.
And using that analogy, I put it side by side next to Kanye. If that makes sense. So once he got tapped, then he started running to us. Because before they put all this shit out in the media and to us, you got to remember, just like with that Damon Dash shit, he's going into the office like, who's having a meeting without Jay? Who having a meeting? So he already knew that the house was falling before the world found out. You understand? So when Kanye was saying, okay, I'm going to get this deal, are you guys going to ink this for me? And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. They're dragging their feet. Then he recognized, oh shit, I've been played. I did my part. Y'all told me I was going to get this, and now y'all just pussyfooting. You know what I mean? So now instead of, I don't want to be a part of this shit like Chappelle did, like, oh, fuck, y'all trying to play me. I don't want none of this shit then. I'm out. Fuck it. He was just like, no, this is mine. I'm going to cry and whine about it, make y'all all feel bad, like Monique in the Netflix deal. I'm going to shame you, and the black people follow me. And not only that, I want to insult you with the anti-Semitic type shit. He was just throwing out insults just to try to trigger. That's all he does. He likes this. Let me stop saying that, because I don't know what's inside his head, so let me not project, because that's being unfair. But he has a history of playing with people's emotions. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm biased.
That's what we do. We project when we don't know. That's part of
right. And I want to be honest and admit that when I catch myself doing it. I'm not perfect, so I might fuck around just to finish off a point or an idea, but we got to get better at that.
So once Kanye was in the bosom of the white people making all of the money, he didn't have a problem. That's what you're saying. But all of a sudden now, when the deal went sour, all of a sudden he's blacking it up. Black. I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. That's what you're saying? Are you calling Kanye a hypocrite?
call him a fake. No, he's not sincere. He goes where he believes the support is.
I say that Kanye is a hypocrite. That when Kanye was up with Kim, he didn't see color. That slavery was a choice. Now all of a sudden,
Now, don't forget, he's supposed to be this genius guy. Now, I find that disrespectful to actual geniuses.
Facts.
You calling this nut who's an entertainer again? And what I said yesterday was this, and I went live. I said, why is it always our entertainers that do this? If you think about it, like what other black woman or person, man, does these unwarranted, controversial things other than religious folks or entertainers?
no, because black people always put them entertainers instead of them intellectuals up front.
Yeah, you're right.
In Jamaica, you have some dirty head rasta, some frozen head rasta, want to tell you that them know politics. They've never been to university, but they want to argue with somebody who went to university for years. I tell you that them supersede this person. Them smarter than this person. This frozen head rasta who don't like use soap or shampoo. Right? And that is with black people. A rapper all of a sudden, a rapper know more than
Wait, hold on. Let me respond to Diceman. Diceman, I had that problem yesterday. I don't have it today. So Diceman said, why do I have to keep refreshing my screen to keep up with the chat on your channel? This been happening a lot. Well, you got to do what I did yesterday. Stop using Safari. So copy the link right from Safari and paste it in Chrome. And watch the show from Chrome and you'll keep up. It's Safari. Safari is not me. It's Safari. Safari is the one that's not keeping up. Yo,
I'm biased.
Yeah.
I was thinking that too, but actually I'm looking at it from my
No,
YouTube
mine is good
app.
today. But my Safari one is good today, but my Safari yesterday was acting a fool, man. I had to
Right.
put Chrome yesterday.
All right, let me finish. I'm actually watching from the YouTube app on my phone, and I got my headset in. And like earlier, I think Rastaman made a comment, but I thought I was the only one who spoke. Like my comment was all the way back up there, way up the top when Zane spoke, like lower the rim to 9 feet. And I just hit refresh right now just to see what was going on. So it's like I have to keep hitting refresh. So he does have a point. They're probably shadow banning you for all your topics that you're talking about.
I don't know.
But keep it
because-
going. Keep it
because
going.
I'm seeing everything in real time. Like Guy Body just posted. He put
Yeah, but go ahead.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to. I got Adesanya on that one.
Yeah, Adesanya is a beast. That's the style bender, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nigerian or Aussie or whatever. That guy is nice.
Yeah. So, but we again, black people in America, we are really screwed up. And my thing is, Watcher Stu P, is that black people don't want to admit it. Like we keep thinking we're on par with white folks, and that's what's killing us. We're not on par with nobody. We're on the bottom, and that's something that we just can't accept. Okay, so we're on the bottom. We still get behind entertainers and religious leaders. We don't get behind actual politicians, actual businessmen and women, people who are making moves, people who are not going to say something as stupid as what Kyrie and Kanye West did. They got too much to lose. They're not, if they actually believe it, they're not going to say it. They got too much to lose. They got general wealth. They got company franchises, whatever they got going on. They didn't work that hard to lose stuff overnight. Damon John, football guy, Shark Tank, he's not going to say something like that, dude. He might feel that way. He might feel like Kanye and Kyrie all in his heart. You will never know. But you got to secretly record his ass to get him.
But unbiased, hold up. Let's be real. Do we really believe that Kanye or Kyrie really believe that in their heart?
Kyrie, no, they don't.
Thank you.
This is their temper tantrum. Like,
Thank you. Okay. Because it's really
it's just so petty because once you do these wars, you give other people the chance to hijack your shit so they can whitewash their shit. Like I stand with Kyrie. Like what's that name? Roger Goodell? I've known Kyrie for 10 years and he's never uttered anything anti-Semitic. So now niggas got to hop back on with the NFL again because he's riding with the blackness wave. You see what I'm saying? And I have homies telling me like, yeah, Roger Goodell, he's real. He's better than Adam Silver. When everyone used to say Adam Silver was the realist and Goodell was the devil. This is what I'm talking about. When you do shit like this, you give people covert shit. The Democratic Party is really the evil party because they switched over from the Republicans and they were the one who freed the slaves. Like when you run around with people just to switch up on your narrative, you don't even know the truth anymore. I hear people spit that shit all the time, and then I heard one Republican dude saying, "Oh, that's a myth." You go find the one. What do you say? You go find the one Democrat or the one Republican who was really racist and switched over to the Democrats, or the vice versa. They tell you that there was a switch, that the Republicans used to be for the blacks, and then they switched them for the racists, but they can't identify which person switched over, and what bill they did. But we all know the narrative, and we all run with it because it sounds sweet. It sounds real sweet. Just like, did you see that video of that one former record exec who tried to put the quote unquote challenge to the black community because he was so hurt about what happened to Takeoff?
Nah.
Because he was saying he worked for the record company. You probably should show that or play that little video. The guy's blowing up. Let me see if I can drop it in my history.
Listen.
I'm listening. I'll look for it.
Everybody who plays
Jay Prince. You talking about Jay Prince?
No, it was a. He used to work for the record execs. He knows all those dudes. But what he was saying, he was coming clean, like they can change the culture of your music, but they're intentionally doing that. They're making all this money, and they're also taking out insurance policies on these rappers because they know they're going to do the shit. But they're making sure, and they're inflating the prices on their videos and shit. Like he just spilled the beans on all that, and he said, "I challenge you guys to change your culture. I challenge you guys to do this and that. This is a challenge to you guys." And also, but you can tell he's Republican, and because he was also I heard after like the first 10 minutes. Then I heard some of them Candace Parker, or I keep saying Candace Parker. Who's Candace Parker? Well, that's the Hooper. Candace Owens. He keeps my bad, Candace Parker. I know you're listening to Unbiased channel, but well, she will be in the future. But I feel like I fucking lost my point trying to be funny. But Candace Parker. The white dude starts spitting some of Candace Owens' talking points. And that's when you'll miss me, when I know that your talking points are loaded, which means you may not be a bad dude, but you're just running with the wrong playbook or wrong narrative. But what I did like is how he exposed the record group, and he's real religious, and he got out of it. But at the same time, he just started talking about how they're taking out these insurance policies on these rappers, and then they get to pick your lead song that you're coming out with because they're choosing the most controversial, the most blood and gore, and they won't release the record unless you do it a certain way, and they want it to be more authentic. It's not real enough. Make it more real. And so now these people are running out there doing this shit and putting it in it. See, this matches up with my record. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and give them that advance. We're going to help you out. We're going to put you in these different cities and these different tours and shit, but then they're not giving them the security. They're making them use their homies. Niggas who don't know how to shoot, aren't trained to shoot, don't know how to hold the gun with the proper grip, who aren't looking down the sights when they shoot, just pointing it and shooting with their eyes closed type shit. But the whole point is like he just it's exposing. I'm mad because I feel like that's shadow ban. I try to send that video to my homies and like, oh, I ain't even seen it yet. I ain't even seen it. I'm like, God damn, but y'all see all the other bullshit.
You know the Kanye video shadow ban. You know that, right?
Many videos are shadow banned. It's based off the algorithm, depending on what you put in the topic. Just like if you're going to put certain words, you got to put numbers in certain letters and put codes and stuff, or they automatically drop you into the back of the search shit. It's kind of like Google, like when certain companies pay certain monies and shit. And so when you type in this and your company's going to come up before 80% of these other people, it's shit's a hustle, man. When you have a fake world, a fake universe, a metaverse, these social medias and shit, now you have people who control the rules. Gravity isn't the same. It ain't 9.8 seconds per meter squared or whatever like it's supposed to be. I make the rules. I can change it. Gravity's 0.5. You get to float. Everybody gets it done. Everyone look good. Matter of fact, I can make you look good. I'm going to inflate this person. If you give me a date, and this is what was happening, especially with shit like Twitch. People who were running the organization would go to some of these hot females and shit, and you give me a deal or you give me what I want, then I'll give you an extra 1 million followers or your blue check and all that. This is what's happening and shit. So there's a lot of people out there who you think are famous and are popping all type of shit, but it's all inflated off of bots and shit. But nonetheless, we think that's the value. Dudes don't even date bitches no more. Let me see your Instagram. Let me see your Facebook. How many followers you got? Okay, I'll fuck with you. Here's my number. And vice versa. We're all living in, well, I don't want to say we're all, but a lot of this shit is inflated and we don't even know what reality is anymore. So these algorithm shit, it ain't nothing new. It just people don't want to believe it because it sounds spooky. But then you go pay attention because everybody knows that, what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg was on Facebook, was up there on Congress, but they ain't sat their ass down and watched PBS and realized what the programs was actually doing and how they recognized the endorphins. And they were going to send you all your, what they call it? They were throttling likes and shit. So people were constantly checking their phones to see their likes and shit and getting disappointed and frustrated. So they were slow leaking it, giving them one little like at a time. So it may have 10 likes in 1 minute, but they're going to just slow leak it. So they're going to check their phone more, get more notifications, get more happy and shit. So people spending all this extra, like it was actually done to the point where like dude had to apologize for it and start changing the methods and the algorithm type shit. They get caught for manipulating people, but you're not reading this. You're not sitting here listening to this shit in Congress. They put these videos on Netflix and people don't watch it. You just skim through it and then like, yeah, did you see this Facebook shit? And then I'm like, all right. And then I fucking watched the whole shit. Then I try to have a conversation with these fuckers, but all they did is just pay attention to the cliff notes.
Yeah.
You know, but they're running around with the spookies and like all this. I'm like, dude, you don't really understand it. Another thing, that's the reason why I got off the white dude, because he said, like, you think you're gonna trust the Democratic Party? Or you think you're gonna trust it? They're the ones who run the Tuskegee. I'm like, oh shit, don't say it. They're the ones who were injecting black people. Like, ah shit, just fucked up everything. And that's what I be trying to tell some of the people on this platform. Stop trying to gish gallop your points, because you may have 3 points that was great, but since you start throwing in other buzzwords to try to make it stronger, you just invalidate it because one was in. It's just like saying, yeah, I was telling you about Jesus Christ and he was doing this and that. And he carried the cross. And before they took the cross of him, he had to take off his Apple Watch because he didn't want to scratch you. Nigga, there was no Apple Watches there. You had me the whole way until you fucking post-dated some shit. You understand? It's like, so stop trying to throw it all together. He was right. If he wanted to, but the thing is, he only did it because it was the election day and he was trying to rally some Republican votes. So he was like, all right, I'm gonna spill the beans a little bit and tell how the Jewish corporations and all these people who are in charge and how they're preserving their family, but they're fucking up your family and they know that you're going to kill each other. Like Pop Smoke, well, there was insurance policy upon him. Look at all these rappers who were killed within the last time and see when those policy deals were taken out and how much was on it and what was done and blah, 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 blah. You're like, holy shit. And then like all your videos and stuff, it may cost you to shoot it. And you look at your budget and realize that you didn't spend that much money. Neither did we. And the money who was spent for it was his cousin. So they make their own video shoot people and then they inflate the prices. It's just like a big hustle. All the diamonds, they're running around with irradiated diamonds that are grown. They're not even real and shit. They'll test real, but they weren't sat in the earth and pressurized for thousands of years. The motherfuckers were made in years and months. It's just a whole joke. But who's owning all this jewelry? Who's owning all the mines and shit? And they're owning all the mines over in Africa, not so they can get them all, just so they can stop production because they don't want to have more diamonds. The limited is what makes it valuable. So they want to stop it from flooding and then make people pay. It's a sick game. But the whole point he was bringing out is like that industry, the music industry is being super duper heavily exploited and taken advantage of. And a lot of these people don't know it, but people on the outside are trying to replicate it, thinking that that's what it's supposed to be. And it's just a big joke. Let me just find this video because I hate speaking and now it seems questionable. I like watch this shit. Record exec. Let me type that. Record exec. Here. Wow. Record exec exposes the rap industry. Holy shit. Well, let me go ahead and put it in it. Damn.
I hope it ain't Alex Jones.
No, it ain't Alex Jones.
No, it's not Alex Jones. But if you look at it, Public Enemy. I remember when Public Enemy came out. Public Enemy Fight the Power album was one of the biggest albums ever. Right? And then afterwards, Public Enemy, they said, fuck Public Enemy. And then Straight Outta Compton become one of the biggest albums. And I said, seriously? This is what they're selling? All of a sudden, all Negroes in black. And they said, okay. That's how it is now?
Nice. Play that link, Unbiased.
All right.
It's on like 4 or 5 minutes. And I got it from somebody else's, so it's not even his. There's not even that many views. It might not be the whole thing, but I'm sure it's enough to just hit those points that I was speaking on, because I don't want people to take my word for it. And again, I appreciate you, Stu Pease, to having the patience and intellect to understand when I'm discussing, I'm not attacking or debating. I'm just trying to put points on there.
No problem.
Yeah.
I heard you.
But I appreciate that.
You were doing both sides of the conversation.
But honestly, Unbiased knows me, and I do that all the time. But just sometimes people think it's easier just because they want to contribute, just to make me the enemy and just attack what I'm saying and then pin it to me and attack me along with it. When I'm just trying to put points on the table and we can explore it. Because again, I'll say I may be wrong and then I'll lay it out. But I'm just thanking you in real time, giving your flowers, because for some reason, everybody's not that sincere or pure. or they may have other things going on in the world, and I just happen to be the stick for them to hit with, or whatever.
Yeah, man. You were discussing both sides of the topic. This is a conversation every black person has,
Facts.
right? Because as soon as we find two shillings to rub together, no matter which country we're in, we tend to move out to the neighborhood because we can't deal with the bullshit. You cannot deal with the bullshit, right? The nerd in school, he was called an idiot, and as soon as he making some money, the same people now coming at him. The same thugs, he's always fighting the same thugs in school, out of school, right? Some people don't buy certain gas station. When you go to Whitey Land, you don't have no problem getting gas station.
I always laugh when you say Whitey Line. That shit is hilarious to me. I'm in Arizona, so that shit is so fucking foreign. It's just super hilarious. You can get on. You probably can get on stage and circle a couple of cities and make a good money by just using that as a punchline, at least for a good summer.
When you go to Whitey Land, it's a different atmosphere. Tell the truth. When you're in Whitey Land, you don't even look at the car. You leave the car open. You walk, go into the gas station. You leave it pumping. You come back out. You're careless with your behavior.
Yeah, wealthy Whitey Land, because there's some grimy Whitey Lands in Texas that you ain't doing that shit. They're all over, but I know what you mean. I'm just gonna keep distinguishing that because I just refuse to give the whole race that success, that tip of that cap that they just winning like that. It's just part of me, and maybe it's just a hater in me or the blackology in me. But I was like, nah, they not all balling like that. Chill out, man. I just can't give them that. Even if it's true, I can't give them that.
No. I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, my man. I appreciate you.
I understand where you're coming from with it. I understand because we try. Because when somebody tell me that the rapper dude died, I said to them, what was he still doing in that neighborhood? What was he still doing in that neighborhood? You're a millionaire now. You don't have a house. You don't have a pool house with a nice backyard that you can set up to do your dice bullshit. You understand? What you do?
I hear you.
When the jeweler guy went to and he got killed, the jeweler guy from wherever he was from.
Yeah.
It's about Chicago. You talking about Duke the jeweler.
Yeah. Duke the jeweler went down to Negroland.
Yep. Come on now. And now, see, that's a whole nother thing. That makes me feel like that's just been a setup because the streets need a body. So when you run around here making all this money, then you got to feed your wolves. And if you ain't paying them for what you have, and PP loan is being shut down, and they just pulling these dudes who ain't got no clout for licks. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's just seems like what the streets tend to do. Because that's just a little. I heard that, but it's been known for a while, especially in the Southwest, about these dudes and their dice games.
Yeah, no, but what you're still doing in that bullshit?
That's the fact right there. That's the valid fact. That's when a lot of people you don't want to blame the victim, but you gotta blame. They gotta be accountable. Let me put it to you that way. You're not gonna sit there and say, "Well, what was she wearing when she got raped?" You know what I mean? Because you should be. This is the United States of America. You should be able to go bowling. You should be able to be out in public and say that murder type of shit shouldn't happen. Especially if people invite you over, tell you that you're safe and you're well known, but you can't invite knuckleheads and ignorant people to a party. Again, they shouldn't go. But let's not start. Let's be
honest. White people who own yachts, YATCH, do you and I interact with them? White people who own yachts. You'd have to go to the Kentucky Derby to interact with those people.
Facts. That's true.
Right?
I'm never going to be in the circles to run into Beyonce and Jay-Z.
Never. Unless you go to Monte Carlo.
And even then, they have their ropes and they're going in through the back doors and they're eating at the top roofs that's spinning. They're not being seen. They got their own private elevators. It's a whole different world. You're not going to see them. Just like Spike Lee got shown, he used to be able to take the secret elevator, but now he got to work with the commoners. It's like, God damn, that's right as shit. He's making that much money. They demoted him. Shit. How much millions you got to make? Inflation like a motherfucker.
But then when you got people who are well known getting their privileges revoked, you used to be able to park in the tunnel and come in through this area and through the service
coming
area.
through the back door to the service area.
But he's the
When he
man
was
of the people.
fighting.
Why can't he walk amongst his people?
Right? He used to be coming in through the back door.
But that's not, but why would he want to do that? Shouldn't he want to be with his people, sit amongst his people, sit in traffic amongst his people? Fuck that. I made enough money to not deal with you peasants. That's how these motherfuckers' money put them in a position. And damn right, you work that hard, you should be doing it. If I am willing to spend $25, $50 extra to get the easy pass at the amusement park and not have to wait here for 4 hours, this spot, 2 more hours, this spot, 45 more hours. I want the express. I got my damn kid here. I'm not even from this state. I worked hard. Here, let's walk us through 15 minutes. Let's go, babe, front of the line. If you worked hard and you spent that money, that's what you get. But I mean, it's I don't want to get to the part where it's haves and haves not. Play that video.
You will get rid of those. Listen, how you saying that the broadcast Negro?
But let me explain this to you, because this is what people got it wrong. There's hold up. No. Let me say this, Stu, because there's really no such thing as a broke ass Negro, as a person, as like an entity, as like a stock type card. What happens is, just like in these impoverished areas, all the way back in the ghettos, in any country, any city, any nation, any world, maybe any planet, who knows? But there's going to be a place where there's impoverished people, where there's limited resources, dry soil, and then there's places that are lush, that have running water, and that have bountiful trees and that fresher soil. Now, what happens is, if you start out in those impoverished areas, you're supposed to work hard so you can move into better areas, and work hard and move into better areas, not because you're trying to escape and be better, but you're trying to give your offspring the best opportunity. We're the only ones who got tricked as if of getting away from lead painted walls and mint water is turning your back on your people. Come back down south and be in the most poverty state where the lowest education. You need to come over here. Like, no, we shouldn't even be there. Why can't we all go to Martha's Vineyard? Why shouldn't we as a people strive to be doing better? Why do we have to champion being in poverty? Because it's easy to do that. It's easy to sit back and say we need help and just be content in that struggle. Let's not make that to norm. Of course, there's going to be people there. Of course, everybody can't make it. But we have to stop with the narrative like you got to constantly be 75 years old still repping your projects. When your project is supposed to be a stage in your life. Your mom worked hard for 5 or 6 years and she finally got this different position, so she was able to move you guys out the projects. Why is that a shame thing? You left the hood? You went to Whitey land? No, I just didn't want lead paint walls. You know what I mean?
You went to Whitey land.
I went to fucking sanitized water. I went to where they sprayed and the mosquitoes don't get to feed on me. I went to where I don't have to share my room with the roaches and the rats. I moved my kid into that shit.
Listen. I am not lying. You know this, that most immigrants, when they come,
that's their playbook. That's their fucking playbook. They got it.
You know where they go. You and I know where you find them. Where you find them? You find them in White Land. I live in White Land.
But did they start there?
No. I live in White Land.
As you should. But did you start there?
I don't have a Tesla, but the amount of Tesla that's around me can't count.
I fuck with this guy. I fucking love this guy. I love this guy.
I don't have one, but if I go outside and walk and start taking pictures of Teslas and send it to you, you'll probably ask me if I live in Elon Musk's backyard.
But the truth is again, I appreciate the struggle, because when I look at somebody with it, even if it's good or bad, I know it took some shit to happen to get it. So if I see a little thug and he's over here walking around with some shit, I'm like, damn, you done did some shit, but at least you got up off your ass. Now I hope eventually you get smart enough to do better and to do something with that money, take care of your family, get out of the hood, and eventually switch over. But you got to start somewhere. Some people are born into shit, and your parents are doing shit. You're born into gangs. You're born into violence. You're born into being a scammer type shit, and you're taught that shit from birth. Those people I empathize and sympathize with, but I don't like the soldier. Let me not say that. I don't like the people who come from wealth, the Prince Juniors. Let me not say that. I don't like people who have the silver spoon and then they want to backtrack to try to get the credibility in the hood shit, which is unnecessary. Play that video.
The problem is the problem is this is a significant problem I have, that Most people.
You're breaking up, Supies.
Let me say this real quick so I don't have to type it to Rasta. I hear what you're saying, Rasta. You're saying it's facts though, Watcher. The Dixiecrats used to be the KKK party, but there was a realignment surrounding the civil rights movement. We've all heard that. We've all regurgitated. But the dude who's on the screen right now actually states a valid counter. Not saying that, and the reason why it's valid because I haven't cross-checked it yet. But the three names that I looked under, he was actually legit. Like they didn't switch their parties. The same people who were voting one way was voting the same way afterwards. So it's like, who switched their parties? That's the way they try to make it seem like these people were this way, but then they switched over to this other way. So based off his argument, it's wrong. Now, disproving that argument would be valid. I would like to see that happen. I haven't put any energy into it thus far, but I'm just saying like, damn, he got a point there. I'm waiting for someone to counter or see something valid with it. Don't just go back to the first point without acknowledging his points or proving it, because he's saying to prove it, show me which senators that switched over and then they're voting afterwards and the policies that they did afterwards that was showing at them. And he was saying, go ahead and try it. I'll wait. And he even said that, being smug. I'll wait. Play the video. Play the video.
Wait, hold on. What happened with that? What happened when the switch occurred? Is that the Dixiecrats down south, right?
I'm listening.
Changed party. They changed allegiance. The voting public changed allegiance.
All right, freeze. All he says is everyone says that talking point, but name one senator who switched party. We all know what you're saying. I agree, because I used to say the same shit. But since he opened his mouth and threw that challenge to us, I'm like, oh shit, he got a point. So are you going to give me a senator, or are you going to keep regurgitating the point that we all already know?
The senators didn't change parties. The senators didn't change parties. The people who started representing the other parties became the radical, and the voters voted other people in.
Okay,
right?
So to counter, all right, hold up. So in order to counter his argument, all we have to do is provide the people who were voted out, and then the people who were voted in to replace it. So what's happening? The party didn't switch; the people switched.
The people switched, right? The
Okay.
people switched. Look at it. All right, let's say the South was traditionally Democrat originally, and Lincoln was the party of the freed slave. So originally the South was Democrat because they was against Lincoln party.
Okay.
Now, if we look at the South, because prior to the shift, which occurred, right, the South was Democratic.
Okay, when did the shift happen? Let's get clear. Let's not just get clear. When did the shift happen that you're referring to?
The shift happened when
civil rights, prior to civil rights?
No, just as Johnson was start arguing for civil rights and the changeover and the civil rights bill was passed. That's when the
Lyndon Baines. We're talking about Lyndon Baines, LBJ.
LBJ? Yeah, LBJ. Because LBJ is a person.
Okay, so,
LBJ is a person.
And so that was in the 60s. So this is very easy to check. So what we're saying is, and there's records of this, so we would be able to see that the voting populace, there was a switch. So this is all, again, I'm not even going to take this. I'm not going to do it.
No. If you look at it, prior to the civil rights, the South, all of those seats down south was Democratic seats.
Okay, I'm listening. All the seats down south were Democrat.
Right, and then after with LBJ and the civil rights.
Okay,
right?
Civil rights. Now, what we know as a people is like, once that happened, them motherfuckers like, oh hell no, he betrayed us, and then they all said we're gonna be racist. So they decided to change their party. Did they change their policies? Like what?
Listen. Because people oversimplifying this, and I'm going to go for the book. I have a book upstairs, a textbook, and I'm going to read the chapter.
Okay.
What happened? Because I don't have time now, and I'm playing video games.
Okay. Well, hold up. Because I
I don't want you to be refuting a point that was never made. I think it's better if we watch this video so we can get exactly what he's saying.
Let's watch this video from this Nancy Jew.
Right, because all we're going to do is keep regurgitating what we already know. I'm not even saying he's right. I'm just saying he threw out a challenge that needs to be responded to.
All right, let's watch this Nancy Jew. You know that he's Jewish, right?
Seeing that a rapper from Migos died, I just wanted to go ahead and make a video about something I have a unique experience in. So I directed a bunch of rappers, people like Gucci Mane, Snoop Dogg, Lil Yachty, the list goes on and on and on, okay? I learned a lot of things, and I have left the industry largely over my political beliefs, but there is something I want to impart to people to hopefully, make some sort of change happen. So I have a challenge to rappers, and I know some of you still follow me. I know a bunch of the celebrity blogs still follow me from trying to get news from music videos and things like that. So here's the truth. The truth is this: a bunch of young black male rappers keep dying. You know who's not dying? Record executives. The record executives that push for them to continue to make songs and create a culture that is obsessed with death, drugs, and sex. Period. The industry is obsessed with it, but those record executives, they're not dying because they don't push this culture on their own people, but they're encouraging you to push it on yours, and they're paying you handsomely to do it. The reality is, I know a lot of you. A lot of you are good people. You're family guys. You're not the image that you put out there to the world. Why? Why don't you be the example? Stand up. I challenge you. Be the example. Make music about the culture you want to see. Don't just get online today and talk about how, whenever a rapper makes it, his own people take him down. Don't just make those videos. Don't be sad. Don't rest in peace. None of that stuff. Be the change you want to see. Inspire it in your community. Reach out to other rappers and say, we have to stop. We're being used. You've been used for a long time. They create this paradigm to make you believe that you're so important and your celebrity status is worth so much, but in truth, you're a pawn in their game and you always have been. The government has wanted to hold down communities of people in different ways through different methods for a very long time. Their method in the black community has been to use entertainment to create a culture obsessed with death, drugs, sex, and money, so that they could create a false paradigm of what happiness and what success really was. And in doing so, they created a world that also made people more dependent on government, and as a result, gave themselves more power. The record executives that push you to do this, to go and continue to profit off the backs of your work, they're in cahoots with the elite. They're in cahoots with the government. They want you to think you're important, but in truth, you're just doing their dirty work for them, so stop. They've empowered you in ways that are real. You have an audience. You have platforms. You have the ability to make change. So go against the grain together. They're more afraid of you all together standing up and creating a new culture that's built around family, faith, freedom, doing the right thing, valuing life, than they are of anything else. So I challenge you. Use your power to do the right things. If you continue to do the same thing you've done, more rappers like this are going to die. How many have to die before you change the culture? And let me tell you something else. There's a reason the record labels pay us more to do rap videos. They don't tell you that, do they? Do they tell you that they pay us more to do your videos? Because they do. They do it because they know it's more dangerous. They do it because they know it's more difficult, and they do it because, frankly, there's a lot of money laundering involved. Those labels wash a bunch of money through. We don't do it, but we know the labels are doing it 100%. Okay, they're then taking the money off the top end, and you see on your royalty check, oh, they spent $150,000 on this video. Did they? Because we didn't see $150,000. Okay, and to who? Their friend's company? A lot of times that's the case. Same thing with insurance companies. They charge us more to insure your videos. And it's because they know the culture that's been created. They know that the only possibility of a music video being shot up is on a rap video. And that's the truth. So change the culture. You have the power. Your people deserve it.
All right,
You guys
stop
are-
it, stop it. Stop. You can't stop it.
Okay, it's over.
Let me
Hold
say
up, real
something.
quick. He didn't even talk. This was a shorter video. He even talks about how they take insurance policies out on the rappers. This was a
Yeah,
smaller one. It's a 10-minute. It's 9 minutes.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
rebut.
Go ahead.
Let me
Okay.
rebut.
Okay.
And I'm going to use simple statistic for rebut it. Since the inception of time, black entertainers, whether they want to be athletes, musicians, or dancers, singers and players of music and athletes, came from the poorest of the black communities because it was the way out. When they want to be the boxers, it was the way out. Very few black athletes come from a two-parent home. Very few black singers and players of music come from a two-parent house. We know the ones who come from a two-parent house, and we know the ones who don't. And you can't argue on that to say, and not say what to say. What he's asking is that poor black youth, especially in the time of trap music originated in like poor communities. Right. These dudes coming from very poor communities. It was the way out. They could rap and they rap out. He's asking dudes who is not even conscious of self to recognize the damage that they're doing. He's asking 14 and 15 and 16-year-old youth who start rapping from that early age to be the point of change. How many of them can be the point of change when they don't know what change look like? They don't know. These young men, the ones in Chicago, didn't start coming out of Chicago until the first song blew up. And then they were allowed now to have enough money to go to a different state. What he's asking is bullshit. And he knows it's bullshit if he knows most of these rappers. Right? We're not talking about a Lil Wayne. We're not talking about a Drake. We're not talking about, because the rappers who are more constructed, how they rap is different. The two-parent rappers not talking trip drill and trap house rap. Go and listen to it. He's asking young men who never have any other option other than to go and sing and rap, and they signed some of these shittiest deals because they didn't have a dollar to their name, to now be the element of change. Why didn't he accost the record labels and say, listen, you are aiding to destroy the black community. You know better. You know better than a 16-year-old who cannot even articulate properly. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know, Snoop, if you look at, if you type in Snoop, you know what I mean video. When Snoop said when he originally came out, every other word was, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You never know how to articulate yourself properly, to discuss your point. If you listen to Snoop today, 2022, I listen to Snoop 1998. It's two totally different person on two totally different intellectual levels. So what he's saying is bullshit. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, great. I'm glad you said all that. Now I'm sorry, I'm biased. You want to speak?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Now, just so I can be charitable and summarize or at least understand what you're saying, in short, he's incorrect or misinformed by telling the rappers who you are qualifying as the youth, the dumb fucks, and you strengthen your argument by using the youth who aren't real rappers making millions of dollars. But I mean, that was the basis of your argument. The uneducated, they have no youth, they have no guidance, to single parents. Those are what you're using on the base of your argument. But I'm sure he's talking to the artists that he was actually working with, making millions of dollars with, telling them they have a little bit more responsibility to the image that they're putting out to those said youth, because those youth are following them. So he's telling them, I wanted to interrupt you a lot, Stu, OG, I wanted to interrupt you a lot to cut you off, but I said, that's not fair. Stay calm. Let him say everything he needs to say. Wait till he stops, and then hope he gives me the same respect.
Sorry, my apologies.
I love you, my brother. So what I was saying is that and again, you're gonna be surprised at how I twist this. I'm just putting all your information out there, and it's not like you're not liking the way I'm doing it. So I'm trying to be charitable again. So I'm trying to do it in the nicest form. So the people that I thought he was talking to was some of the people that he was naming, the people who actually have the power to be the example, because that's what he's saying. Be the change you want to see in the youth, not telling the youth be the change that you don't even know how to create. That seems kind of backwards, but getting out of any emotions, I feel that the brother, and again, obviously I don't want to argue knowing who the youth follow, but he's talking about the people who are the templates to be followed. He's saying, give a better example. Try to be the change you want to see. If you don't want to be the change, like look at the alternative. If you don't like what he's suggesting, what's the alternative? Continue what's going on. Allow the youth to perpetuate the shit. It only gets worse. Tupac said it, the one that follows me, if I don't fix the shit, the one that follows me is gonna be way worse. They didn't change the shit from just living that thug life, saying I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna break the rules to survive, to the point to I'm just robbing you, I'm gonna take it no matter what, to the point that we're just gonna start slanging and putting all the drugs in the hood, and we're just gonna be trapping, to the point where we're just more about killing and drilling. So it's becoming an evolution. This shit is getting way sicker and sicker and sicker. Now they're playing Call of Duty with lives. I done shot the boy in the next neighborhood, that's 2 kills. Yo, ops, look at my ops, they done got 4 deaths already, and we done got 15. They losing over here. They treating it like it's a game. So he's saying that this death culture that it's evolving to needs to stop, because it's going to get worse. So if you want to change it, be that change. Now he does start switching, and he throws in his politics with the Democratic Party or into the politics and all that. And I feel that and that's why I said it before he even spoke. He does spit some bullshit, and I don't agree with everything he was saying, but I was more focusing on how he exposed the record companies and the labels for the taxes that they're using. Again, I'm not saying, and I realized he was full of shit once you hear the full video and you see that he's only doing this because he wants to snipe some of them Democratic voters. So again, there's an agenda, but he got my attention by snitching on some of the record companies because I never heard that point of view. So I'm not condoning this dude. I know he's manipulative, because while he's spitting all that, if you pay attention, there's a gun picture right behind him. He's a two-way, a Second Amendment dude. So he's all about guns and shit. So I'm like, my nigga, you could have sat on your couch and not showed that if that was your point, but you're walking around and you're just oblivious. So you're part of that death culture as well. So again, I'm not naive, Stu. I'm not even going to try to say that I'm following this dude. I brought him up here so we can be aware for all the music industry. Like, hey, they know what they're doing.
As I said earlier, they know what they were doing, because as I pointed out earlier, when Public Enemy album came out, Fight the Power, that's the first thing I said. That album was a conscious album. Remember, during Public Enemy album, Fight the Power, you had this other album, Everyday. I am Everyday People. What a group that Arrested Development.
Arrested Development.
You had
Tennessee. Tennessee. I know that group. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's go.
Right. You had groups like you had some nice New York rappers just flowing some easy rap. De La Soul, you had all of those groups. And then the record company came and said, fuck that. We don't want that. We want this. We want NWA.
Is that how it went? Is that how it went? They went and created NWA, or they saw that they could market that?
No, because they saw that they could market that. No, because
there we go. Okay, so they saw an opportunity to make money.
No.
Oh, okay.
They saw that they could manipulate. They could more manipulate an NWA type Negro.
Okay, so Stu. Okay, so we're going.
Then a Public Enemy Negro. Think about it. They could more manipulate a De La Soul Negro than an Arrested Development Negro. What they could bring to Arrested Development, they couldn't bring to him. So listen, we're going to put your teeth. We're going to give you 500 gold teeth in your mouth, a big chain around your neck, right?
But Stu, okay, I'm sorry. You're presenting this as if the record execs and the company were coming with the blueprint saying, like, we need you to rap like this, talk like this, do this and do that. And that's not how it's actually. The art was reflecting the life. They were already living that life. They just decided to magnify it because it was profitable. If it wasn't making money, they wouldn't fuck with it. So I don't think they were just sitting here like, how can we stop this progressive music that's uplifting and building people, that's building houses and pulling people out of poverty and making these Fortune 500s. That shit wasn't happening with the industry in that
that money. That was just a little small culture type click where people over there singing Kumbaya with their songs.
No.
Let me finish.
Hollywood.
But my guy, my major point is, maybe not, I don't need to berate upon the culture, but what I'm trying to say is it's done for financial gain. If there was no money involved, they wouldn't have did it. And I don't think they helped Ice Cube put those lyrics in those bars. They were just they were reflecting the life in the street that they were living and talking about it. And then people made it money, just like dudes were making music on YouTube like gangbangers. They weren't professionals. These niggas was gangbanging in the hood, beefing like in South Chicago and shit, beefing with other dudes, making TikTok or dances and songs, laughing and doing other videos and shit, and they saw they can make money off the shit, and so they're like, wow, look at the views that they're getting, let me snatch these dudes up.
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
Record companies work like movies industry. Have you ever realized that if 1 year one Jesus movie never come out a year, it's always 2 or 3. One earthquake movie never come out a year, it's always 2 or 3. One nuclear war movie never come out a year, it's always 2 or 3. It's the same thing with the rappers. They tend to follow each other's trend. They create trends. So when one gangster rap album will not come out because they need to establish a genre. And to establish a genre, you need 2, 3, 4, 5. So the push was now to establish a new genre of music in rap music. So you had the nice little silly rap. Because when rap first came out, it was silly raps, you know. Remember Roxanne? I want to be here, man. And you had Let Me Clear My Throat. and you had Bismarcky. Don't remember. Rap was a silly genre where people just have fun. Fat Boys, all of those people, when rap just came out. Right?
Two Live Crew.
You had
Two
1
Live
and 2,
Crew.
Yeah, Two Live Crew now introduce a different section of rap.
Okay. Do you know Marvin Gaye? Of course, Marvin Gaye, who father killed him. But let me finish. They have then after you had the silly era rap, then you had like the sexy era rap. We had Two Live Crew, the one from the booty eating gang one from down here in Miami with the soul food restaurant. What's his name?
Uncle Luke.
No. Uncle
Can I
Luke
say
is
something to
Two
you?
Live
Hey, listen to this. I'm your mama. I'm your daddy. I'm that nigga in the alley. I'm your doctor when in need. Want some coke? Have some weed. You know me? I'm your friend. Your main boy, thick and thin. I'm your pusher, man.
That's Marvin Gaye. That's
Curtis Mayfield.
That's Curtis Mayfield. But let's go back.
But let's go back. You're painting a hold up. No, because I'm shitting on that timeline that you're throwing up here. You're throwing it up, bro. My OG. This community is going to sing and talk about what's going on in their life. Just if you want to go back to Muddy Waters and people singing songs about heroin and living like, we can't just try to put this shit on the youth as if, NWA, rapping all this shit just started Arrested Development, De La Soul. No, you just painted a picture. Right now, I'm just destroying the narrative. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm not putting it on the youth. I'm not putting it on the youth. I am saying that.
I'm just shooting up that timeline that you just spent the last 10 minutes making.
No. I am saying that there's certain genre music that was introduced to the community. I was pushed because it was a different avenue stream for wealth for the record company. It was a different avenue stream for wealth. So they created a different avenue stream and they pushed the gangster rap. I remember when rap music wasn't on MTV, you know. I had a satellite dish. So rap music wasn't on MTV, you know. I remember those days, you know, until MTV raps came on, you know. I remember that you couldn't even hear rap music on MTV, you know. It was a rock station. Black people wasn't on MTV before Michael Jackson really took the boat. It's Michael Jackson make black people on MTV, you know. I remember that, you know, when the record company wasn't pushing rap music.
Right. I hear you, but we gotta stay on topic.
Hold on. But we're staying on topic because you have to understand that there's an agenda. And you are disregarding the agenda.
No, I'm not disregarding the agenda.
You have to go back and look at what it was before. I remember
Okay, so what you're saying is the agenda is not what this dude is saying.
No, their agenda is that they want to make money. And if it means to destroy the black community to make money, fuck
So
the black community.
they want to
The
make
record
money.
company.
They.
The record
Who's
company.
the they?
The record
Okay.
companies.
Okay, but what?
Polluting.
You know, they have. Let me not go into that because I mean, like, there's black record owned as well, but they're just still perpetuating it. But we're getting way off point.
Company that is owned. Tell me the black record company. We have
we're
black
straying-
distributors. We have black. We don't have no black distributors. We have black labels. We don't have no black record company. We have black labels.
We don't
mix
have
it
any
up.
black record companies.
No, we have labels.
I know the difference between the distribution networks and these CEOs and parent company subsidiaries. I understand all of that. So let's not play the semantics and word games because we're going all over the place to make a point. But I noticed you started out by creating a timeline of how the music was pure and innocent and it just evolved and evolved and evolved. And I tried to help you realize, like, my dude, music is a reflection, or art is a reflection of life. When people started storytelling, they're telling what's already out there. It's not like it was manufactured in a record company and then it was produced to these rappers and rappers produced it and then they influence the people. That feel like it's going backwards. We're playing telephone backwards. What I was trying to explain is that this, like, people have been doing drugs, heroin, all the way down the line, coke. You can go all the way down Indochina being messed up off of. I mean, like, abusing narcotics happens with
what was being pushed.
Okay, what's
company.
being pushed? I've never heard a record. Okay, so what you're saying is okay. They're putting money behind it. Who's buying it? It's buying power. I get it, but they can't force people to buy it.
Yeah,
they can't force people in Middle America, their white kids, to buy it.
Of course.
But nonetheless, and the more, even if the black people who don't have the ability to buy it, they're just watching it on a box or VHS, or they're seeing these videos and shit, they're already seeing what they look out their windows and see. That ain't nothing really new to them. But they're saying, like, hey, I can get money by just saying this, and they're gonna pay me more and more and more. Oh, okay, well, I'm just gonna keep saying more and more and make it worse to the next man so I get more money. And they're holding like, this is nice, but I need it to be more messy. I need it to be more gory. There's a reason why Rakim never came out there, or his album never came out with Dr. Dre and them, because they were out there perpetuating that. And that's my G. But a lot of the Rakim wanted to go above board, and Dre was like, that's not what's gonna sell. That's not what people are expecting. They wanted to see the grimy Rakim. We want to see you behind these beats, ripping and destroying it type shit. But if you want to use these songs, we'll let you drop some with Busters and his shit, but we're not going to drop this album because it's too conscious. There's rappers like Common who were out the same time where all these gangster raps are going on, but people weren't buying his music because they wasn't feeling that. And everybody get confused thinking that it's that little 13%, which is not all 13% of people are listening to rap music. So let's cut it in half, and let's just say half of the population, which isn't really true because they don't have the buying power. But we're just being naive thinking that this little 6% is really what's perpetuating all this. No. People are looking at it for entertainment value. And the middle America is buying all this type of stuff, making it rich.
Can I say something?
Please, go ahead and take the floor. I'll fall back.
You ever have a bad CD yet? A bad, see, back in the day, we used to buy CDs. And if you have a bad CD, you know, the song's not all that good. But if you listen to it long enough, it starts sounding cool. If you listen to it long enough, it starts sounding cool. No, that is what happened with the rap music. This music, if you don't give, if somebody eating shit all alive, and you only give them shit to eat, after a while, shit starts tasting good. Right? You're only pushing shit on the table. After a while, shit starts tasting good. The first time you drink alcohol is the worst tasting thing in the world. Alcohol tastes bad. Right? A beer tastes bad. But you drink it long enough and enough beer, after a while you start saying, oh, this beer is smooth. This whiskey is smooth. This whiskey is nice. But the first time you taste the whiskey, it tastes like shit. So that is how you push shit. You don't give people choice. You just say, listen, this is what you have.
I hear what you're saying, and I recognize that. And I don't even disagree with the point that you're making. Mm-hmm. But if we're going to continue on, because again, let's just reel it all the way back in. We just watched a dude who was in the music industry who is explaining to you about they know what. I'm sorry.
That they push shit.
That
They know
yeah,
what
but
they're doing.
yeah, but they're strategically pushing shit. Now we understand that it's coming from the top, and they're determining what's going to be disseminated. Now let's rewind it. Middle America, we know, it's the little bitty white Latin kids who are buying the music, making it the inflated value that it was, because they don't live, they're living in their suburbs. They want to believe these tales. So once they start hearing these scary, spooky tales from the crypt in the hood, they're like, wow, this is awesome. But the more and more they listen to it, let me finish, this shit ain't real. This ain't authentic. You ain't getting in trouble. So now these guys need to start having criminal records. They start looking for the guys who have the criminal records, the realer ones. Okay, now his stuff sounds real. Gucci Mane actually sounds like he was in a trap. These guys sound like he was in a trap. King Von's actually over here bodying people to the point he's over there taking credit for bodies he didn't even kill, getting more enemies. This is how silly the shit's getting. You understand? So it's people who are chasing the bag and willing to compromise themselves in the bag. But then when you have record execs who have mean lawyers who can get you off, so you got off for the first body because of your lawyer team. Your second and third body, they know that, okay, we only can protect them for so many different times. But after that, you got a life insurance policy on this because you know what's happening next. Like, it's a game and they're winning in the end. But the audience or the mass people are the ones who are producing it because they love seeing the drama and the rah-rah shit. That's why 6ix9ine was able to blow up, because everybody wanted to see him on that tightrope, not to see the trapeze artist make it to the other side. We wanted to watch him fall. So everybody was watching him, waiting for him, because he's talking about gang members. We know he's supposed to die. That's the code. He's over here going in niggas' hoods and not checking in. We know he's supposed to die. That's the code. They're all watching it, and he's blowing up because they're all waiting to see his demise. And like, you know what? These gangsters ain't even doing what they're supposed to do. But everybody know he's Fed connected. So the real people ain't touching him. It's just the knuckleheads in the middle who are touching it, and they're getting caught up because they don't see the owner who put the cheese in the mousetrap and pushed it behind the refrigerator. Some niggas see the shit the whole way, like, I ain't eating that cheese. And some people who are just starving and hungry, they're gonna bite the cheese and get used. And that's what's happening. You got a lot of dudes who are drug dealing. They thinking like, well, I can put this on Instagram and flash this money and I can clean it up and say that I work at a call center. Or I can, and they're getting caught up on dumbass Ricos. We don't see all the knuckleheads who are getting caught in the neighborhood. We just see the big ones in Atlanta, Georgia, the ones that are caught up and they're trying to use the rap and the Rico and all that type of shit. But it's a template. Like, they let Snoop walk around smoking weed, thinking that it's all cool and shit. Meanwhile, he's getting in trouble every time at the airport for having all this shit. He's getting his lawyers taking care of that shit. But if let that be me and you in the 90s, 20s, we got to sit down for 5 years. We got to sit down for 6 years. They're pushing these people up here so people can run around and be the example. And when they replicate the example, they're getting fucked up. But the examples get to live a little bit longer. They get a little bit cases. They get little snooze buttons, but eventually they all get got. Whether they're slinging hard time, I got to go sit down, or they're supplying their people with guns and silencers, and then they got to snitch and whatever it is. You understand? But there's a lot of dirt that's going on that's being perpetuated by the people who make the music. The people who are pushing it out there. Like, it's like there's people who are making shit pies, and then there's someone who's putting the shit pies in a box and putting it in the market and shit. And we're blaming the people who, it's like that we keep making excuses for those who are making the shit pies. And I get it. The nigga who's making the shit pies fucked up. The motherfuckers who producing the shit pies and selling it, they're going to keep doing it. But if they see shit pies sitting and they can sell it, they're going to sell it. We need to stop selling these shit pies and making them because they're giving it to our babies. So we're getting money, but we're giving it to our babies and our neighbors and our people that we're supposed to be loving and care about. But we don't mind. But we got to make excuses. It's okay for them to make the shit pies because they're not going to eat. They don't know no better. They got to feed themselves. He shouldn't be selling the shit pies. Yeah, you right. I agree. I agree with you, but we know he's not going to stop selling those shit pies as long as they're being made. This is fucking America. Capitalistic, competitive society, materialism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like we can keep trying to go around. Let's blame the chicken for being for hatching the egg. Let's blame the egg for not being ready. But we're going around with circle. But eventually, we gotta put the. Let me finish this sentence. I'm almost at the period. Let me land the plane, my guy. I'm at final, approaching final. I'm approaching final. That's the last part before you put the plane down. The wheels are already down. So what I'm trying to say is, we have to get to a point where we hold the people who are making the trash accountable and make a different type of pie. And if you hear somebody say, stop making shit pies, make cherry pies. Oh, you bullshitting me. You know we ain't got no cherry trees around here. What the fuck is he talking about? All we got is toilets, cuz. What the fuck? Our toilets don't even flush, cuz. What the fuck? I got to flush it 3 times to get all the shit down. And that's why I got to make some of these pies. It's like we can keep saying that shit. We can keep saying that shit. But here we go. Just make 10 shit pies. Make your first million or 2 and then switch them and do something different. Why you got to go multi-platinum, make 10 million and shit in your pies and just keep making shit pies and never switch up? That's my issue, because
we had people like Jay-Z who's making shit pies and like, okay, I got to switch up. Let me stop making shit pies. You know, I mean, let me start teaching about wealth and shit. It's not all about the slanging and shit. Let me teach you about business. Let me, like, the whole point is, even you look at Young Jeezy, he has an art. You got to look at these artists. When they get a chance to grow up, their audience gets to grow with them. So if people who were sitting here trapping with T.I., they now got to be philosophical. Let me read a couple of books and use bigger words that I understand how to comprehend, but at least I'm trying. You understand? When you watch your artist grow, look at Snoop, he's doing all type of shit. He's doing it. He's being more caring about his wife, and you grow with your artist. But what's happening is we have these killers who doing this drill music, and they're not developing and they're not growing. They're dying out and they're being mythologized in the middle of their trauma. King Von's way realer than Tupac. He's realer than Tupac every day because he was actually out there shooting and killing people. But this nigga ain't giving nobody no Dear Mama song, Keep Your Head Up song. He didn't help people progress and grow. He just gave out double stuffed shit pies. Tupac put a little cream on top with a cherry before he gave you his shit pie. And then he started making shit cookies, and I got to clean it up. And then he went to Death Row and said, fuck it, let's go back to the pies. You understand? So my whole point is, let's just critique the pies that we're feeding people, because we know that they're going to feed them anyway.
But who is the chef?
Who's the chef? The person who's making the pie, the Black American, the person who writes the album, the one who's sitting there dreaming of, I got to get out the hood. And so here's my recipe. You remember Ghetto Dope Master P, make crack like this. He just gave the recipe right off the back before the song even started. Make crack like, he gave the fucking recipe how to turn cocaine into crack. And he became a multi-millionaire amongst in an area where he wasn't even allowed to. But that was his blueprint. And look what he was able to start. Ain't nobody even did nothing close to what Master P did, unless you want to go to Baby and him. But who did they copy over? You look at every single album that they were doing, they were copying P.
You are saying that the chef is a 16-year-old dude whose mommy was a crackhead.
Look how you got the pretext that you're putting into it is an attempt to exonerate the shit pie. I understand how the shit's made. I get it. But the problem is not that the fact that it's getting made, is that it's killing the baby.
No. I just draw a reference to a video and Unbiased show early in the morning, early in the show. Unbiased showed a rapper who was explaining what he went through. What was the name of the rapper, Unbiased? The one that he had, who was talking to his mother, who was a prostitute, a druggie. Oh, you are asking too much. If you're asking Black people to change who they follow, I'll understand.
So you believe what the Republicans believe about Black people?
No, not at all. My people is the greatest people in the world.
We're not capable of changing. You expect them to want more and better for themselves. You expect them to make a sacrifice for them people. You expect them to eat hot dogs now so their kids can eat chicken later.
My thing is that I cannot ask a 14-year-old to lead a nation.
But is that what this guy's doing? And is that what I'm saying? You keep reverberating. You're putting the conversation in the point to make what you're saying valid. And I'm not disvalidating what you're saying. The statement you're making is valid, but it doesn't belong into this particular argument. This argument is speaking to the people at the top who's accountable. It's not saying we got to start at the bottom and fix that's harder. You got to pick the people who's influencing. Like, you have 30 people all looking at one person. You want to change the 30 people or the person that they're looking at trying to be? Let's change women. Like, we can change women one person at a time, or we can get Kim Kardashian to co-sign our message. Which one's gonna move faster? I can go into these schools and try to tell these kids to put down a gun, do the violence, or what will work faster? T.I., Little Baby, Lil Zane, King Von, or all these other type of artists that they're actually looking at doing it. The 14 years, they're going to be following those dudes. And that's where they're getting their mark from. The point is, we need to have like a big ass snooze pause, and we have to pretty much wash out a generation and give them a new blueprint. This is my whole problem. Like, even when people talk about like Hebrew Israelite, I know all the flaws and all the BS in it and all that type of shit. But I understand that there's a purpose for religion if it's going to lift you up out of poverty, or give you guys a community, or give you some sort of a discipline. But I'm not going to go into the part with the spiritual spookism and all that in the guide, but I can see the value in it. So understanding that, then it's just like, you know what? If we can all usher ourselves into it without the spookism, but just use it for the discipline and the camaraderie and the family, then maybe we might even want to try it. But let's not delude ourselves into the materialism, walking on water, drinking the blood and eating bones. And you understand what I'm saying? Like there's a way where you can strive to be better, to make that shit happen. It is possible. We shouldn't just have a defeatist attitude as if our people can never get better. We're never going to have
I am not saying that.
But every time I hear you say something, it's like, I'm not going to put the onus on a 14-year-old to change his life. But there's been 14-year-olds who traveled the fucking country doing comedy shows and shit. 14-year-olds who travel in different states, and there's 14-year-olds who are on honor programs. I mean, like, we're conditioned to believe so little of ourselves. But if you look back 15, 20 years ago, what were 15-year-olds actually doing? We got to realize that human beings are human beings. But I mean, thousands of years ago, what was the life expectancy and what was being done? We had people buying property and farms and shit at the age of 16 and 17 and getting married and responsible for 15, 20, 30 slaves and shit. But if we keep infantiling our kids and shit and babying them and Cocomelon instead of teaching them real and shit, then we're going to keep getting the type of shit. Look for trying to change instead of saying like, no, we can't do it. I'm over here trying to say like, what could be possible? Could this be possible? Could what he be saying, could it actually be an option? Is it something we could be on the table? No, fuck that shit. White Tail said it. Damn, bro. I don't even agree with him. I apologize. I said, and I apologize. I shouldn't have done that because I took away from my point. But what I'm trying to say is I was looking for the jewels. I suggested that hopefully that somebody watching it, you unbiased, can realize and open your eyes up to something like, holy shit. We even got one of these motherfuckers on record. It's just like arguing with a female and they're all sticking to the code. And then you got one female. That's why I respect and love Amber so much. She's like, you know what I did? I fucked up. I cheated on that nigga. I broke his heart. I was lying. I can respect someone who can hold themselves accountable, especially when the code is never hold yourself accountable. And now we're just going to throw this shit away without even examining it and see if there's something that we can use because the spook done sat by the door or the whatever the analogy I need to put out, but it's just like, bro, we can't just wipe this shit off the table like this dude. Everything this nigga said was bullshit. And I explained to you where the bullshit was, but I'm also trying to explain to you where there might be some value. He might have a valid point. He even break it down to the record companies are charging the exec certain dollars for videos, but they know that they never got that money for the video, but they can't say nothing because they work for them. But they're billing the artists on that type of shit. That alone right there should be like, oh, hold up. So now when Little Baby's shooting a video, like, hold up, who's our insurance company through? How much are we being charging? Who else is our parent company? How much are they doing for their videos? Fuck that. We need to get this shit fixed. That right there is alone to put somebody up on game. That's just like me coming to you, found out like, yeah, you just bought your house. But if you go to this bank over here, instead of you paying 7%, we can get that shit down to 3%. Instead of you paying $1,500 a month, you can pay $1,200 a month. Fuck that advice. It came from old boy. No, man. We got to find our way out this problem. So we need all the solutions we can. All of it got to be on the table. Don't dismiss this shit unless you're the op. Unless your goal is for us to be confused. You're here to spew disinformation, and I get it. You're doing that gig. But eventually, as a people, we got to stop doing that. Just because this person said, or I don't like that, or this is all bullshit because I don't see no value in it. And then we switch it. And then if we find ourselves starting to make excuses for the people who are doing wrong, then we got to stop ourselves right off the bat. Let's start off by holding the people who are doing wrong accountable and then move from there. But let's say like, man, my daughter keep pissing in the bed. Fuck, man, I don't know what to do. I just need to buy some plastic covers. No, let's change his behavior. We got to find a way to change the behavior. We're not going to condone the behavior and just deal with the urine smell in the house and just get in the, you understand? There's a point you can even deal with this shit or not deal with this shit. But the point is, this situation, what's happening to our community and our people, is something that must be dealt with. We don't have no time to keep trying to snooze this shit and like the Hillary Clinton shit. We can spend all the time we want to going over how we got here, but we still need to get these motherfucking super predators in check. Let them run amok while we go back into their families and find out like, okay, this person's dad wasn't involved and that's why that happened. And the mother did that. And this kid was molested and this and that. We're spending all our time. Meanwhile, motherfuckers are dying and getting shot every day. And new dudes are looking at the blueprints and practicing and working on, all I got to shoot is 3 people. And then I'm going to start my rap career. And then I'm going to do this and what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to rob a bank and go to jail. They're already planning it out because these motherfuckers, I'll get 10 to 15 years and I'll be able to get out of jail when I'm like 35. And then I can get my license and everything to click and I can get a house and I can get placement. And then I could be a truck driver. This is how motherfuckers are actually looking. I'm sitting in circles laughing at little dudes who are saying this shit, bro. They're mapping it out.
because you can go to a place and you're getting free room and board for 10 to 15 years if your mother and your father ain't taking care of you. The shit's real, bro. But there I go again, getting a little too real. Because when you live in white land, you get disattached, but you still want to cape for those people, but you're not really aware of what their real problems are or their real mind state is. Because I was desensitized. That's one of the reasons why I went into coaching and then start coaching at you, because I realized I'm like, even when I have conversations with unbiased, sometimes I always have to throw out the caveat like, hey, I've been out the dating game for so long, so I don't even know what these bitches be talking about. But when I was doing it, you understand? Because I realized after going to these gyms and chilling with these 16-year-olds and chilling with the 22-year-olds or speaking over here and doing all this, I'm like, damn, I'm out the game. I didn't even realize that. Like, coach, you don't know what it's like, bro. And that's why I use that example with dating. Dudes look at girls' Instagram page and see how many followers you have before they even fuck with you. Girls would have talked to a dude, but I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to give you your number. Let me see your Instagram. Then they look at your Instagram, see what type of pictures you put, see what type of people like you, following you, how many followers. Okay, here's my phone number. I'm like, is that where we're at? I remember you used to be able to give a smile and make eye contact, and the female was feeling you, she's gonna invite you over some way. And then if she's not feeling you, she's gonna invite you over. Now we're in the air like, no, don't do that shit. A bitch just want to ego in front of her friends. She'll smile and invite you over just to be like, why are you here in front of her people? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And then I go talk to the girls and like, I was doing that shit the other day. Girl, you do that all the time. You gotta be humbling these niggas because they be thinking they the shit. They think they gonna be fucking the first night. So you gotta make them walk back. I'm like, wow, this is the game plan. You 14 years old with that game plan? This is what I'm trying to explain. It's like, man, we need to stop. There's holes in the boat. We can keep trying to row to make it to the other side, or we need to stop right now and fix these holes because we're not going to make it to shore. So we keep making excuses for the little kid who's sitting there with the little saw, little drill, just keep poking holes. No, we need to pop that little nigga on the ass and take that knife or that saw from him. We're not making excuses no more. Those days are done. We've been doing that for the longest. How long we've been pampered? Yeah. I feel like they pampered Tupac. I should not be mythologizing this motherfucker the way that I was majority of my life, to the point where I didn't even listen to Jay-Z. I was way behind in my 30s listening to Jay-Z, listening to the game and shit like, oh my gosh, I wasted 10 fucking years following the nigga I don't even know because he said, fuck this nigga Jay-Z, fuck Nas, fuck all these other people, and I'm just following along in the suit in the game because my OG said that. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. These niggas need to be stopped. I used to say Charleston White was a fucking fool, but now it seems every day this motherfucker's sounding more crystal. And then I find myself like, damn, I've really been caping for the niggas who I shouldn't be caping for. I've been making excuses and trying to justify poor behavior. Yeah, and I have to stop that shit. I'm part of the problem. That's why I be seeing why some of these Republicans, when they be saying to the point where they get you so coddled where you feel like you have to have someone to save you. You're not even to the point where you can save yourself. And the only people who sit there and try to act like they really need safety nets are those people who have survivor's remorse, those who made it out the hood and feel bad for the people they left. So they feel like they should throw down a rope, but they're not going to throw down a rope. So they want the government to do it. So everybody got to be taxed so they can quench their feelings. But they're not going to make any sacrifices in their own pocket. You go look at their first cousins and shit. Look how bummy they living. Pulling up, stunning on them every holidays. But a claim that the Republicans are cutting taxes and they're supposed to be doing that. We need more social way. We need more welfare. We need more all this and this and that. We need this and that. When you're the wealth in your family that you should be rising the boat, but you want the community to do it, but people in your own family is probably struggling. We got to stop that shit. Fix your first household. Stop talking about the black community needs to come together. The black community needs to fix their household because by proxy, if you fix your household, you want your neighbor to make sure his shit is right. So he ain't coming in your shit and your kid ain't going in their shit. That's how you have a strong street. That's how you have a strong neighborhood. But if you cheating and beating on your wife, or you looking at your neighbor's wife and shit, or you only, it's just so annoying because there's no accountability anymore. We just know how to diagnose or just call out problems. And I get real irritated, especially when I know intellectual people get caught up in that loop. Because I was in that loop. Because you're around, and the reason why you have that point of view is because you're probably around a lot of successful other white people and they play those games with you. So, man, what's going on with your people? Why are you doing that? And you have to let them know that, hey, they didn't start at the same point that you did. They were handicapped. And this is what happened. So those conversations require the 14-year-old, the 15-year-old, and the life that they're living, and they were bred into that. Those are the ones who need that. But when the black people come together, we already know the origin shit. We need to stop making those excuses and start working on solutions. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm bougie. Maybe I'm black people. That's what you're I'm not. No. I'm telling black people be responsible for their actions. If you want to call it blame in that narrative, you can say that. That may fit your point of view. No, but what I'm trying to say is let's start holding motherfuckers accountable. The 14-year-old didn't birth himself. Where the fuck is the mother and the father?
No, this is what I'm saying to you. This is what I am saying.
Okay.
90%, most black people,
I'm listening.
most black people, I'm not going down that line. I'm not going down that line. I change the argument. I'm not using that argument. I can use it, but I'm not going to use that argument because the situation that we're in is that it is totally different, right? People move from down south. People moved from south and they came into the cities. And there wasn't much infrastructure in the cities for black people. There weren't much jobs in the city for black people when people left south and came north in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, right? When the great migration took place from down south. Things changed. Listen, we have to be realistic. I have to be realistic. I have to say, listen, we didn't have the same head start. We'll have to fuck up. We're going to fuck up.
Facts.
But as long as people out there who see the light at the end of the tunnel, I know that we as a people will do better. But we can't come too aggressive to our people. Right? It's like people say,
why not? Hold on, real quick. Why not? Look at what was Malcolm X being kid gloves when he was talking to his people? You see what happens? When people make it out the mud, they want to collar the people who are still in the mud. Instead of giving them a kick in the ass to get the fuck out the mud, you don't need to be there because some of them are comfortable being in the mud because they don't have to struggle. And they prey on others who are in the mud who can't get out. Instead of saying like, hey, we all have a timeline where we can't dwell in poverty. If you change welfare and social services, like women weren't getting any more childcare or free WIC and all that type of shit. Once the baby hits 6 or 7 years old, they'll be forced to get a job. But nobody wants to cut the social service off for our people and shit because we know we need them. But at the same time, some of the people know that they get milking off of that shit. So they ain't gonna never fix themselves because they can get that shit. I'll just pop another baby out and be cool for 18 years. And me and the baby are living off of that. That's what's fucked up. Ain't nobody even paying attention to. That shit's supposed to be for the child care. I'm sorry? You asked me what about welfare? I don't know what you said, but let me just say this. I was raised off welfare.
Are you saying kill welfare?
That's what I said. That's what I said. You see how you want to paint that narrative? I said hypothetically, if they was to cut that shit off at a certain time, let's say age 6 or 8, now they're forced to get a job. And opposed to just saying that, hey, fuck it. Or we'll give you off 6-8 years. And if you try, you got to make attempts. And how many interviews have you had? And how, you know what I mean? Like the shit that they would put to a nigga when he's coming out of jail and he's on probation type shit. The standards that you have to start making yourself useful in the society instead of dragging on people. The shit that the women are white, black, or whatever aren't being held accountable to. It's not just a black issue. It's just being coddled. And we got to hold ourselves accountable. And I don't want to get into the politics. Oh, it's the democratic system. And that's why you want the welfare. And that's why you need a Republican. You need school vouchers. You don't need all that type of shit. You don't need to be, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm not using that narrative, my dude. I study political science. I get all that bullshit. And yellow journalism. I get all that shit and controlling and manipulative and forcing the narrative. And that's why I was so amazed that this dude broke rank and said what he said. Because I'm like, there's no reason why people should be able to see this and be like, damn, I see what this motherfucker's saying. It changed my view about the record and shit. Unbiased.
Yeah.
Based off of the little 4 minutes that you just heard right now, did this give you a little bit of insight, maybe like 1% of insight of what's going on in this music industry?
It's crazy.
Yeah, but no, that
but you're ready to, this guy's all bullshit.
I'm uneducated young man. What you
know how Stephen A, you're wrong, and here's why. That's what I heard from you right when dude was done. He's full of bullshit, white too much, and here's why. I'm like, oh shit, you ain't even gonna start off with the shit.
You
that
are
you agree.
asking 14-year-olds to make the change.
That's why. Look how you phrase it. Look how you phrased it. Look how you phrased it. He named numerous rappers that he worked with, and he said, "I'm challenging you guys." He said nothing about a 14-year-old, but the narrative that you keep spinning is the narrative that I'm hearing from. I don't even need to demean you, but just other groups who refuse to accept that responsibility, who refuse to say, "You know what, Watcher, you right, but let's not handicap our youth and our future and our people because you know." Thousands and millions of people are fed off those vouchers and food stamps. So let's not be insensitive and cut that shit out. You know what? You're right. Well, let's start decreasing it by percentages as the kid's getting older, because she needs something to fix it. It can't just keep going on and not doing shit. And you can see statistical data of how this shit's not being effective in these households. That's why you have these year after year after year motherfuckers staying in the projects, staying in the poverty, which is supposed to be like a 4 or 5 year type shit, and then you move on. There's no incentive to get out. There's only incentive to stay in. There's no incentive to stay married. There's incentives to get divorced. There's no incentive to be a dad. There's incentives to be a baby mama. You understand? You're being rewarded for bad behavior. And now we want to make excuses for the rewards to continue the bad behavior. I feel like I'm speaking French, but it's just too real. Or maybe I'm just lost. I'm just a fool. Because I've been in that. I've done the hot dogs. I done pulled my family from one side of the country and had them staying with me, and they done got all this shit, did their little high school, got their own little apartment, and didn't want to leave people behind. But there was some people I couldn't put in my house because I know my TV would be gone or my cars would be gone. So there's some people I can help that I knew that I could, and there's some that I could not. So what it really boils down to is just, is there any point in time where we got to say, you know what? We're hurting ourselves. What are some steps we can do to fix it? Or are we just going to keep pointing at, look at the 14-year-old. They're raised in this neighborhood. She was molested by her father, and she didn't want to be that, so she started gaining weight, and that's why she's fat. And he was only doing this. I'm like, we just keep making excuses for everything. Once I heard that one right there, this girl's probably fat because she got fat because she didn't want her dad touching on her, so she probably ate off. They were trying to make that excuse for the precious. Like, I be in different type of debates, and when I'm hearing this shit, I'm like, look at the gymnastics we do to avoid accountability. You're fat shaming Lizzo. No, we're cholesterol shaming this bitch. That's morbid obesity is not healthy. Don't tell me to accept everything. But the whole point is we get to a point where we try to include and justify everything to make it easier. And we're not going to get to where we need to be. I want to take these pills instead of going to the gym and lift. I want to pop this in I want to go get me a BBL instead of actually doing the workouts and the squats. We're in a society where we want it easy. And that's why there's no value to shit. Louis belts don't even mean anything if motherfuckers doing PP loans getting 10, 15, 20 G's and they're just buying all this shit. That's why they're getting, it's just ridiculous. Nothing has any value anymore because you don't work for shit. You don't appreciate it. Give somebody something and see what happens to it. Watch that motherfucker work for it and look how he values it. Next door neighbor washing his Honda or Hyundai Accent every morning. So proud that he got it. Little 17-year-old. $2,400 car, but he don't give a fuck because he got them carts out there in that Arizona sun for the motherfuckers. That's a motherfucker that I can respect. Not like, man, leave him alone. It's so cool if you take the bus. Da, 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 da. He's wearing his Jordans. He's doing all. It's like he's hustling backwards. I can't salute that. I can't salute that. You got 7 pair of J's, but you on the bus. That's $1,400. You could have got you a $900 jalopy or a hoopty, Monte Carlo, 79, and put some shit into it. 50 Cent said it, they would have spending $2,000, $3 on these shoes and shit. Like, man, that's never going to be able to beat a car. 5Gs is never, or what do you say? Shoes is never better than the car. To me, all you can say is facts to that. Why you got to get a car so people can't even afford the car? You got to do the maintenance on the car. Fuck that. I'd rather have my shoes get the bus. These buses go everywhere. Use Uber now. I mean, you can get Lyft now. You don't even need no car. You don't need no independence to get to work on time and make sure your family's secure and go to the grocery stores and not get robbed. And yes, that's how stupid it sounds to me. Why do I need to be independent where my kid is going sick and I can just get up and take him to the hospital instead of trying to call somebody or put my family's security or life in someone else's hands? We're getting too comfortable. And they're doing that on purpose. So when they pull that rug, the motherfuckers who've been starving them 14-year-olds, they coming for you, Stu. They coming to that neighborhood where the Teslas are. They're going to eat the rich. That's where we're going to be in 2035 because they just keep taking advantage of the poor and we're not helping them and we're not helping them get out and hold them accountable. We're telling them it's not their fault. And they're like, yeah, it's not their fault. Let me get another stick. By stick, I mean a 17-round magazine or 30 extendo.
Listen. With people, I don't even know where to start, Roger.
I'm too real. I'm sorry.
I don't even know where to start, Roger, because honestly, Honestly, you have given it some thinking. You have given it some thought, and I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from.
What scares me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. What kills me is, and what hurts is, a lot of these stories are authentic and real, just like they can listen to rappers and like, oh shit, his story sounds real. I like this rapper. What I'm saying is because I was that nigga who had to ride his bike after basketball practice 3 blocks up to the grocery store to get carts. And I'm in Arizona, so our summer's 110, 115. So I sweated out my shirt already. So I had to have my work shirt in my bag. Go in there, wipe myself off in the bathroom. And then my manager was a fucking asshole. So I had to do carts right when I came in. I didn't get to bag grocery for an hour or two and calm down. I came right in, wiped myself off, clocked in at 4 o'clock. Yeah. We need carts off the lot. Said my name, carts off the lot, being an asshole. I'm right in front of him, but he got the intercom on. Only black clerk agent there working. And this is what I did for
No.
But let me finish my story. Let me finish. We can all share our tragedies, but what I'm trying to say is the sacrifices that I had to make then to get my little bitty car. And motherfuckers laughing at me because I didn't know the difference between a Hyundai and a Honda because my first car was a Hyundai. So I'm walking around with my little CD faceplate, back in the day when you take your faceplate off because you didn't want it to get stolen. I was so proud to have my car. And then once I got into the basketball gyms, I went to go see my old high school. And then I had motherfuckers stunting and laughing at me because I didn't recognize, I kept saying Honda accent. And like Hondas don't make no accent, you dumb motherfucker. But the point is like I was being shamed off of me working hard as fuck for my car. So it was like, man, fuck that shit. I should just split the pack with the homies and just got the whip instead of having the bitches laugh at me because I thought I was on point. I'm being shamed from working hard by doing the right thing. And so I was like, you know what, fuck it. So I switched over. And I started doing knucklehead shit. And then had to earn my rewards. Play stupid games, I won stupid prizes. And I had to smarten up. And then as I'm smarting up and I'm doing things right, I'm watching my homies bang on my side bitches and clown at me because this nigga done fell off. He ain't doing all that. Went back to school, had to do what I had to do to get to my school, took care of my chicken shit. So I done pulled myself up and got them different whips. So now these niggas talk shit about a nigga that got 2 Benz or a Porsche or a nigga that's doing X, Y, Z and that. But at the same time, my daughter got to grow up in the same type of neighborhood or same type of environment, same city and state with these motherfuckers and their kids. So I can't necessarily leave them behind to prey on mine. So I have to go over there and coach their kids. I have to go over there and train their kids. I'm over there tutoring their kids. I'm over there sponsoring. So it's the whole point is I have to do this shit because I'm fully aware that I can't just leave them behind. But at the same time I'm over there, I'm talking to them, they getting this work. The same shit you hear me saying, I'm giving it to them. Ain't no excuses. Because I'm telling you the truth.
I know where you're coming from. Like my first job. When I come home and I would, I get the first job and I come home and I tell the dudes on the car how much I get in paid. And they laugh at me. They say I'm not working for that. But at the same time, they're asking me for a thing. You have a $20, you have a $10, But they're not working for what I was working for. They call it, I understand where you're coming from. It is not new. I understand what you're saying. I really and truly understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And real quick, it was a Hyundai. The little weird Hyundai one. I don't even know how do you spell it. It's with the Y. The Hyundai accent. Yeah. So it wasn't a motorcycle. It wasn't a dirt bike. They used to call it the Bulbasaurs because they said it was a green car that looked like some sort of a Pokemon. Niggas was roasting the nigga, bro. They roasted the they damn near roast me out that basketball gym. But it gave me the kick in the ass to say, you know what, this shit ain't happening again. Laugh at a Macan, motherfucker. Laugh at the Cayenne, motherfucker. Yeah. But it sucks because you can't stun on niggas who's locked up or already dead. How's that for real?
Look, and it's not about stunting either. It's not about stunting either because if you can afford a 747 like the Shaw, I have no problem with you on it. It's your 747. It's your jumbo jet. You work hard for that shit, right? You have this other dude that was teasing James, and I said, James, I can't tease you, but you did it the right way. You're a pilot. But when I tease you, it's out of love. And I'm happy that you did it the right way because you show other people that it's not one way alone we can do this thing in our community. My son not playing ball. And he's not Usain Bolt. He's not Usain fucking Bolt. He don't have a yacht. He's not going to buy a yacht. Like from running, because I'm not going to run. Right? He's not going to run. But it's like, I understand what you're saying. You're saying to people, so listen, as far as I'm concerned, you know, we can't give up this rap game, you know, and this basketball shit, you know. We can't give it up because, as it is.
You're saying we can or we can't give it up? CANT?
No, we can. We can't give up that shit.
You mean as? Are you mean as a? I'm sorry to cut you off. Are you saying as a people or you mean as an individual?
As a people. Well, people can find something else. Why our children can't be lawyers and doctors and Indian shit.
But I have to be careful with that. I have to be careful with that because honestly, playing sports was the conduit that kept me focused in high school and college.
No, because again, you put it this way. We had so much distraction. We had a plethora of distractions in our life as Black people. Right? That's why we needed sports to work off the energy and the frustration.
Not only that, hold up, don't shortchange it, but what you got to recognize, you know how many student athletes there are in the United States? So how many kids that are actually going to colleges, junior colleges, Division I, Division II, Division III, let me finish, off of scholarships, even in private schools. And even if they don't make it in that particular sport, they still end up being professionals or they get some education opposed to no education. They get some, like it's a stepping stone. You network, you start meeting people. So I'm never going to or I'm sorry, go ahead.
I am talking on the professional level. I am talking not on the college level, on the professional level.
But that dream is what gets you there. You're aiming for the moon and you're never going to make it, but at least you're out the atmosphere amongst the stars. You understand? So the fact that some people don't think, or like, let me say to you, on my junior college team, there was some motherfuckers who actually believed they were going to go to the league. These motherfuckers didn't even start, but they had that belief. And it was not in for me to tell this nigga he ain't gonna go. This nigga ain't gonna be setting the screens I need. He ain't gonna be boxing out. Some niggas, he ain't gonna be going to class. He gonna just go ahead and smoke that blunt or go smash his bitch and get her pregnant raw. He don't believe, you understand? So what's happening is they're preserving themselves. It's a form of discipline. A female, she may believe in herself, so she may not go smash and hang out and party and drink because she gonna take her test seriously so she can go to class. And once you start waking up and you're like, damn, these dudes are faster than me. Or like, damn, I didn't get no college looks. Or damn, I didn't get any of that. Now you're like, shit, I better pay attention to this books. There's a percentage of people who actually fall into that. And then and just like I'm sure there's a percentage like, man, fuck this coach. He ain't give me no opportunity. I'm going to quit. I'm not saying all student athletes make it out, but I'm sure more than 50% are put in a better position because they played them sports. They've been through that adversity. They had those different debates and arguments. They were developed to build character. Coaches yelling at them, you're messing up. And their ego say, you know what, coach? I know I'm messing up, but if you give me the ball in this corner, I'm going to shoot that shit. And his balls dropped that day because he believed in himself. And I'm a coach who had an AAU team. And I'm like, why the hell did you shoot that shot? Coach, because I felt I was going to make it. I said, I fucks with you. And get your ass on the bench. But the point is, I'm going to let them know that I believe in you for believing in yourself, but I'm mad because you shot that on a double team. But I like the fact, you understand, like sometimes people grow in an environment because when he gets home, his mom and dad are yelling at him. Right when he gets into the car, they're yelling at him and cussing at him and he can't even say nothing back. So sports is an avenue where a lot of people get to grow and develop and determine how I get to compete against this next dude, or that this dude is going to keep coming no matter how many times I cheat or hit him, or this dude is just significantly better than me. How is he better than me? Let me follow him on social media. Oh, he's practicing in the morning. Oh, he's going to the gym. Oh, he got a trainer. I can't afford no trainer. Fuck that. That means I got to practice an extra hour. There's so many dynamics that's not easily explained. So when we try to dismiss sports and then even take it on a macro level out of the individual, think about the families that's involved. Are you going to have an uncle who's going to work on training, or the mother and the cousins, they're all getting ready to be the entourage going because they believe in their son and no, leave him alone on a basketball court because he's an athlete. That was me a couple of times in the post. Hey, homie, let me get them shoes. Hey, no, that's the little homie. He's the hooper. You got to realize there's so many dynamics that athletes are actually sheltered in certain gangs, neighbors, because they have a certain talent. And some people want them to get out only to exploit them later on down the line. But nonetheless, they're protected for having a skill. And then think about the businesses that they do make it, because playing the man at a little junior college, you get to go to the pizza place afterwards, or the home games are really popping. It's just, there's so many dynamics that's involved with a young Black woman, male, boy, 14, 15-year-old girl by using sports as a way. So when we say we need to give up the basketball type of shit, I used to be with that, but at the same time, it's like, no, I feel you. But let's just say, let's not make the pros your number one. I can't even say that. Let's just have a backup plan, I guess. But then some people say you should have a backup plan. If you have a plan B, then you ain't serious about your plan A. But I guess that's some idiot motherfuckers who made it rich and they just want to discourage everybody else type shit. Because if you pay for those seminars or the people on how to get rich, they always come with those type of philosophies, which it's a numbers game. I'll say it that way. I don't want to say they're Ponzi scheming, but it's a numbers game. Go ahead, bro.
The NBA is a Ponzi scheme. You might not want to. The NBA is a fucking Ponzi scheme.
I can see that. I can see that. I can see that.
The NBA is a Ponzi scheme. Listen, 300 people are drafted. Not even 300. 300 people are drafted each year, right?
Right.
But 300,000 per year.
Where's Unbiased at? I hope I'm not fucking up his channel and his topic.
My man, we can't talk. 300,000 people.
Fuck that nigga. We having a conversation. This nigga.
Yeah, 300 people. 300,000. The amount of people who play college ball, basketball, to say, I'm going pro. You're nice. You're this. You're that. You're nice. And let us be real. Let us be real. LeBron's son and Dwayne Wayne's son that play ball is going to the league. And you know why they're going to the league?
I'm listening.
They're going to the league.
Nepotism?
No, they're good. I'm not saying they're not good. They're going to the league because from him was 3 years old, he understand plays. His father had him. It's like somebody said, if you had Tiger Woods' father, from you were 2 years old, put a golf club in your hand and taught you the game fundamentally. You might not have been great as Tiger Woods, but you'll be good.
I agree. I agree. That's fair.
You would be playing in the league, right? When you look at many people, they're playing in the league. Like when you look at track in Jamaica, you know why girls track and field in Jamaica is good? It's because
God damn. Woo, Shelly. What's her Shelly Ann Fraser Price? Oh my gosh. Oh my! For some reason, she just seems like one of the, and then if you listen to her interviews and how she talks, she just seems like one of the most amazing women in the world to me.
36 years old, I'm running like.
And she's a mother, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You a mother, you still out there smashing on it. Oh my God. That shit's so amazing to me. I know I get it. Everybody wants a city girl and a bad bitch, but there's something about a female who a super athlete dominating her sport and go out and have a baby, don't use no excuses, come right back and still start smacking ass. That shit's dope to me. That's dope. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I still be number one. It's because they're exposed to the training from early. They might have been poor, but they had the family support. If you want to see where Shelly Ann live, if you want to see poor, you need to see the neighborhood where Shelly Ann come from. That is the hood of hoods, meaning that every night there's a shootout in the neighborhood. I'm not talking like a pow like you guys have up here enough. I'm talking like the ones AR-15, AK-47s, half an hour worth of gunshot blazing almost every night, like a war zone.
Wow.
She live in a place in Waterhouse. Right? Poor neighborhood. Right? Most of the houses around there is board house. I'm not talking board like lumber, You need to look at them. Right? But our parents were behind her. Her mother like this was a vendor. It's like when you have Mexicans selling oranges.
Mm-hmm.
That's like that our mom did.
Ah, man, her mom had it made. It sounded like she was an entrepreneur. I'm teasing. But truth be told, I'm sure in that neighborhood, they probably was on point.
No, they're just poor as everybody else. It was a poor neighborhood. Everybody
Yeah.
poor.
So
Everybody
everybody was capable of being a vendor.
Huh? No,
Everybody
but
was capable of being a vendor.
no, some people had other jobs. Most people
Oh,
don't make
okay.
it. Most it's like vending is like hustling, you know. You
Oh,
just go
okay,
there to
okay,
hustle,
okay.
sell,
Okay, I see.
sell whether anything you can find to sell. You go down to the market and sell.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So you're saying there was no teachers in that neighborhood?
No, I'm not telling you about. The teacher not living down there.
Okay. Were there any doctors or lawyers or any
In that
type
neighborhood,
of
you're
professionals?
there's no professional in that neighborhood.
Oh, okay. Just making
Like
sure. So I'm just
the kind of jobs we have down there is like bus driver, construction, and construction don't pay like up here.
so what's the
Construction.
wealthiest job in that neighborhood? Like what's
In that neighborhood?
what's considered you're doing the best in that neighborhood and what's considered average and what's doing worse? Obviously, I guess what just fetching
The best-
water, selling
the-
water bottles or something.
The best job in that neighborhood is probably the shutter.
Oh, okay. I see.
You
Okay.
understand me? You understand what I mean by the shutter?
Yeah, I know what the shot is, but I mean, like that's the trap house. I mean, like that's the.
That's the
But,
best.
okay,
job
let me
in the
ask you that:
neighborhood.
Is that a profession? How long is that profession? Can you
Nah.
pull that off at least 10 years without getting caught up?
Yeah, between you might end up in prison or end up dead.
Oh, okay, so to me, that's not for a semi-bright young youth. I might try to find another calculation to make it. So,
Yeah.
so what's below the shot time?
No, most people working class. I might have a security guard job.
Okay,
You
so
got
like a
to work.
security guard job, that's respectable in that type of a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Okay,
might
and so
have a
what's
taxi.
middle class? What's
No,
like
not-
middle tier?
No, that's our neighborhood. There's no middle class in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is a poor neighborhood.
But I understand that, but I mean everything is to scales. Just like if there's nobody, if like there's outside of prison, motherfuckers have money, but you go to prison, nobody has money, but there's still a currency in the ranking system, and there's a wealth and people who got it in connections, and then there's like a middle tier, and then there's just the bottom feeders. And so what I'm trying to say, like in any neighborhood, just like if someone's working a security guard and someone's working a vendor and someone is just selling food plates all day, there's a tier as how much revenue that they could bring in a week or a month is what I'm trying to get at. So I'm trying to feel like it. So if you start off, okay, so in essence, what you're probably telling me, there is no social mobility. Everyone's doing the same thing. Like you can't start out like just selling cans and recycling shit, and then you end up selling that and save up the money, and then you buy you a gun, and then you start robbing it, and then you say,
No. How
And then you
these all
just do a
those
vending
neighborhoods
cart.
go? How
But
those-
listen to what
how
I'm saying.
those-
Listen to what I'm saying. Is this possible? Like I'm saying, like you could work up to get your vending. You do some little low crime and shit until you get enough money to get your own little vending cart, and now you're selling your own shaved mangoes ice type shit. Is that possible?
No, how that neighborhood go? You plan to pass on the baton. Let me explain me by your plan to pass on the baton. You
So
there's no you do without. You do without.
Okay.
You do without, so that your children can go to school.
I respect that
And,
to a
and-
degree.
and you it's all about your children now. It's never about you anymore. Because there's you end up spending the money for your children go to school. You work for finding lunch money to make sure so you can put some food on the table and some lunch money and some bus fare for them to go to school. Because it's not like up here where you have school buses and school lunch really.
Thank you for saying that, Stu. Now that's my whole point. That's my whole.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
because
see,
I
look
know-
at you.
I know
I knew
this
you
is
didn't want to
this
say
is
it. Like,
you.
fuck. I know you were saying it.
Because it's not about you.
I'm not going to use
anymore.
it against you, but what I want to say is just to show more validation to those people in those areas. I wouldn't condone. Well, let me just say this first. In that type of environment where there is no social mobility, there's no way where you can take yourself out of poverty over a time period. So what you're saying, and before I finish my sentence, most people who are born in that type of environment or that city in that ghetto, they're going to die there. So if that type of understanding, and there's really no social network system to move you out of the poverty type shit, then in no situation, I don't really blame the youth for their transgressions type. Again, I know it's not the whole place, but I know there's pockets of poverty that are being ran by whatever type of situations where you really have no choice. So in those type of situations, those circumstances, I get it. But when it comes to the United States, bro,
no,
it's harder for my spirit to be in sync with the 14-year-old in that city you just described with the 14-year-old, the cities that I'm seeing right now here.
No.
You understand? And the onus of change and the expectation of putting some effort to change your family situation or your own personal situation, even if by you getting an education, is better in the United States.
This 14-year-old in America don't know hungry.
Okay.
This 14-year-old in America don't know hungry.
But you would make the same excuses and the same defenses for him like you would the one on the island? You feel like the one on the island is held to the same accountability level as the one living out here in 14? We're going to baby and coddle them both.
No.
Yeah. If anything, I think you're probably going to kick the one in the island in the ass more to do better.
Yeah.
But you're going to coddle and baby the American 14-year-old who's here, who has all the opportunity and the support system and social welfare and CPS and WIC and recreation and summer programs and free lunch tickets.
Yeah, because we don't cuddle them in Jamaica. We say you're wasting time.
Bingo.
Teachers don't cuddle them. Nobody don't cuddle them.
Yeah, you be real with your own.
We say your mommy poor, your daddy poor, you're hungry, and you're not coming because you have a duty, you have an obligation to save the family. 14-year-old to help the family in Jamaica. That's an obligation.
Now you sound like me. You sound like me. Talking to the kids in the urban.
I cannot be from a different country. I come up here, come to that.
Okay. And I respect that. So now I know where your heart is. I know where your heart is, and I respect that.
I cannot be from Jamaica and come to America and say that.
Okay. I respect you. That's
but I can
character.
I can my own I can have no sympathy.
Okay.
You understand?
And so now you see we're in the same boat. Because when I think about Haiti, I'm like, man, it's not fair. You can't pass judgment on it. You know how much shit that they done been through. But they're over there like, man, we ain't got nobody helping us, motherfucker. You better get your shit right. But over here, I'm the opposite. We're looking at it the same damn way. You know what I mean? And that's what's fucking wrong, because we're really the same. We're all from the same tree, just different branches. But we've been so conditioned into my tribe, my group, my people, my house, or you're only my cousins, you're my second cousin. We're putting all these tier and divisions, and you're Republican, you're Democrat, you're male, you're poor, you're red pill, blue. We find all these ways to cut ourselves up, and then we come up with separate rules and code for certain groups. And that's what I was getting to with the wealthy, 5-star, the rich, the affluent, the 250K African-American families that are out there hitting, those Cosby families that are out there hitting in their own section, brownstones, or living along white tea land, or they're living amongst their own sororities and shit, or fraternities and their own groups and shit. They don't want to mingle. There's a lot of black country clubs. I don't want to say a lot, but there are out there, and they're just as strict with their membership as the white ones would be, if not more, because they look at their own as you got to even work harder. Because I made it, you should be able to make it.
I would not say that. I would not say because I make it, you're supposed to make it. Because sometimes not everybody can make it.
I agree, but that's not the message you give when you're standing in the school. If they were to send you back to your hometown and they were going to sponsor it and you were the guest speaker, you're going to give them hope. You're not going to say, well, look left, look right. That 80% of you motherfuckers are not going to make it next year. What the fuck? You can't do that even if it's true. Even if it's true, you can't do that. Like, I'm the type of person, I used to argue, I'm sorry, I just want to say this real quick. I used to argue all the time because people used to tell me that there's more black men in prison than in college.
But that's not true.
It's not true, because I was going through all the different types of colleges and the universities and all that type of stuff. And I said, you know what? And even if it was fucking true, I would never believe it nor regurgitate that. I would fight that shit today, even if you would prove it to me true. I work for the fucking
Census Bureau or the Department of Education or the fucking correctional facilities. I don't give a fuck if I had all that information. I still wouldn't even perpetuate that shit because it's not beneficial. To me, those are the type of signs when you suspend disbelief for a particular reason. That's where you would have a religion.
No.
That's what Blackology is for. Shit like that, in my opinion. Like I remember Unbiased was in a debate years ago, and he was just saying, like, if they're a white man, everybody keeps saying like the white man is the devil or the white man is the fear, like the white man is a snake in the garden, and everyone's standing on the side of the fucking road because they don't want to cross in because they're scared of a possible snake, and there may be a snake. Sometimes you got to tell there's 40 kids and they're all right there. Y'all run through that field. There's really only one snake, only one of them can get, but you know that some of them can make it. But we're so terrorized and making excuses and stuff and teaching them to be worried about the snake that some people won't even try because they're concerned with the snake or they're concerned with failing or the white man's going to keep me out or the quote unquote they is going to obstruct. And I'll be honest, I wasn't even feeling unbiased in that argument. But I'm the type of person, if I can't see the counter, I'm not going to say you wrong. I'm just like, I don't know what he's saying right there. Kind of like this white boy. It's like, I know there's value in what you're saying, but I also see the wrong part. But in his analogy, and I think it was Amber and a couple of other people on there. And it was that the whole point was going to where he was trying to, they were arguing as if there is someone holding you back. And he was just like, okay, let's say there is someone holding you back. There's one person to hold you back. It can't hold all of us back. So I'm just going to go. Or if I have a kid, I'm going to teach him. He has to make it through that field on his own. I'm not going to teach him to be scared of the snake and worried about the snake and the boogeyman's a snake. I might even tell him, man, there ain't no snake. Go ahead and make it. And if something does bite you, you just keep running. Or you kick it and keep going. If you hear something rattling, just walk a little bit to the left and keep going. But it might be a fake. You understand? You're rather empower them, especially if they have no tools to stop it.
No.
If they stay right here, they die of starvation. But on the other side is the apple tree. You got to make it across that.
But guess what? You're telling me
to the point where preaching the boogeyman is holding you back is gonna fucking hold you back. Or I think it. I don't know if he's there or not. And I hope I ain't fucking up his point. But at least that's how I took it. And it gave me more insight to maybe I need to not be, it made me check it made me review some of my Blackology and hold some of those thoughts accountable.
That is how immigrants talk to their children.
I feel like my brain
that is how the Nigerians talk to their children. That is how immigrants talk to their children. It sounds hard. Immigrants are listening.
I'm listening.
If you don't worry about the white man, get what you're supposed to get. Go to school, pass the exams. Right? There's no excuse.
But why do I have to go to white man's schools? That's where the snakes are.
No, but don't have business with that. You have a young lady in Jamaica. Her mother's a helper, a domestic helper. No, her mother get paid like it work out about $50 a week. That's her salary for the week. Right? Now in Jamaica, you have to take when you finish high school, they assess you based on some external examination. Like you have external examination in maths, English, each subject area. And the highest grade you can get is a 1. And this girl, her mother is a helper. When you look at her uniform, sometimes she wear the same uniform 3 years straight. And she did her exams and she got 10 1s. And 10 1s is exceptional, like you get in every subject. Just picture the 10 subjects you did in high school. She got all of them in like A+. Right? And this girl go to school most days, she don't have lunch money. What I mean by she don't have lunch money, meaning that she get bus fare to go to school, bus fare to come back home. She don't have $1 to buy lunch. Right? Right? And she get 10 subjects. So when a girl like that succeed, other people don't have an excuse. Because her situation is this. What kind of excuse will you make? When this girl whose mother is a domestic helper, who lives in a board house, can get 10 1s. Right?
I hear you.
Excelling at that level. That's why island people, all right, I love it to be truthful. First, when I came here, Akon said the same story. When he came here and saying people saying that they're living in the hood and the hood is hard and all of that. And he couldn't understand. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what they were saying. Right? Because because to him, that is paradise. Where I'm coming from, I know people where them coming from, they have to go get water. You have to carry water. You have never carried water. You understand? 5 gallons of water weighs 50 pounds. Imagine you have to carry water. Right?
God damn.
You have to face the embarrassment of your teeth and light. You don't know what teeth and light is. Teeth and light is they bridge the light, meaning that the electricity cut off and they bridge electricity or they steal the water. You come from a community where nobody pays electricity or water. Not because they don't want to, because they can't afford to.
Wow.
Right? So that person not going to sympathize with you when you tell him that. When you tell them that you don't have anything, that you don't have, you don't have the sneakers to wear to school. You don't have a Jordan. They're not going to sympathize with you.
Damn.
They're not going to sympathize with you. How that person is going to sympathize with you?
So is that love? Is that a community?
Yeah. No, that's the kind of community. And that's not only one. That's a lot of communities. There's a lot of communities where like the people are going to sympathize with you because you tell them that you don't have a pair of shoes, and the only shoes them have is one pair of shoes. The same pair of shoes wear to school, wear to church.
Damn, man.
No, that is why sometimes immigrants fall out. All the time, immigrants just mad. Because they can't understand what you're crying over. They say, oh, I don't have any shoes.
Damn. This is hurting my heart. I gotta switch the topic. So
No.
what's the city in, we're talking about Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the port city or the port area?
Port area? Kingston?
Kingston?
No, all
Okay.
right. You have Google Maps?
Yeah, I do, but I'm actually downstairs. I can go down. I'll go to my computer. Give me a second. But I actually want to get some understanding on Jamaica because I'm more curious about.
Let me tell you some cities. Let me tell you some very poor cities because people don't even understand what poor look like. I have Google. Jonestown, Trenchtown.
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, if you look at us, like, if you look at someone like, let me get an example. Just type in Jonestown.
All right, Jonestown. Where's Unbiased at? See, you can do it for everyone, but I guess I'll do it. Now we're hoping everyone else looks it up. I heard someone put Rivian.
Rivertown City. Rivertown City.
All right, give me a second.
Rivertown City.
All right.
Jonestown.
St. Johns County?
No, man, not county. Jonestown, Kingston. This Riverton, R-I-V.
Oh, Riverton, T-O-N, Riverton.
Yeah,
Oh gosh, I actually typed it in Google. Oh shit. No, I typed it in YouTube. Holy shit. Oh wow. I'm looking at these videos in the background. Don't look. Oh my God. Riverton dump to be closed. Oh no. Virtual 4K vacation. I might have to watch that video. Where's Unbiased at? But the goddamn street food looks good. Spicy crab pot, jerk pan.
That's a.
Uh-oh. Damn. Fire dump. Okay, so I'm looking at it. Wow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's the twerking video. Let me get out of here. Stay focused. Damn, Jamaica. God damn it.
Yeah, some beautiful places, I'm not lying.
No, I just saw like 3 Shelly Ann Prices over here trying to do something. Trying to dance. God damn it. She has a very impressive body. All right, so I'm looking at Google Maps. I see it.
Yeah. Bring it down. Look at the terrain. If you want to bring it down to street level, and look at the houses.
Oh wow.
Look at the houses.
Going down Spanish Town.
Spanish Town.
Oh wow.
Spanish Town, like
I'm looking at the Kingston Garage, Jamaican Biscuits, Marcus Garvey Drive. Hey, I got Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, Marcus Garvey Drive. You want to go 2 miles back to some area like those. Just by the description of the name of the area. Nobody tell you. Right? But the children them clean when them going to school because our kids in Jamaica wear uniform. School uniform. I would take pride.
So what's the poorest part? The poorest part, because I'm looking at Kingston right now. So of that whole island, so I can look at to the west and I see Negril. What is that? Lucia up north, Montego Bay down south, Treasure Beach, Maypen. Where's like
the poorest? Where would be the poorest part in Jamaica? What would I call the poorest part?
I see Spanish Town, Buff Bay. Where are we at? Where's the poorest? Is it north, south, east, or west? Where would you think the poorest would be?
In Kingston.
In Kingston, so Kingston for sure would be the poorest. Okay, so North Kingston, South, East, or West Kingston? Cause I see Rock Hall, Stony Hill, Bob Marley Museum, Mona, New Kingston, Richmond Park.
No, New Kingston. Anywhere so nice is not there.
Okay, so what about Trenchtown?
Yeah, Trenchtown poor.
I see Trenchtown. First thing came up was the police station. Damn. Okay, so Trenchtown.
Yeah, Trenchtown on the poorest.
Oh my God. Okay.
Anywhere so like Trenchtown. Anywhere so just listen to the name. If the name sound like, this place sound like,
Spanish Town Road, Little King Street.
Yes, like Spanish Town Road, 2 mile back to anywhere like some like behind somewhere.
Bustamante Highway. What's Cox Terrace? Shirley Terrace, Foot Terrace. This time looks kind of rough.
I know when you say it's rough, you don't have to ask, you're rough.
Wow. So where would you put so what's the future for Jamaica?
No man, this is nice up there. In Kingston you have nice areas, like Mona Heights, Norbrook, Beverly Hills. You have very nice area, Red Hills in Kingston.
Yeah, Mona looks like it's by the University of West Indies.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the Kintyre district.
No, Kintyre.
Kintyre.
No, anywhere sound like the place. No.
That looks nice.
Depends on where. Yeah, like the hills. Jamaican people love living on the hills.
So where's all the money at? Let's just keep it a buck. So there must be some sort of hoarding or capitalism, someone sitting on top, manipulating the resources, having all their deals with all these other countries type shit. Or is it just what's the deal with it? Obviously there's corruption.
Corruption.
Or am I? Yeah,
Corruption is always everywhere.
I see
Always
Portmore.
everywhere.
Let me type in
Portmore is like working class people.
Portmore, Jamaica.
Yeah, those are working class people, like working
Oh,
class.
okay, yeah, and I saw it was off to the side of Kingston, so it looks like they saved by the bridge.
Yeah, that's where most people live.
Yeah, so they got the Kingston Causeway, so you got to go across the causeway if you want to rob the rich, and then head back.
No man, it's
Okay.
working class.
Well, you got a better chance of getting away with it robbing the working class, I suppose. But looking at some of these houses, that might be rich. Hey, they got Hunts Bay Jewish graveyard. What?
Yeah, come on. Yeah,
What?
Jamaica have one of the biggest Jewish synagogues in the Caribbean. Just look for the
Oh,
Jewish
shit.
synagogue in Jamaica.
Oh shit! I can't be anti-Semitic. I'm Jamaican.
Yeah, Jamaica have one of the biggest Jewish synagogues. You
That's
can look
dope.
it up. There's the Jewish synagogue in Kingston. One big place.
I see. Man, Olympic Gardens, Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Where?
I used to live somewhere named Glenny Park.
Washington Gardens.
Washington Gardens not bad. At least it wasn't bad years ago.
Plantation Drive, Plantation Hills. Chantel Fashion. Valley Vista. Kingdom Hall of Jehovah Witnesses.
Yeah. Place is full of those. If you want Jehovah Witness, Jamaica full of churches. Jamaica have the most church per square mile in the world.
So where would the tech jobs be?
New Kingston.
New Kingston?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So where are there any, how am I about to say indigenous? Like
we have the Maroons.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Like the Maroons,
No.
where would they be?
The Maroons. Just type in Maroon, Jamaican Maroons, and they show you
Cockpit Country? What's Cockpit
Yeah.
Country?
that's the Migla, Jamaica.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the more rural areas. But we don't have the indigenous Indians anymore. Those all died out.
Okay. I see Cambridge, Seaford Town.
Yeah,
That's
like
more
those
west.
rural. Those are nice areas to live. We live in the country, Jamaica. Like, farming. Not bad. Nice
How
community.
come nobody talks about that part of Jamaica?
The farming.
Yeah.
A lot of farming in the country areas.
Yeah, I see Savannah, Lamar, Little London, Grange Hill,
Yeah.
Green Island,
Like
Orange Bay,
Little London, nice. Orange Bay. Portland,
Montego
nice.
Bay. Oh my gosh.
Like if you like a quiet, if you go to Jamaica on vacation and you like a more low profile, quiet setting, a nice place to go
Yes.
is like Portland. Portland has some nice hotels. Just type in Portland.
Okay. Oh, they're all the way on the other side of the island. But damn, it looks very beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, Portland is nice.
So, but you're
And Fleming. Yeah, Portland. You can't lose in Portland. To me, Portland is one of the nicest parish. St. Anne, nice too. Jamaica is divided into parishes, like the rural area. St. Elizabeth, don't have any beaches, but it's nice.
okay.
I don't
So
really
Port-
like Mandeville. Mandeville have some nice houses, but there's not such shit there today.
So what about St. Thomas Parish?
Oh, St. Thomas poor. You know,
It's poor.
Yeah,
So it's
St.
right next to Portland.
yeah, but it's a poor parish. I don't
So they
know.
got. So Portland above it is the rich, and the south side is St. Thomas.
Yeah, yeah.
Yikes.
St. Thomas nice still, but not poor little parish. But
Okay.
Portland is a nicer parish, like have nicer beaches than St. Thomas. If you like surf, you might can find somewhere to surf in St. Thomas.
Oh, okay. So like what is the successful field in like Jamaica? Like is it tech or is it farming, sports, politics, the politicians corrupt? Like where's the money at?
You can go in business, any kind of business, any kind of selling. But one thing, if although the country is relatively we are considered poor, what you would like with it, everybody look like you. Explain to me why everybody look like you. The doctor when you go to the hospital, it look like you. The lawyer when you go to court, it look like you. The judge, it look like you. The policeman look like you. The nurse look like you.
So what's that like?
That's right. It means that your children see everybody out there and them now can decide what they want to do. Because everybody look like them. Them can't tell you, sir. Them can't tell you, sir. Your children can't tell you, sir, oh, there's no role model. If you want to be a druggist, the drug dealer look like you. The criminal look like you. Everybody look like you.
That's wild. Well, it's different because I'm out here in Arizona, so it's like the complete opposite. I expected. I normally see it opposite, but when I went to Atlanta, I was just so amazed and excited just to see everywhere I went. Chick-fil-A, the hotel, everybody was.
Successful people look like you, and unsuccessful people look like you.
But the truth is, there was no brotherhood with that, though. That's what I noticed. Motherfuckers will just look right past you like it's just nothing in Northern. But in Arizona, when you see another black person, you nod. You say, "What's up?" You check the deuces. It's a code. It's because it's not a lot of us, which is weird, I suppose. Unless you got the ones who are bougie and scared and shit, or well trained, keep their head down, don't even look motherfuckers in the eyes. There's that out here too.
The thing about it with Georgia is that after a while you look around and you realize that because people come from all different walks of life and they get used to a lot of people running a scam, they tend to be more cautious. Because Georgia to me is a facade. Let me put up a facade. Let me act like I am this special person in Georgia. Let me act like I'm making $1 million. Let me fake it until I make it. That's my problem with Georgia. Is to fake it before you make it. Still. And then when you make it now, you go into your crew. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I see. The homie Zane was saying Jamaica majority is African diaspora.
Yeah, man. That's why I say everybody look like you.
Wow.
I'm not saying that you don't have you don't have white people, you know.
Wow. See, that's wild though, but it's just crazy because that's even more real. Because when you name where there's the highest concentration of African Americans, that's where you get the poverty and crime.
Yeah, true. But when everybody
it's the same thing in Jamaica.
Yeah,
that's the same thing in Jamaica.
It's a high crime rate. It's a high crime rate, and the part of the crime rate too is due to the fact that a lot of these young men they fall into this thing where nobody wants to use their hands anymore to work. Everybody wants the easier way out. I can find the way out. That I can hustle. Why am I going to work for? Why am I going to work for $100? When
can't blame them.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have 4 or 5 children.
I gotta blame you. Oh no. I think you get to live that delusion. I think everybody gets to live that delusion once. If you want to be bold, you want to be bad, you want to be Pablo Escobar, you want to be a Shatta, you want to get it done, go ahead and try it. If you're smart enough to make it out on the other end alive, good for you. But 9 out of 10, you're gonna get caught and get your shit busted. Once you get humbled and sit down, then you recognize, like, man, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna work at McDonald's. You're not taking my freedom away. I'm gonna have to. You understand? You get humbled. I might work extra hours, get time and a half. And you get humbled and recognize that that's not for you. Or you say, you know what? I don't matter. I know I hurt people. I'll start over again. So it's just your mind state. Some people get busted by.
One other thing with Jamaica still is like, although criminals are celebrated by the criminal society, people kind of fear them sometimes. They're not really all that celebrated, if you get what I mean. If you go to prison and come back, or that jailbird, no, nobody not celebrating it.
Okay, so they don't glorify the prison life.
No,
are you branded? So like once you go to jail, you're the criminal and you lose all your opportunities?
Yeah, man, nobody don't really want to deal with you.
That's what I figured, because there's so much poverty and so much black, so you're not going to be empathetic for the struggle. Like, motherfucker, everybody over here struggling. Why do you cheat? You got caught cheating, so now you disqualified yourself. Haha, I don't got to compete against you no more. Because that's all it is. Even with different races, you're all just competing with the next human for resources and income. So if they're all black, racism is just a competition between resources, between races. If you're all the same, you're still going to have that competition for resources. It's just not based on race anymore. It's based off of what side of town you live on, or what's your city, or what's your hair. You know, it's just tribalism dividing. So it sucks.
But the other thing about it, let me Jamaica funny this way. Let me say about Jamaica funny. You see, if you had the well in a school, if you know well in school, nobody don't trouble you. If you can live in that garrison. Imagine when you see the word garrison, when you think you live in that era with shutters and gunmen. If you're a school dude, nobody not troubling you. You're a school dude. You're doing well in school. But if you take up the badness, you take up the badness. Right? If he's a track star, he's a track star. Right? Like, but if he's a shatter, yeah. But it's just so it go. Like if he's an ambitious person, the whole community celebrates it. The whole community celebrates, you know. The whole community say, oh, yeah, man, a good boy, that man. He might go places. You understand? If you have the places, the community celebrates it. And so you're going places.
Wow.
But if you're not going nowhere, there's open feed. There's open. You understand?
Yeah. So would you recommend people leave Jamaica and come to America?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. Of course. Of course. 30,000.
Zane is fucking hilarious.
30,000. What you gonna do? 30,000 new Jamaicans come to America every year.
That's fucking awesome. I don't know why, but to me that feels awesome. That feels awesome.
People go where opportunities are.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Old nigga. But the truth is like, who is it?
You might not call it opportunity.
Marcus Garvey said it. Yeah, he said, I have no desire to take all blacks back to Africa. There's some blacks who are no good here, and they will be no good over there. So my thing is like, We do want Jamaicans to come, but I don't want no ones who are gonna come and just fuck it up, make it worse for everyone else. You're gonna come and do your shit.
Listen, all right, like the ones who come here, like no, like there's a shortage of teachers in Jamaica this year. Why? America went to Jamaica and recruited almost 5,000 teachers, and they came up to teach. When there's a shortage of nurses, they come to Jamaica and recruit nurses. When they want farm workers, they come to Jamaica and recruit farm workers. A lot of Jamaican farm workers pick apples every year, or oranges, or when sugarcane used to be cut with manually, they used to come up and cut sugarcane.
Where do you think the biggest? I'm sorry if I interrupted you, but where do you think the biggest population of Jamaicans are in the South or in America?
In New York.
New York. Okay, and then where? Florida.
And then Florida.
New York and Florida. Okay.
And then Georgia, and then all over the place.
New York, Florida, Georgia. Shit, they're in Arizona like a motherfucker.
They're in Arizona too?
Hell yeah. It's a lot of, well, I can't say a lot, but I know quite a few Jamaicans.
Yeah.
And they have no problem with hanging their flags in their rearview mirrors. They're proud as fuck of Jamaica. And I like that shit. I can't even say really, I've never met a Jamaican. Well, I don't know, maybe it's my energy, but I didn't meet one like poor of character, just like being a straight asshole. He was like, wasn't necessarily friendly, but once I started the conversation, he realized where I was coming from. And then it's like I don't know if it's veneer or the mystique, the ego, the resting bitch face. I can't even think of the words to say, but just the I don't fuck with you face, just like drop away and gets very talkative and happy.
Because once you realize that you're not fucking with him and you're on the right feet, and that Jamaica love to talk.
I learned that.
They love to talk, but they have to see which page you're on first.
I was always told the opposite. Like Jamaicans don't really fuck with nobody out here. They don't do this and that. Like motherfuckers, they had me in their house. I'm eating food I can't even fucking describe. Meeting people's moms. Everyone's like touchy huggy. I'm like, this is not what I was told.
No, that's a Jamaican love to talk.
But I can't. But you can't expect everybody to get the same treatment you get. You know what I mean? Because if you humble yourself, like I walk around feeling like I really don't feel other people are a threat to me unless I did something in the wrong. So I don't come with that negative energy as if I'm insecure, like you're going to take advantage of me, nor trying to read you. It's just I'm going to look through you and not fuck with you. Or if you have something that, I don't know. Most of the time, if I smile or I nod, then people will smile and nod back and it starts a conversation type shit. If you got that energy, like, don't fuck with me, then I'll let you be in your mode. You know what I mean? But for some reason, the meanest motherfucker. Like I had a homie, what was his name? He was from Jamaica. I think it's I can't remember his name, but he was from Jamaica, and like everyone kept saying he was mean, he was an asshole. But I don't know what it was, but every time he was seeing me, like I forgot what he was that Guan. He would say something to me like and I would just chuck deuces. Yes, that's something. Yeah, what is like? I thought it was like what's up?
On?
Oh, what's going on?
Shit. Everything good? Go on.
So they just put it all together.
Yeah, what's going on?
What's going on? I know I've heard that shit all the time. I just thought it was like, what's up?
Yeah, the same thing.
So I would always say, what's up? So when someone would say that to me, I'm like, what's up? You good?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. What's going on?
I'm like, what's up? You good? Like, yeah, man, I'm good. And then they're like, you smoke some trees. Like it was always, for some reason, it was always friendly with me. Offer, you want to smoke some trees? You want to go kick it? Or it was never, I don't know, because what I hear, but again, maybe it's Arizona and that's the same thing. There's not a lot of blacks. So when you do meet them, you're just going to look them up real quick and you're going to see, oh, this motherfucker's coonish, or he's a dork, or this motherfucker is trying too hard, or this is a real brother out here trying to make something happen. It's
not to evaluate you quick. They look it up and down and evaluate you. Because loyalty is one of the most important things to Jamaica.
And I can respect that. And I respect that.
And matter of fact, you know what this dude told me? And it was a Jamaican dude, and I respected the fuck out of him. He was like in his 50s and shit. And that's probably where my shit come. I was young, maybe 20 something, probably even younger than that. And he was just telling me, and I was just, he had his son, motherfucker, super proud. And I guess that's everybody, but he's super proud of his fucking son. Loves his daughter, but fucking proud of his fucking son. The one thing he was telling me that how do you say it? I want to make sure I say it right. He said, I said, dude, you gotta understand, like, if I can leave my wife right now, fuck her, I'll be by myself. But I'm never ever gonna leave my kid. So based off that, I'm always gonna be with her ass and be faithful.
No, loyalty is one of the most important things to a yard man. Because when loyalty show, they understand what's going on.
But he, at that age, because I've never heard anyone phrase it like that, but the message that conveyed to me, he was like, pretty much, I don't know what it was. We were talking, maybe it was a video on or some hot female or whatever, and he was laughing and joking, but he was more like...
Jamaican man is the most unfaithful man when it comes to sex. What I mean by loyalty, I mean in family, although him sleep with other women apart from wife, in family come first.
And that's what he was saying to me. Like, he said, I'd prefer to be myself. Like, I would leave today if I could, but I know if I left, I won't be there for my son, or I won't see there my son. So it's like not worth it to me. And it was just to the whole point, like, because he's married. I met his wife and everybody. So he was like, don't be fooled. If I can leave and go live a life, I would do that shit. But I care more about my family than just going out there having fun. So I'm going to stay here. And that was a powerful message for me to hear. Just another man. Because most of the men who are with their family, going to lie. Like, man, I love my wife. I'm never looking at anyone else and this and that. But he said it so clear. Like, yeah, I care about her, I love her, but fuck her. I'll go out there and do what the fuck I want to do. But I know if I do that, I'm going to fuck up with my kids. And that's more important to me. So I'm going to stay here and do all this because nothing's more important than being with my kids. But I still rather go fuck some other pussy. Don't get it. I'm not going to say that, oh, I love my girl, I have no other eyes. I'm not going to spit that bullshit to you, young guy, or whatever he used to call me. But I never heard anyone really speak that bluntly about it. It's either like, oh, I love my girl, man. Fuck that bitch. I'm doing what I want to do. Fuck them kids. It was just clear to me. It was no bullshit. It was just sincere. And I just had to respect that. Just like, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at it weird, but it was refreshing.
No. A lot of people tell you all kind of bullshit, but you tell us something. Listen, your family come first. As I put it to everybody, it's a life. The black man life is a religion. You run your leg. You understand? And you carry the button as far as you can carry it. But then you must realize it's not about you anymore.
Facts.
After you have children, this shit is not about you anymore. You don't run your leg of the race. It's about doing it out so your children can succeed.
Wow. I gotta respect that. And with that being said, I'm gonna go play this video game with this kid before she go to bed. I told her I was gonna race this car game with her.
Okay, what kind of system? Nintendo?
No, it's Xbox. It's SpongeBob race car game. So it got Ninja Turtles and Rugrats little characters. It's kind of like a Mario Kart. So, and I told her I was gonna play with. I just been on this damn phone the whole time, but after listening to this, it reminded me what's important. She's about to go to bed a little bit, so
let me stop being an asshole. She's more important than anything else.
For sure, man. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and check out. I appreciate the conversation.
Big up.
Health and wealth to you and your family, man. Salute to everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
Good night.
But you can't be so hard. You can't be so hard.
All right, much love, fam.
Yeah.
All right.